Live from England, cricket's greatest rivalry, the Ashes.
Stark is over the wicket at him. He's bowled him! It's the taken! Coney's left on the pad. They're up, he's out. Stephen Smith, it's a screamer.
That is Test cricket at its finest.
For the new spicy sticky barbecue Angus at Macca's. England versus Australia. The Ashes on SEN Cricket.
Good morning, and for one last time, welcome to SEN Test Cricket from the Kia Oval for Macca's. Get the new spicy and sticky barbecue Angus at Macca's. To the final stretch we come. After 5 tests of utterly absorbing Ashes cricket, this series will be decided on the final day of the final test. And given the push and pull from the get-go, it's only right for it to be this way. Before the rain washed away the second half of yesterday, the veteran Aussie openers kept an old and tired England attack in check, and some. The unbeaten 135 compiled by Usman Khawaja and David Warner is the second biggest stand the visitors have enjoyed all series. And it makes the massive victory target of 384 look all the more achievable, with 249 runs left to get with all 10 wickets in hand. Khawaja's time here has been masterful. To cap it with another ton would make him the clear player of the series if he isn't already. And as for Warner, he's scrapping harder than ever in his last dig against England. A maiden test century in this country at the final time of asking would immediately enter Ashes folklore. Then there's Stuart Broad on his final day of national duty, a man who sits with one of the very best in terms of Ashes quicks. A trilogy of defining performances in 2009 here at the Oval, 2013 at Durham and 2015 at Trent Bridge will define his career. It was against Australia that he always found his best, and against Australia against whom he judged himself. It's ideal he has the chance to do it again today alongside his best mate Jimmy Anderson. So who gets the perfect send-off? We'll find out in about 7 hours from now if it goes the distance, and based on everything we've seen across these 6 weeks, it surely will. I'm Adam Collins, and to begin our coverage on the final day here at the Oval, as ever, the vice-captain of our coverage, Bharat Sundaresan, and Pete Lalor, the chief cricket correspondent of the Australian newspaper. Phil Long's with us as well. Baz, good morning. To start with you, Usman Khawaja was in the middle of the big Aussie huddle this morning, addressing his teammates. What a massive day for him.
Good morning, Adam, Pete, Phil. Good evening to everyone listening back home. You're right, Andrew McDonald started off by saying a few words, and then they congratulated Usman Khawaja. I assume it is for him getting to 5,000 test runs, or just being the guy who's held them afloat so many times in this series. And then Usman Khawaja held and he was very animated. He's such a cool character generally, but you could see there was this sternness to his face. And you're right, what he's done in the last 18 months, he's been the most influential batter in particular for Australia, and he's always been the soul of the team, hasn't he? And it will mean a lot to not just him but to the Australian team if he can grind out another session like he has so many sessions across the world ever since he made that dramatic comeback at the SCG 18 months ago. And if he can do that, you know what, 384 is a massive target. It is still England's game. Very rarely do big targets get chased down in Test cricket, but Australia have given them as good a chance as any to get at least close to it.
Pete Lalor, you're a news hound. 2 bits of news. One, it's not raining right now, but it was about half an hour ago, so we'll clear that up. It's dark, and it probably will rain at some point. That will surely be part of our conversation. The other, Ben Stokes, who's been bowling off spin for the last fortnight in the nets, probably preparing to do it in India. That's our suspicion. He's bowling seam up now, and Mark Wood was ginger yesterday. It might be that the ginger captain has to put in a shift seam up throughout the course of the afternoon.
You took the news right out of my mouth. I was watching this thinking Ben Stokes knows he might have to bowl here, and he's trying to get that body working, but sometimes in that follow-through, he's skipping through with a straight leg, like the knee. It's obviously a big problem for him. But, gee, isn't the stage set for a performance from Ben Stokes to deny the Australians here? Well, what have we, 29 days we've been showing up to the cricket. We've had 1 day off. We've watched a bit of rain, but not too much. And still we don't have closure. We don't, as the Americans would say, and they probably will during next year's World Cup, we'll be looking for closure. But, yeah, we don't know, do we? I was talking to Barney Ronay downstairs, one of those smart guys that writes for The Guardian. Lovely sports, lovely writer. I hate him. He was saying, Australia's the best story here. It's the best story. England's story's already been written, and to a degree, he's right. I reckon there was a sense of premature celebration about England's approach to yesterday. There was the palaver around Broad, and that's only right, but I think they went out there thinking they would get the job done, but when they turned on the engine, not all the cylinders were firing, were they? Much like Australia on day 3, England couldn't find anything with the ball. They will be hoping that the ball does a little bit more here today. I mean, conditions are perfect for bowling, but that wicket is perfect for batting. And that 4th day was as good a batting conditions we've had in this entire Test match. Perhaps one of the better days we've had in the series. So not surprising to see the Australians post a very significant opening partnership. It's the only 100-run opening partnership in this series. It's only the 5th since 2005, and it's the highest of them. They are rare as hen's teeth, these things. This has set Australia up, and it's put the margin down into manageable territory. If we're resetting now, you're not even creating history to chase those runs, even though they will create history.
No, you're right. I remember you said 29 days there, Pete. You can extend it to 34 if you wish with the World Test Championship final.
Yeah.
I was thinking a bit about that this morning. When we got back on morning 5, India needed about 180 odd to win, and I wouldn't say they were favourites from where they were, but with Coney and Rahane batting as well as they did, felt like it was quite a romantic morning, actually, wasn't it? It was a beautiful day, and it was like the set-piece event, World Test Championship final, going the full journey and all the rest of it. Then Australia's bowlers went to work on a surface. By that stage, it was giving them nothing. That's the challenge for England. Maybe without Wood. Mentioned Broad in the intro. There's never any correlation between one spell and the next with Stuart Broad. He can be...
no, that's a good point,
He can be doing nothing with it to being a world beater in the space of half an hour down at fine leg. And Broad's final day in Test cricket. Anderson is doing an interview with Sky right now. It may be his final day in Test cricket as well. Who knows what the selectors will do there. It makes it all the more tantalising.
This is going to be the day where we find out, has Australia's long game worked? And this is the longest of long games.
Yeah.
To bring it down to the last day of the series, it appeared that it had paid off yesterday because England's bowling attack looked flat. They were a bit brighter in the field than the Australians but they've had a few subs coming in and out too. But as the long game, old school cricket, is it just gonna pass the hare on the line? Is the tortoise going to pass the hare?
It doesn't feel right that it's a referendum on it, but perhaps we know how these things are. It's binary, isn't it? If Australia win, they're champions. Yes. If Australia lose, they're un-Australian and all the rest of it. And Cummins will be clouted for, believing climate change is real and all the usual stuff that comes up whenever Australia lose. But it does, in a way, I mean, forgetting about all the peripheral colour there, that, Australia's long game, in the first innings, they batted slowly and long in relative terms for this series in order to exhaust Anderson, Broad, Wokes and co. And Wood bowled a lot of spells in that first innings, and Mo and Ali bowling with an injury. It might reap its reward, that strategy and that tactical approach today on day 5.
It certainly did yesterday, and just looking at Ben Stokes still going through his routines, doesn't look 100%, but he never looks 100% these days whenever he has to bowl. And I can't spot Stuart Broad. Is that done? He did say 3 days ago that tomorrow is my last day of Test cricket.
He's done a Buddy Franklin. He's just left.
Don't start talking about Buddy. I'll break down.
He's retired from the keep-up. I saw him. He's not part of it anymore. He's handed the reins over to Ben Duckett, who seems to have dropped him from that game. He wasn't there. And I've seen every other English cricketer going through their warm-up routines, slip catching, bowling, but Stuart Broad's not in there. And again, Ben Stokes just kind of skipping on the spot as he walks back to his mark. They looked a very tired attack. And you're right, Pete, the lights were on. There was a heavy cloud cover for large parts of Australia's fourth innings or second innings. But there was just nothing on this pitch. And even when Mark Wood bowled those 3 overs, yes, he hit Usman Khawaja. That was with the ball that kept low. Not one of his fiery bouncers that had Usman Khawaja hopping. So he looked down on pace as well. If England don't have a fit bowling attack, Australia could feast on them.
Pete, before we go, how important do you think the muscle memory will be from having chased down a decent target at Edgbaston? I know it's 6 weeks ago, but Pat Cummins, the captain, he'll be in at 9. I'm sure he'll bat. I'm sure it'll go the distance at some point later today. You can see Pat Cummins walking down the steps of the Betzer stand. Having done that, some teams are good at chasing, some teams are not good at chasing. They've done it recently. How important do you think that'll be?
It's immeasurable, isn't it, that sort of thing? But you're right. As you say it gives me a little bit more confidence in the Australians that if they do get down to the tail has a little bit to it. And we saw Todd Murphy batting in that first innings. Outstanding innings. He looked really good at the crease as well and not intimidated at all by Wood's pace. One will assume that by the time they get out there, Wood will not have as much pace as he's had. He was even down a little bit on speeds yesterday, I thought. Do England hold him back because they know to rock and roll the tail? And maybe that's what they were doing yesterday by holding him back so late before bringing him on. Are they trying to reserve him until we get into the tail? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that was a bizarre tactic. They said it was tactical, which also, going back to Edgbaston, I think the only time Ben Stokes has kind of lost the plot on the field is during that run chase later on in the day. So which means that if Australia can put pressure on them, just hang in the game, that might happen again.
Thank you, Bharat. Thank you, Pete. I can see the fans filing in. The rain has stopped. The covers are still on the run-ups, but they're not on the pitch itself. The stumps have been put in. The stage is set for the final day of this series. Our coverage is for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Australia will resume none for 135. Warner, 58. Kawaja, 69. And they're 249 runs away from the finish line and a 3-1 series victory. Cannot wait. Our coverage and our pre-game continues after the break. Geoff Lemon will be in conversation with Phil Walker, Louis Cameron and the great Jeremy Coney.
This is SEN Ashes cricket, and hopefully the weather's drying up. There was a fair bit of rain earlier this morning. It looks like they're wrapping up the last cover out there. The roller's going up and down the pitch, so with any luck we will start on time about 14 minutes from now. My name's Geoff Lemon. Sitting alongside me, Wisden Cricket Monthly editor Phil Walker, former New Zealand captain Jeremy Coney, and former Victorian fast bowler Louis Cameron. The big guns are all out. If you want updates on the football as well, our coverage will be underway at 8 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. All the action can be heard live across the SEN network and SEN app, with Jordan Canellis and Alicia Carnavas doing the commentary there. The big news being that Matilda's captain Sam Kerr will not start tonight against Canada. She will be on the bench, so that indicates that calf injury hasn't come good, and they'll turn to her if things get desperate. Fellow striker Mary Fowler returns to the starting 11 after sitting out last week's 3-2 defeat against Nigeria. The Matildas basically need to beat Canada, one of the best sides in the world, if they are to go beyond the group stage in a home World Cup and reach the round of 16. So all to play for there, and all to play for here for the Australian men's test team, desperately wanting to win a series in England for the first time since 2001. They have an opportunity. Yesterday, when they needed 384 to win, we're seeing a bit of rain starting to come down, so that round of applause might be from the Australians in the crowd, or it might be from the English. Just a little sprinkle, it looks like. Hopefully that's passing straight over. In any case, 384 they were set to win, but they knocked off 135 of them without loss. So essentially they can start today with a renewed perspective and say, well, we only need 249 now with all 10 wickets in hand. Treat it as a new run chase. David Warner there on 58, not out. Good morning, everybody. Phil, Jeremy, Louis, nice to see you all. Might start with you down the end, Louis, as a long-time Australian cricket watcher. David Warner, he's had his chances in England, 2013, 2015, 2019. The last of those didn't go so well, but the previous two weren't so bad. He's got a higher score in England of 83. He's made his second half century of the tour. Is it possible that in his last effort, his last attempt on English soil, he could finally notch a long-awaited 100 and take Australia to a series win?
What a fairy tale that would be. I mean, it would vindicate the faith that Australia have shown in him. You would say if you could finally deliver him an away Ashes series win in his final test innings here, gee, that would be something. It was interesting looking at his opening partner this morning, Usman Khawaja, in the huddle. They had a big chat. Andrew McDonald talked for quite a while, and then he threw to Usman Khawaja, actually, which I thought was interesting. I was kind of watching everyone else's body language to see if this might be that kind of announcement, the kind of announcement Stuart Broad made to teammates. Yesterday, it wasn't. It was very much, you could see with his hands, he was kind of saying, well, the pitch is going to do this, and then I'll flatten out. and he thinks he'll behave a certain way. So it wasn't an emotional discussion, it was very much tactics. So won't be Usman Khawaja's last test, but who knows with David Warner.
Phil Walker, you were predicting a certain amount of warmth in the response from the crowd at the Oval to David Warner, given that they've enjoyed hating him over the years, but this is his last outing on English soil and well, could be his last, and certainly one of his last few for Australia in Test cricket.
Yeah, last few days has confirmed, if it were ever needed, that we're all hopeless sentimentalists at the end of the day, and everybody recognises what a great character he's been, what a great servant he's been to the world game, and there'll be no animus whatsoever today towards him. It'll be a celebration of a great cricketer. There's a number of them on this park today for whom we won't see them again, and this is the Oval for you. It styles itself as the place for the final act, for the swooning swan song and all the rest of it, and we'll get a lot of that today. It's going to be quite an emotional experience.
Jeremy Coney, you had some players that you had to keep the faith with over the course of your time in charge of New Zealand cricket. The significance of that, of backing players, we've seen England do it as well for long periods of time when there's criticism from outside, there are arguments to be made against retaining them, but Warner paying back some of that faith yesterday and the opportunity to do more today.
I thought he was really busy yesterday, actually, and he played. He not that he sort of drove the partnership, because obviously Khawaja is ahead of him in terms of runs, but he was always looking for runs. I felt he took, he was the first one to have a go and hit the ball down the ground with a nice shape about his body and that sort of thing. So, I thought he was good yesterday, and he's been busy all the time, and he's a good foil for Khawaja, I think. Look, it's 249 to win. It's 98 overs, so it's 2.5 basically. They've been going at 3.5 runs and overs so far. So we might get a bit of rain today and so on. The key parts for me are going to be the pitch. Is it going to go up and down a little bit more? We saw the ball turning yesterday out of some drier areas. I personally, if I was captain of England, I would not want Australia to get away to a flyer. So I would kind of use Broad, and I see he's out there at the moment just trying to get that release a little bit better with Saker. And so I think I would start with Broad and Wokes. There's plenty of time for the spinners later. One new ball coming perhaps later in the middle session. And
perhaps an injury problem for Mark Wood, who left the field yesterday before the rain came down.
Or illness.
He looked a little ginger walking up the steps, Phil.
Also, there was a moment as well when he was on the 45, on the offside 45, obviously to the left-handers, and the ball went past his left hand, and you could see he was clearly not quite right. So I think that is a problem in the body. But we don't know what it is, and there's been no word from the England camp, so he might rock up this morning and feel okay. But again, Moeen Ali's on one leg, and we saw yesterday that Stokes favoured Joe Root ahead of Moeen Ali. He bowled quite a few overs yesterday, and England are going to have to try and juggle what they've only got 250 runs to play with suddenly, and if there's 98 overs scheduled in the day, we'll lose a few, but hopefully not too many. That's what the forecast is telling us. So England can't really afford any damp periods, any quiet periods, because as we know, it's a very easy scoring ground, and we saw it yesterday. They were struggling to contain the Aussies.
Well, they've got a damp period now. The one central cover has been put on, nothing else yet. Stuart Broad continued warming up. He's left the field for the time being. Just quickly, Louis, as they're bringing one of the bigger covers on, the fourth innings performances for Australia. Steve Smith particularly has a big dip in the fourth innings of tests.
Well, they all do. They all do. If you look through the numbers and picking up on the Moeen Ali point, he's an excellent fourth innings bowler. I reckon that's a big reason why England wanted him for this series. But you look through Australia's middle order, so the guys that come after Warner and Khawaja, Labuschagne averages 30 in the fourth innings of test matches. Smith averages 28 in the fourth innings of test matches. Head is the outlier, 44. It's quite a good average in fourth innings. And then Marsh and Carey, 16 and 14. So you add that all up, it only adds up to about 150 runs. So they might need to get a few more out of their openers if those middle order guys stick true to their averages.
Yeah, well, it's what you so often see in the fourth innings of a test match, particularly at the fifth test of a series, the sixth test that Australia will have played on the trot. It does take a tremendous performance, even if you're only set 249. to begin with. So there will be a bit of a delay to the start of play, it looks like. They're not racing around with the cover, so it's very light rain. Hopefully it passes over quickly and we're able to get on with things. David Warner, I think off the top of my head, he's made 6 higher scores in the 4th innings of a test than this one, so this is right up there already at 58, not out with the higher scores he's made in the 4th innings. Now they're taking one of the covers off again. So we're doing the dance of the covers here at the Oval, but with any luck, we will be pretty close to our scheduled start time. Australia, none for 135, chasing 384. They will need a further 249 runs to win with all 10 wickets in hand. Let's take a break and we'll be with you for the first session when it comes.
We're live from the Kia Oval, the final day of the series where Australia require 249 further runs to win the match and the series 3-1 with Khawaja 69 and Warner 58. Our experts of Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. They're Phil Walker, the editor of Wisden Cricket Monthly magazine, and Bharat Sundaresan from CricBuzz, been with us all the way through the series. The good news is that we're going to get on at 10 past 11, so 10 minutes from now, provided no further rain. It's been sketchy over the last hour. We've had the covers on 3 times, on and off, but it looks a bit brighter than any station sweeping at the ground, Phil.
Yeah, it looks okay. Lights are on. It's a wee bit chilly, right? So it's going to be hard to gauge how much swing and seam England are going to get. It was very, very gun barrel straight yesterday, really. It was a peculiarly flat performance by England. Redolent, actually, of Australia the day before. It's almost like they are just going on empty, really, at this point in the series. But it's not especially humid yet. I think it's going to be a better afternoon weather-wise. If England can... Well, they need to come hard in the first half an hour, 45 minutes here, because they've only got 250 to play with, and it's obviously, as we know, an extremely quick scoring ground. So England have got to play desperate cricket. Arguably, they've been doing that since the first morning of Leeds. They've been playing desperate cricket. It's a huge day for Australia, this. You know, England want, obviously, to draw the series as best as they possibly can, but for Australia to see this home, whether it's 2-1 or 3-1, and it's a great position to be in control of your destiny as well.
The question I keep getting asked doing crosses back to Australia is, will this make them a great team? How will it change their legacy? I mean, they've kind of set that frame up themselves, haven't they, Baz? The World Test Championship final and an Ashes in England, the chance to win here for the first time in 22 years. I'm pretty sure with my back of a post-it note calculation, if Australia don't win today, or rather, if England win or it's a draw, if they don't, what would it be? England would need to win to lose the series. It'll be the longest gap between a side winning an Ashes test in the other country. 26 years it'll be when we get to 2027. It was...
No, you're right, 86-7 to 10-11.
25, and 24,
24, yeah.
And 23 years between Bodyline and Peter May's side in the mid-50s. So you're going a long way into the future, 4 more years, and I would expect that more than half of this Australian team won't be there then.
And it's a bizarre stat, right? Like during that period between 1986 and 2010, the English teams were considered a joke, more or less, right? Every time they went to Australia, they were like, yeah, whatever. Like let's see, especially as you entered the late 90s and through the 2000s, till you got to that 2010-11 series. But because Ashes contests on English soil seem to be closer because of the conditions and just the time of the year as well, and also because the gap between the Australian Ashes and the English Ashes is just 18 months, so most of those players are still around, if that makes sense.
Yep.
I think the lack of a series win for Australia doesn't get spoken up as much as it should be, if anything. And you're right, it will be a legacy-defining win if they do pull it off today, or the rain intervenes and it's a draw and they still win the series 2-1. And it would also go back to what they've achieved under Pat Cummins, winning in Pakistan, drawing in Sri Lanka, nearly winning in India, you'd say, if the Delhi Test goes their way, World Test Championship final, and this.
And also, there's been the odd murmur from the English, as we know, well, you lot got away with it at Old Trafford and it should be 2-2 and it could even be, England could be up, blah, blah, blah. No. If Australia win here 3-1, then we all shake hands on that, and there are no questions. No. There's no caveats, there's no stewards' inquiries.
Yeah, I share that view. On the other side of it, if there is a a fine performance with the ball from England today, and they were able to bowl Australia out and win the test match, having set it up so nicely on the third day, making as many runs as they did as quickly as they did. Then fair play. 2-all will feel right on the basis of the cricket that we've seen.
And you can guarantee we'll be bleating about it for years to come, and talking about the rain at Old Trafford, till Kingdom Come.
Or it might be the rain saves England today. This is the beauty, the beauty of this series. Where I was getting to was that the beauty of this series being so push and pull, hour to hour, session to session, no side really being able to thrust home the advantage when they've had it, means that we get to day number 25 with the series very much alive. It's been like that for 6.5 weeks, Baz.
From the very first session, if you go back in time, on day one of the series, England starts strongly and then wickets fall, 5 for 176, and then Bairstow plays their innings, a declaration that nobody expected, most people expected, but it felt like a shock to the system still, and it's carried on that way. And yesterday was probably the most unexpected of the days, just how comfortable the English openers looked.
All right, we just got the new playing hours through, so play will start in 6 minutes from now. It'll still be 98 overs with the evening session scheduled to go until 20 to 7. Of course, half an hour available at the end. And the final hour will begin at 5:40 or 83 overs, whichever is later, provided there is no further rain. On that basis, we're going to take an ad now, clear some of our commercial commitments. On the other side, we won't be far away from the first ball of the final day of the series live here at the Kia Oval. Our coverage is for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. And on the Beaumont's Hole scoreboard by Beaumont's and Save Australia will be resuming at none for 135. Players are all out on the field. England went first. It'll be Stuart Broad on his final day as a Test cricketer, receiving a round of applause, taking a ball that isn't new but has been changed. We didn't see much of it, so Mark Wood whacked Usman Khawaja in the helmet. They pulled the ball out of the suitcase, and it looked like it had a bit more shine than the one before it. So we'll see whether Broad can get this one going, because Phil, he didn't get yesterday's. None for 15 from 6, and he was all over the place.
Yeah, it was a peculiarly flat opening spell by Broad, but he's made a career out of coming back strong, right? So these are huge opening moments here. 3 slips, no gully, but a backward point. We know what he's going to try and do, but just because he telegraphs it doesn't mean to say it's easy to deal with. 58 not out for David Warner. This day looms large, Adam Collins.
So umpire Dharmasena calls them to attention. 3 slips for David Warner. Broad in the headband gets a crack at his adversary one last time. Round the wicket pavilion end. We're away on day 5. Warner defends out towards mid-off. There won't be a single. The crowd go up as one. It's a sellout. Phil Long's with us as well. Good morning, Longy.
Morning everyone. I've just had a thought. It's the 20 quid crowd, isn't it?
Yeah.
I wonder if they'll get behind England a little bit more than yesterday's Sunday crowd.
It was flat yesterday, the atmosphere, wasn't it? I think people knew what was coming weather-wise as well. Sunday morning crowd.
They cheered Stuart Broad in for his first ball yesterday, and after that it felt like they were muted.
Welcoming in audiences joining us from Queensland for the first time this evening as well. With Broad on the way, second ball of the day, delivers to David Warner, leaves alone outside the line on the off stump. Bit of shape though, into the gloves of Bairstow.
And we've been in this position so many times, haven't we? Watching Test cricket, covering Test cricket, we come to the ground on day 5, always this expectation of a big run chase, being more down. A team in a good position like Australia are. What historically happens is there'll be a couple of wickets in the first half hour. Now, if Australia can avoid that, then you really do start thinking about could we be in for that run chase that doesn't happen very often.
Broad's got 3 slips. Lights on. Bowls to Warner. Across his stumps. Hit on the pad. Shout for leg before. Might have been an inside edge. Shouted like 2 noises to me. Turned down by Dharmasena, who walks over to the leg side. I don't think they're even considering a review.
No, they're not, Adam. I think you're bang on. Broad touched his hand as if to indicate that he thought there may have been a little insidey as well.
Wobble scene,
yeah,
he smashed
big one, yeah.
So the replay we see straight away for tyre power, winter safety sail, but that ball has one side that is especially shiny.
Yeah.
Something to work with, a dark dukes as well.
And the first ball Usman Khawaja faced with it from Mark Wood yesterday, immediately signaled to Dharmasena like this is doing a lot more.
Ooh, goal. Matilda's 1-0 up.
Oh,
Come on.
Come on.
Haley Russo. We'll have a very close eye on that. Kandatellis. Broad halfway through the first over to Khawaja for the first time on 69. Defends back down the pitch. Must win in Melbourne. Must win in London for Australia tonight.
Oh, what a day it could be for Australian sport. Just on Stuart Broad, Adam, you'll be rather excited to learn that, as excited as I am about what's going to happen today. I'm meeting someone for coffee tomorrow morning, current wrestler Geoff Jarrett, my old friend, who I get to meet. He's in London promoting some AEW. It has something to do with Stuart Broad. I'm going to talk to him about Stuart Broad.
Crowd at a hush. All eyes on Broad. Bowls to Khawaja on leg stump, pushed into the onside, no run.
I mean, now that Stuart Broad's done with cricket, I'm going to tell Geoff, he has a future in wrestling. How much does he love the camera? Even this morning, when it wasn't raining, every other member of the English and Australian team was out there warming up, batting in the net, bowling. But when does Stuart Broad get out there for a bowl? When it's raining and nobody else is out there. He just loves the camera, doesn't he? He's just made for wrestling, Phil Walker.
Well, I don't understand wrestling. That's the thing where they act in a little box, right? And jump around a bit, yeah.
Broad to finish the first over of the day, and he beats the edge of Khawaja. Had to play down that line. The ball is moving early on. England need the ball to move around. They need to make the most of this early session. None for 136. The camera pans to the box where the Broad family is sat. Chris Broad approves of that final delivery. 1 run in the first over of play, none for 136. The ball hasn't ticked over yet, I should say.
Right, that was an absolute breakback, right? It's carved into him and then gone hard off the seam. Too good for Usman, and he's been the star of the show all summer. That ball has done more in the last 6 deliveries than its predecessor did across 30-odd overs yesterday. It's almost like England just have to wipe yesterday out. Forget it. You start again. It's a 250-run run chase. You need 10. They need 250. Chris Wokes is taking the second over of the day. This is a good move.
Very good move. Yeah, he's been the pick of the bowlers alongside Mark Wood ever since he came into the side.
Underused yesterday, I thought.
Oh, just 4 overs? Yeah. Like, strange.
It was odd, wasn't it?
Everything about England was odd yesterday.
Yeah.
The delay in bringing Mark Wood in, they said it was tactical. Didn't make too much sense to me.
No, Stuart Broad Day won't be an annual affair, thankfully.
So it's Wokes with 3 slips as well. To Warner on 59. Delivers here. Warner shuffles forward before defending out to cover. There won't be a single rather. So the field is 3 slips to backward point. Cover. Anderson in there. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And fine leg beneath the Locklaker stand. So conventional configuration for England for Wokes. And why wouldn't it be? No need for the bouncer wall when this guy's in the attack.
No, indeed. Unerringly accurate. Has been all summer. Has been in English conditions for the best part of the last 10 years. He has a stunning record, as we know, in English conditions. The question is how much he can get going in the air for me, because as we've seen already, Broad's got a little bit going off the pitch. Can Wokes get it going through the skies?
Wokes up to Warner, bowls here, and he drives through cover just. Only for 1. Stokes around from whitish mid-off. Warner joins Khawaja in the 60s, none for 137.
And he's looking for that moment, isn't he? The length with that delivery in particular. Just seeing if there is anything. Wasn't much, to be honest. Warner could just get onto the front foot and just push it through the offside very comfortably. Usman Khawaja has played some great innings, but just coming off a break, he has got out a few times. Actually, both these guys have. And England have to make the most of it in these 15-20 minutes they have.
Wokes bowls here to Khawaja, who plays with one hand off the bat, spits off a length, hits the shoulder of it down towards backward point. There won't be a single, but looks a lot different to yesterday, Phil, already.
It does. Broad's first over contained more threatening deliveries than he managed all day yesterday.
Yeah.
That has also jagged a little bit, that previous delivery. Khawaja plays it in that beautiful style of his, so soft that any edge, any leading edge is just going to go to ground, but it's definitely gone again off the seam. They've done well to get this ball changed.
Yes, it was the whack to the helmet, wasn't it? In again, Wokes bowls to Khawaja. Hits him on the pad. Shout for leg before. Pitching outside leg. Yep. Joel Wilson, who knows? Finger stays down. He always takes his time. It's jeopardy with Joel. And Stokes will know that. He's already had a number of decisions overturned in this test match. Joe Root has his say as well. Looks like they're going to be okay with the decision. I've got to say, we are gun barrel straight right over the top of the stumps at our end, and that to me felt pitching outside leg. A first replay here for Tyre Power. Winter safety sail, Phil Walker.
Yeah. Right, well, I can understand why they haven't gone up for it. I wonder if that may have just been taking the edge of an umpire's call if Wilson's finger had gone up. It was certainly leg side-ish on where it pitched, but it was very, very tight.
It did move as well. Wokes in under lights, great conditions for it. Bowls to Kawaja, goes back and defends from the crease, out to mid-off.
Where was this intensity yesterday?
Yeah.
From an English perspective, Phil Logg, where was it?
Yeah, where was it? It's like chalk and cheese, isn't it?
And it was pitching outside leg comfortably, so a good review not to take, and well played Joel Wilson for not giving it out.
Yep.
That's part of baseball, right? Take it to day 5, keep it entertaining, keep the game open.
But they've been so disciplined and intense with the ball all series. With the ball.
They just wanted to drag it to the final day.
Wokes to finish, bowls to Kawaja from the leg stump line, finds a gap through mid-wicket. Brought in pursuit from wide mid-on, knocks it up and keeps it to the single. So Kawaja up to 70, he retains the strike. Warner's on 60. The target 340, 384 in Australia, none for 138. That's on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard by Beaumont's and save.
Be bowled over by the world's pinnacle bowls event and get behind the right-at-home Australian Jackaroos. The World Bowls Championships hit the Gold Coast from August 29 to September 10. Proudly supported by Tourism and Events Queensland and Major Events Gold Coast. Tune into daily live streaming on world2023.bowls.com.au. Watch the action unfold live on Fox Sport and KO on September 2, 3, 9 and 10. In the meantime, give bowls a go. Visit bowls.com.au and click on Find a Club.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes. Brand new Henley completed homes in Bonnybrook from under $600,000. Brought in pavilion end. To Kawaja on 70. From the middle stump line, he drives down the ground, checks it on drive. Won't quite go to the rope. With Stokes chasing after it. They will be happy with 2. That's super stuff from Stokes. Just herring after it.
You don't normally... you turn and throw in one motion just to get it somewhere in the vicinity. That's gone no bounce right over the top of the stumps. That's a good 70 yards on the turn. He's got an extraordinary arm as Ben Stokes.
See it again here for Tyre Power. Winter safety sail.
Nicely timed though by Ozzy.
And good batting from Kawaja, not taking the 30. He was watching Stokes and saw the throw coming in. He's like, nope, no need for that. He's up to 72. None for 140. Broad to Kawaja again, using his feet before driving and digging more than driving out to mid-off, where it's again Stokes getting a touch.
Well, Warner did this in the previous over when there was an LBW shot and got the inside edge to Broad. No, I think both these openers have recognized this. There is movement with this ball. It almost feels like this was the final trump card England had to play. The specially made ball in the box.
Yes, they pulled out one of those 2018 Dukes. Remember, they held back a batch of them for the 19 Ashes. Because the 18 Dukes, that India series it was just carnage with the new ball. Small and dark was the consensus. Broad bowls here, and Kawaja drives, pats it out to cover. Won't be a signal. Said that twice now. Single. Wayward throw coming in from James Anderson. He's got something going on in his arm. He's got a sleeve on. So that, I reckon, is where he was hit by Mitchell Stark when batting.
Yeah, it was just above the elbow, wasn't it, on that right arm. Joe Root's wearing a black armband, Adam, just in respect of Mr. Richard Ibbotson, who was a really important influence on him in his formative years at Sheffield Collegiate, who he's spoken about many times before.
Brought halfway through the over to Kawaja again. Kawaja wants to pull, doesn't make contact. When underneath his blade wasn't far away from a feather. That was well outside the line of the off stump, so intent from Kawaja.
Yeah. Which is good, but I think he almost felt like a late decision for him to attempt that shot. He saw the length. Look how late he gets into the position to play that shot. Yeah, the bat came down much later. The ball had already passed. There you go. He was rushed by it. He was in no position. Got away with it, Usman Khawaja. Could have got an inside edge easily.
Again, the Broad family, all eyes on them on television at the moment. Of course, Stuart Broad's part of the Sky Cricket team already. White ball cricket, he'll be doing Test cricket soon enough, I'm sure. Bowling here to Khawaja again, defending out to cover, no run. So we've got Stuart Broad's wife, Molly, his baby who was born a couple of months ago. His sister who's worked at England cricket. In the past.
Gemma, yeah. Yeah, she was a really well-respected analyst for a number of years for the team. Khawaja advancing again, so that's twice in the over now that he's stepping out of his bunker and trying to cover that swing. And that little bit of dart away as well off the seam. Deep square's going out now, right onto the boundary, that square leg. This might be the double bluff.
Yes. So last ball here, staying around the wicket. Bowls to Khawaja, full and beaten outside the line. We've seen that twice now with Broad getting it just to stand up off the seam, enough gentle movement. Over complete, none for 140 Australia. They're 244 away from victory. And that's all on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. By Beaumonts and save Khawaja 72, Warner 60.
Take crispy bacon and juicy 100% Aussie Angus and layer it with spicy, sticky barbecue sauce, and you've got the new Spicy Sticky Barbecue Angus at Macca's. It's a great day to be hungry. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Here's why renting a car from Bargain Car Rentals is such a bargain. Best prices guaranteed, no hidden fees, and no fees for drivers under 25, offering unlimited kilometres and locations everywhere. Bargain Car Rentals Australia. Now that's a bargain. Visit bargaincarrentals.com.au.
Wokes up to Warner over the wicket, hit on the pad, but again they bail out of the appeal because it's pitched outside leg. But yes, they're both Aussie batters so far being asked good questions by both Broad and Wokes. The last ball of the previous over, Phil, that really did shape late, didn't it?
Yeah, he's been absolutely bang on so far. Close-ish, but they're all business this morning, England, so far.
Again, that was an inside edge from Warner onto the back pad.
Yeah. But he's asked the question every ball that he's bowled so far as Chris Wokes.
Like he has throughout the series, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Barely been a bad spell or ordinary spell from him.
Wokes up to Warner. Delivers here. Warner. Beaten. Edged. Gone. Slow death there. Took a long time for the finger to go up. Joel Wilson's given Warner, and he's going to turn and go back to the pavilion. For a moment, it looked like he was considering the review, but it's not to be. And David Warner, who batted in such a promising fashion last night, has been caught behind for 60. A pearler of a delivery from Chris Wokes. Had to play down that line, David Warner. And for the last time in England, he leaves the Test arena. Who knows, it might be his last time in Test cricket as well, but he's made his contribution here. 60 for him, Australia losing their first wicket with the score of 140, Phil Walker.
Standing ovation. As predicted, a standing ovation for one of the greats. It was a pearler, it was a jaffer, it was a perfect nut by Chris Wokes, who's been bang on the money all morning. Absolutely no question against the shot. He had to play the line. It's jagged and darted right at the death. Easy catch for Johnny Bairstow. England are a different beast today completely.
And the ball's talking, isn't it? Chris Wokes, third straight time he's got rid of David Warner. Just outside that off stump, nibbling away. Warner replayed the shot after he had edged it. Almost maybe he could have gone a little bit further forward, but it's that length from Chris Wokes. He's been outstanding throughout this Test series, and yeah, is it the last time we've seen David Warner?
Marnus Labuschagne greets his Queensland captain Usman Khawaja with a smile. And Chris Wokes, who's in the book now, can keep it on that line and length moving around. Now, it might be much to smile about. He has started splendidly. The leg before shot in the previous over. A couple of balls going beyond the edge, and that was spot on to Warner. Just kissing the outside edge.
Unplayable, Adam.
As close to unplayable as you'll get. The replay for tyre power, winter safety sail, and the crowd are involved now in ways they weren't yesterday. Wokes had such an influence on this series. To Labuschagne, his first ball, bowls here. Labuschagne squared up on the forward press, out to cover, no run. Anderson does the fielding.
It's a tricky period for Marnus Labuschagne. Got stuck, went nowhere in the first innings. He's getting his guard checked again, but yeah, just looking at the replay of that delivery, that's literally nothing else David Warner could have done. He had to play at it. It was the angle, left him just enough. Classic Chris Wokes delivery, and in a way, a classic end to David Warner in England.
Not a lot wrong there, watching the replay again. Wokes here to Labuschagne. His second ball beats the outside edge as well. Again, Labuschagne had to play that line. We've seen Wokes bringing balls from that angle back towards the pegs this morning, and this one stands up and moves away. Super stuff from the all-rounder.
It's just been a magical 10, 11 deliveries so far by Chris Wokes. After Davey had nicked it, and of course he knew he had, there was that poignant moment where he just rehearsed the shot, shadowed the shot for the final time.
Labuschagne pulls out. He just gets away with this all the time. I don't know how opposing teams and umpires allow this, Phil.
Yeah.
He does it like every innings, multiple times, the longer he's there, Baz.
Oh, shield cricket, club cricket, in the nets.
I just don't know how
always
umpires...
played at his terms. Like, it's amazing how he's got away.
Wokes was a metre away from his load up. And anyway, we reset. 2 left in a successful over. Wokes bowls wide on the crease to Labuschagne, driving straight to cover. That was a long half volley. Had the chance to put it away and get off the mark, but doesn't. Phil Long.
Louis Cameron mentioned it earlier, the difference between this Australian middle order in terms of batting in the first innings of games and the fourth innings of matches. Marnus Labuschagne fits that bill. 73 in the very first innings of a test match, goes down to 30 in the fourth innings.
Giving replay after replay of Wokes to Warner. To the influence he's had, to think he was out of England's best 11 for the Ireland Test in the first 2 of the Ashes. Delivers to Labuschagne on the hip, bit short, down towards square leg, off the mark with a single. End of the over, where they picked up David Warner for the final time in England for 60. On the Beaumont's Hull scoreboard, 1 for 141. Labuschagne on 1, Khawaja 72, and our coverage is for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's.
I tell you, kids these days, they don't know the meaning of bargain hunting. Back in my day, I would sleep outside the store all night, no tent. And then once you got in, I still have a scar from a stock take sale back in 91. But these days, with Kogan Mobile, you can sign up for the best value gigs per buck while sitting on the toilet. Talk about a bargain. Get one at koganmobile.com.au.
SEN Ashes Cricket for Macca's win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Macca's app. Jeremy Coney's jumping in, our experts for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. What a 15 minutes of play that was, 20 minutes of play to start the final day. Stuart Broad. Just being held again by Labuschagne. 3 slips and the leg slip. Backward point as well. Broad up, lights on. Labuschagne plays and misses. Again on the line where he has to play. It's not a case of shouldering arms here, Jeremy. They're asking the right questions of these Aussie batters.
Yeah, morning, Adam. Morning, everybody. Look, I'm a neutral here, everybody, and I just want to preface that with what I'm about to say. The new ball was it was changed yesterday about 3 overs to go before the end of play yesterday, and this ball, the old one that they were using, looked like a reverse swing ball that had been banged into the pitch yesterday by wood and so on. This one is entirely different.
Brought up bowls here, leaving alone outside the off stump is Labuschagne.
Entirely different. This I could see downstairs. I had a quick look on the telly. I could see the writing on this second ball, the ball that's been changed. I do not understand how you can go from a ball that is old and 35, 40 overs old to virtually a new ball. And that's what it is. You can see, as I say, the writing on the ball. So what's changed? And the other thing that is not really fair about it, and that's what I'm complaining about, the fairness. How can an umpire change a ball so significantly in an important game like this? It's like having to start again as an opener. How do you know what it's going to be like, the conditions the next day?
Brought up bowls to Labuschagne. He defends out to mid-wicket.
This ball has swung today, which it didn't yesterday at all. This ball has seamed today and moved around. This is an entirely different game we're watching today. All you guys have noticed it, and that's the reason. It's not England coming out here doing it. It's the ball that is different. Now, are they not changing the ball? Have they got not enough options in the box when they bring it out? We always used to have the number of overs written on the ball that they had to change with.
Yep.
This is a new one.
That's what's meant to happen. As Broad gets up halfway through the over, bowls to Labuschagne. Hit on the pad, shout for league before wicket. Umpire Dharmasena says no, looked like it was too high from our angle. We'll get a replay for tyre power. Winter safety sale, Phil Walker.
That was my first impression as well. No complaints by the English, no question of a review. Go back and go again, but they are well in this, and Jeremy's point is bang on. The properties of these cricket balls are completely different. They were saying it on the telly as well yesterday morning that they were going to be looking for reverse swing. That was evident quite early on when there wasn't much lateral. This ball is a classic English, like, dirty cherry, like a filthy black cherry, isn't it?
This is conventional swing today, not reverse swing. The ball is bouncing a lot more.
Broad up, wide of the crease, Labuschagne defending. It's squared up again.
End of my rant.
I just think
it's not fair.
Just in response to your point, I wonder, you know, the scrutiny upon which the fourth umpire is under when picking the ball.
Well, who brings those out? Who selects those?
I thought it was the on-field umpires, right? So the third ump brings it out, or the fourth ump brings it out, and then they have the suitcase of balls, like the fella in that film where he walks out with a suitcase, and they're all just lined up there, and they seem to kind of casually look at a couple and then pick one out. But the properties have to be similar to the ball that's just gone.
Broad bowls to finish here. Labuschagne hit on the pad. Broad loves it. Dharmasena doesn't, but Broad was about to unfurl a celebra appeal there. He wasn't even going to turn around.
They're more interested in this one.
Which makes me think that he's going to talk to Ben Stokes and convince him to go upstairs. He's been doing that for over a decade to various England captains, and he does go upstairs. The third umpire for IMAR Insurance.
They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR.
Well, an early big moment for Marnus Labuschagne here. We'll go through the process. First thoughts on the replay, Jeremy Coney?
Yeah, it's again just nipped back enough that it's beaten the forward press of Labuschagne, and it's hit him on the back leg, gone past the inside edge. There's no inside edge at all, and it's hit him on the thigh pad going backwards. And I think there's that outside off stump.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Just.
Impact outside. So they're going to lose the review for that. That's not an umpire's call either, so...
But again, it's that movement, you see. That's a little bit of in-swing, more angle, really, from Broad, who ran wide on the crease. But then the bounce just beat the inside edge of the bat as well, and it's just nipped back once it's hit the pitch.
Yeah, ordinary review, really. You could see by Stokes' reaction that he was pretty underwhelmed by it. But this is Stuart Broad's week, apparently, so they went upstairs. It wasn't even close, really, but I guess the bigger point is that it's jagged appreciably, isn't it?
Yeah. It is actually responding to this very, very dry surface. Don't forget, this has been under the covers for about 5 or 6 hours, this surface from yesterday. Wokes will be bringing it back into Khawaja or using the off-cutter.
Wokes bowls to Khawaja, leaving alone outside the off-stump. Great news from Melbourne. Australia 2-0 up.
2-0.
Mary Fowler. Could be overturned for a foul in the build-up, I'm told on my screen, but let's just wait for that to be confirmed as a goal. I'm sure they'll tell me as soon as it's been confirmed. The third umpire, I should say, by the way, is for 1-3 IMAR. That's vanished from my screen as well. One thing at a time here. So it could be 2-0 up for the Matildas. There's Wokes bowling beautifully. Hits Khawaja on the pad, shout for leap before, and up goes the finger. I've got to say that looked good from here. Khawaja is going to go upstairs. It was full, it was straight. The only thing that can be saving Khawaja here is a little tickle on the way through. That's my sense, Jeremy Coney.
Yeah, it's full, isn't it? And Khawaja just a little bit lazy with his stroke, looking to play to the leg side. It really required just straight back at the bowler to give the full face of the bat. It's pitched, he doesn't go far forward at all. And it's hit him on the front pad, just about the knee roll.
Looking for the inside edge here on ultra edge. There's nothing. Now, the other thing here, Phil, watching the first replay, maybe outside leg as well. It won't be a height concern. It'll be hitting the stumps. Is it pitching in line?
I think so.
It is pitching inside with leg. Impact in line. Hitting middle stump.
Stunning by Chris Wokes.
Chris Wokes has done the job this morning. He's bowled impeccably. He's taken 2 wickets in a hurry, removed both of the overnight batsmen. Khawaja departs the stage for 72, and Australia lose their second wicket. It's 2 for 141. Wokes, absolutely brilliant.
Game emphatically on. Philip Long, what did you say to me this morning?
I said the only way England can win is if Chris Wokes takes 8 for 57.
There you go.
Well, he might be on track for something like that. Khawaja, a fine series all told. Phil Long, you'll do the numbers for us. 72 from 145, but they've lost wickets this morning with the score on 140 and 141, and that brings Stephen Smith to the middle, whose record in the fourth innings is bang average for reasons that we've gone throughout the series. So he needs to buck the trend of that today. He needs to stand up. It'll be his last innings in England, Jeremy Coney.
Well, ideal conditions for bowlers of Wokes type, isn't it? A probing, surgical kind of bowler. Always around about that leg stump if you're a left-hander going across to you, and it's just awkward. A bit more bounce today with this different ball. Now he's got the outswinger to bowl at the right-handers.
A double blow for Australia. That goal's been scratched off for offside in the build-up, I'm told, down the line from Melbourne. So Mary Fowler scored, but not to be. 1-0 the Tillies against the Olympic champions. Wokes here, bowling to Smith. His first ball, 3 slips. Over the wicket, Smith inside edge, out to mid-wicket. Stuart Broad does the fielding. Every ball, something's riding on it right now in a way that it just didn't feel like it yesterday.
This game is different.
Radically
different game.
It's all good and well to say, well, 249, 10 wickets in hand, but returning in such favourable conditions and a ball that's hooping.
You've still got to land it in the right spots, though.
Absolutely.
And Chris Wokes has had 1 half volley to hit, but aside from that, he's been bang on.
Wokes up, bowls to Smith in a short sleeve jumper, squared up, shoulder of the bat, out into the offside. Wokes collects in his follow through.
Yeah, Usman Khawaja's numbers for the series in the end. He finishes 4 shy of being the only batsman to reach 500. Finishes with 496 at an average of 49.6. And the number we've spoken about a lot. He faced 1,263 balls across the series.
It's been a joy to watch.
Australia's player of the series. Wokes up. Smith waiting. Leaves alone. Hits him on the back pad, going well over the stump, so there's no appeal. But Smith early on having to face the music here.
You know, I thought today that Australia might have an edge to get these runs. Just slightly. It's not a, because I think with the better pitches nowadays and with the balls are getting a little bit soft a bit more quickly. I think batting has changed quite dramatically. And of course a newer ball I've been sort of moaning about. I know, sorry about that, folks, but I mean it does help batting.
Wokes finishing to Smith. It skews out off the outside edge along the ground through 5th slip for 4. So Smith is off the mark. Not convincingly, though. He's 4. Labuschagne is 1. There'll be a change in commentary after the break after a busy first half an hour where Australia lost Warner for 60 and Khawaja for 72. It's 2 for 145 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Geoff Lemon coming in for me.
Beaumont Styles is proudly sponsoring the Ashes, and I'd like to bowl you over with these Beaumont bargains. Coming at us at top speed is their monster bathroom wear catalog sale, packed with everything at up to 25% off. Vanities, baths, shower screens, even the kitchen sink. And yes, up to 25% off Australia's biggest tile range. Well, that's bowled me over. Up to 25% of all bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
SEN Ashes cricket. Things are getting spicy on sporting fields on both sides of the world. Australia have gone 2-0 up again for the second time. Had their second goal scratched off.
Is that definite?
That is definite. It looks like the exclamation marks on my screen imply that. Broad starts a new over to Labuschagne, defending back down the pitch. So the commentary I was seeing back from Australia was livid about the previous one being chalked off for VAR for some very technical thing where the offside line looked like it was in the wrong place. Hayley Rasso scored a second time. Jordan Canellis and Alicia Carnabas have commentary elsewhere on the SEN network if you want to catch up with that. So Australia leading Canada 2-0 there. And here, Ballgate, well, We've just been seeing the TV cameras have got some close-ups of the two different balls and put them side by side. Yep. And it is damning. The ball from yesterday looks like a dog toy. It's chewed up. It's done 30-odd overs. It's been wrecked. Broad bowls in at the pads of Marnus Labuschagne, who clips to mid-wicket, no run. And the ball for today looks like a 5-over-old one. Not quite fresh out of the box, but just about. I mean, the shine is there, the polish is on it, the gold lettering is perfectly legible.
It's inconceivable, though, that they've picked a ball that is newer.
Not necessarily.
Well, okay, it's towering levels of incompetence then if that has happened. Let's put it that way.
Well, did they not have many options?
They had a lot of options. They had a suitcase full of them. It looked like
and there were plenty of old ones in there?
Well, I didn't get the chance to look at them all one by one, but I still remember seeing the shot yesterday. It was Broad, bowls to Labuschagne, down the leg side, flicked away, and it races to the fine leg boundary for 4. So Bairstow diving across, nowhere near it.
4 byes.
They've been called byes.
In these conditions, though, if it is a slow pitch, sometimes the harder ball helps the batsman. I was just about sort of to mention that. And also it'll run over the surface a lot more quickly.
I think more about the ability to get it to swing, because the ball they've replaced it with didn't look brand new, but maybe 8 or 10 overs old. That's the point where it does start to swing when the lacquers come off. So almost a perfect ball for a bowler of Chris Woakes' description. And yesterday, the first couple of deliveries bowled with it went, and Khawaja was gesturing to the umpire saying, well, you've picked one that's swinging. Broad, up to Labuschagne, who drives him through the covers for 4. That's a shot of authority on the front foot. And Marnus Labuschagne says, well, I'm not going to make my mistake of the first innings. We need to score runs if we're going to get ourselves out of this situation. 2 for 153 with the 4 byes, and then the 4 runs through the covers. Labuschagne goes up to 5.
Yeah, stepping out of his crease as well. Gorgeous shot, that. He's really a real stylist when he does allow himself that kind of luxury. And you're bang on, Geoff. He was never going to play as passively as he did in the first innings.
3 slips and a leg slip for Labuschagne. Waiting for Broad from the pavilion end. Cover is still open, and Labuschagne rather, tries to go there again, inside edge instead. As it goes all the way down to deep backward square leg for 1. He goes up to 6. Steve Smith on strike for the last ball of the over, 2 for 154.
The only movement we really saw yesterday came from the spinners, wasn't it? We didn't really see much from the seam department, whether it was Wood or whether the other bowlers as well. But it's all happening today. There is plenty of interest for all the bowlers. If they get it right at their end.
Well, they're shifting the field around as if to imply a short ball's coming to Smith. Deep square leg goes out. They've already got a long leg. The same 3 slips and a leg slip formation as Labuschagne had. Broad up to Smith, who's trying to drive and in the end digging out a full ball. Bit of an ooh and an ah from England as the ball rolls out towards point. 45 overs gone. Smith 4, Labuschagne 6, Australia 2 for 154.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard by Beaumont's and Save. Australia 2 for 154. They need 384 to win, so they've got 230 left to chalk off. A long way away. Woakes up and bowling in at the pads, flicked away gorgeously, and it'll roll out to the boundary as Labuschagne picks up another one. Both sides of the wicket now, and that was a shot of a man in control. The ball over pitch, but the shot was something special. 2 for 158.
Yeah, into double figures, 16 deliveries faced. Set that against his first innings.
9 from 82.
Attempted outswinger just a little bit full, wasn't it? And Marnus was able to sort of just find the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on, just raced away.
It's like he's got another new bat with a sort of sharp, orangey, ready handle. Maybe this is the one for him.
I hope it's ready. Here goes Woakes outside the off stump. Labuschagne defending back down the wicket. No leg slip for Woakes, just the 3 conventional slippers.
Almost important, I think, that you get out of your crease this morning. to just alter the lengths of bowlers, especially someone like Wokes. The shorter you can force him to bowl, the better. You get more time, you see the movement just a little bit earlier, and you can let it go and make that decision. So I wouldn't hang back today.
Labuschagne waiting for Wokes, leaving outside the off stump. Gauged the line well enough, a bit of extra bounce. It would be something if Labuschagne's batting out of his crease, if Johnny Bairstow wins this test match with an underarm at the stumps.
They're just showing the split screen, Geoff, on our screen of the two balls. As you say, it is damning. It's almost comical.
The first one is completely, the writing's completely obliterated. It's a dull sort of pinkish shade. It's had chunks taken off it. And the second one, you could polish it up and bring it out at the toss just about. Not quite, but there is an extreme difference. In at the hip goes Wokes, just dropping back of a length, and Labuschagne's turning it to mid-wicket, no run.
How many overs into the innings was the ball change?
35, 36?
Well, they
end of the
33 maybe.
Yeah.
End of the 36. Yeah, and they bowled 2 overs
36.
with it yesterday.
Blimey.
So you've put 36 overs into a ball. You've done the work to wear it out a bit, take some of the air out of it, as it were, Tom Brady style. And then they say, OK, back to square one. Snakes and ladders. Chris Wokes up and bowling to Labuschagne, who leaves one that swings away and seams away further. Bairstow across, taking that up around shoulder height near first slip. 2 for 158, still the score on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
So they will get 3 new balls anyway.
Yeah.
And no request to change the ball yet.
Home ground advantage. Well, you couldn't say that Kumar Dharmasena and Joel Wilson have had a great test match on the field. A few different things going on there. Wokes outside the off stump, driving inside edge, and he gets lucky, Labuschagne. That's the Zach Crawley stroke. It's tapped back in down at fine leg by Moeen Ali, and they race back for a second run as that rolled very swiftly across the turf. So Labuschagne has a dozen, the last couple of them slightly dirty. 46 overs gone, 2 for 160.
There's a word for when 100% Aussie Angus beef meets fresh, crunchy lettuce, onion, and juicy tomato. Classic. The Classic Angus at Macca's. Available after 10:30 a.m.
Power up your arsenal with Greenworks range of battery-powered garden equipment. With over 20 products available in the Greenworks 60V Pro range, they're all powered by an interchangeable 60V Ultra Power battery and backed by a 4-year tool warranty. Visit greenworksaustralia.com.
SEN Ashes cricket for Macca's. Win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Macca's app. And the applause you can hear through the effects mic is for Mark Wood, who's going to have a bowl from the pavilion end. Still don't know what his issue was yesterday. England tight-lipped about that. But he's racing in, looking full of beans. Bowling to Smith, who leaves the ball outside the off stump to start with. Just on a length. Surprised he didn't bang it in short. 85 miles an hour, 137 kilometres in the new money.
Yeah, he looks uncanny fettle, doesn't he, this morning? Bit more vim about the way he's going about it. Smile on his face, bouncing at the top of his mark, full follow through. He was down in the dumps yesterday for whatever reason. Just a sidebar, Jimmy Anderson is off the field. We don't know why, but we saw him taking the steps at the end of the last over. He's not done anything this morning, so I can't imagine it's an injury.
Wood bowls to Smith, who clips the ball away off his pads. He'll take one, maybe think about a second as it's into a gap on the leg side. Labuschagne says, yes, let's do it. The contract is there. Smith goes up to 6. Australia 2 for 162.
Yeah, tidily played by Smudger, just dropping it quietly in at the onside, scampering through. Huge partnership in the context of this 2-2-2 to win, and the big two together now.
Neither of them with very imposing fourth innings records, as Louis Cameron was walking us through before play. Smith declines dramatically from the first innings through to the fourth as the match goes on, perhaps because he doesn't sleep.
Ends up with an average of 28.4 in fourth innings of test matches, just 4 50s.
Wood up to Smith, who's coming forward and driving, trying to beat cover, but hits it straight at Moeen Ali. not the most mobile at the moment. On the Harvey Norman scoreboard, 2 for 162. It's Cyber Safety Awareness Month at Harvey Norman. You can get yourself a free $50 cyber safety voucher to use towards any cyber security products. Terms and conditions apply.
Very early in the piece, of course, for Mark Wood, but pace is a wee bit down on what we've come to expect. 85, 86 last delivery. Might just be easing into his work. Or it might be a sign that he's not shaking whichever injury has been.
3 slips waiting. Bowls to Smith, who gets out of the way of a shorter ball, just pulls his chest back and watches it go by.
A bit more in that, Geoff, I think.
Just a little extra, up towards the higher 80s, and that was a shorter ball, which usually read more slowly on the radar.
England have confounded us time and time again, haven't they, in this series? You thought they're down and out, and out they come and do something else. I did think 10 wickets was going to be quite hard to take today, but here they go again.
Yep.
Well, certainly my feeling overnight was England would get a couple early and start to make this very interesting. One more and Australia will start to feel like they're in real trouble. Wood bowls outside the off stump. The ball seeming away quite drastically after it pitches, but Smith has left it well alone.
Yeah, there's a reason why very few teams chase down 384 on the 4th dig.
7 times previously in Test history, 2,500 Test matches played.
Reasons for optimism, though. Sorry, Jeremy.
No.
The last 10 years, England has been comfortably the best ground, the best country, rather, to chase down big 4th innings targets. Now it's helped, of course, by Bazball doing its thing. But these pitches do tend to hold together relatively well. They don't crumble as they do in other parts of the world.
Mark Wood pitches it up, and Smith leaves it alone as he steps across his stumps and lifts the bat up high, waves it around his head in classic Steve Smith fashion, twirling towards freedom. 47 overs gone, Australia 2 for 162.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
SEN Ashes cricket for Maccas. Win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Maccas app. It's half-time in the football at the Women's World Cup, Australia and Canada. It's still 2-0 to Australia. Hayley Rasso. Both of those goals. Start of a new over here. Chris Wokes bowling to Labuschagne, who punches off the back foot for none. Wokes has a brace as well, 2 for 18.
One of those conditions, isn't it, where as a batsman, I think if you get a loose ball, you really want to put it away, because run scoring isn't going to be quite so easy, and knocking it for singles and those sorts of things become much more difficult. So anything that's there on offering, I don't know. I mean, obviously the longer you can get into your innings, but if you do get the opportunity, try to score from it.
Wokes. Up now to bowl, outside the off stump, left alone at the last minute by Labuschagne, who just pulls the bat away very late in the piece. He's thinking about a stroke. Just having a look on the replay here for tyre power, winter safety sail. It goes off the seam, and Labuschagne was ready to defend off the back foot and just yanked the bat back out of the way. Phil Walker is off for a spell. Bharat Sundaresan is joining us.
Morning, Geoff. Just about 5 minutes to noon. Morning, Jeremy.
Morning.
High noon. Well, they're dueling out in the middle. Wokes. Tumbleweeds. Bowls to Labuschagne, who defends back down the pitch.
Good to see the Matildas have scored again. And this time the goal has been allowed. 2-0 up, and Phil Long is shooting us.
No ball, says Phil Long.
No ball, no.
He's just gesturing wildly in scorer's fashion.
Yeah. Joel Wilson, most of his signals are a little slow, aren't they?
The LBWs, we've waited minutes and minutes, haven't we?
Yeah. Some of the dismissals, well, I'll tell you what, as Chris Wokes comes up to bowl to Labuschagne, beaten outside the off stump by one that swings away. If Joel Wilson were in a shootout and it relied on getting it out of the holster quickly...
No.
I'm choosing him as a...
He'd look like a colander.
He'd be in one only, wouldn't he?
He'd be full of holes.
Yeah, and also then once he fires, you'll have to review it to see if it's really on target.
It's going that wide.
I heard your angry discussion on the ball, Jeremy. Trust me, the Australian written press downstairs are all over it. It's a yarn. It's a yarn.
Seething. Here goes Wokes outside the off stump. Labuschagne leaves again on a length. So I can just imagine, well, particularly if this match goes England's way, then suddenly the moral Ashes question will be open again, where Australia robbed.
By Dharmasena, of all people. No, I just went down for a cup of coffee, Jeremy. They all jumped on me as the resident umpire of the group. They were like, what's the law? What's the law of the game? Where did he go wrong? Can he just pick up any ball? So there were a bunch of balls. He could have picked any of them. But he picked the freshest of the lot.
Wokes up to bowl and just tapping the ball off his waist out through square leg. Marnus Labuschagne gets down the other end, adds 1 to the score. He's got 13, 2 for 164.
And of course the batsman has nothing to do with it really at all. We noticed in Manchester, Labuschagne asked to have a quick look at the ball. I wouldn't blame him actually. Just to turn it over to see is one side shinier than the other. Therefore, do I expect a bit? He can't make any decision. About whether it's going to be selected. That's the umpires.
Yeah, but David Warner was there. He did see the box of balls, Jeremy. But obviously he has no say. He can't say don't pick that one.
Wokes to finish the over. Bowls to Smith, who's taking a run to square leg. No, he's not. Sent back because he was just heading off as if it was by habit. And he realised Mark Wood had been positioned there exactly for that reason. Labuschagne able to correct his first impulse. 48 overs gone. Australia 2 for 164.
It could always be our shout with free barista-made coffee for a year on McCafe. Just buy any eligible McCafe coffee on the My Maccas app for your chance to win. There are 25 winners every day. Limited time only. Ends 29th of the 8th, 23. Visit mcdonalds.com.au/coffeecomp for full terms.
Want more of SEN's expert analysis? Then subscribe to SEN League on YouTube for all the best NRL analysis from experts like Matty Johns, Cameron Smith, Greg Alexander, Andrew Voss, Matt White, and more. Visit youtube.com, search for SEN League and subscribe today.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. 2 for 164 Australia. That means they need 220 to win after 48 overs. The crowd getting behind Mark Wood. The England speed ace. Pace a little bit down in that first over and he bowls outside the off stump and Labuschagne leaves. He'll be very grateful every time he sees that line because all you need to do if you're Australia is get through the Mark Wood overs. There probably won't be many of them. And he's not quite his fastest self. So if he bowls outside the off stump, happy days.
Marnus has left so well since the first innings in Manchester. So many issues with his guard and where his head was and ended up chasing a lot of deliveries outside off stump. He's worked on it, got better as the series has progressed. But you're right, Mark Wood, like in his 3 overs last evening. Not hitting top pace yet. Oh, really?
He only bowled 3 yesterday. Comes into Labuschagne, bowls and makes Labuschagne play on the line of the off stump, just back of a length. But the Australian batter plays it down pretty nicely out to point. Looked in control.
Just a little short, Mark Wood at the moment. Wants to try and get in that area where the batsman's uncertain whether to play back or forward. At the moment, they're definitely back foot shots.
Showing the side, another side-by-side of the ball at the moment. The difference is very obvious. You would have thought that would be fairly simple for an umpire.
Yeah.
But perhaps we need to stop banging on about it. You get the picture, you get the split-screen picture. I'm sure you can find that online. In comes Wood, leaving outside the off-stump again is Labuschagne. The line not drawing him into a shot, and that's 138 kilometres an hour. So from anyone else, that would be a decent lick, but from Mark Wood, that's 10 k's below his quickest.
Yeah, and the length as well. He's been at his most dangerous when he's gone short or been full and got the ball to swing very late. And this ball is jagging around. And all 3 deliveries so far that Marnus has left alone comfortably have been slightly wide but also short enough. And he would leave those even if they were on line because of the length. Then Marnus in particular is so good at leaving at length.
Halfway through the over. Here comes Wood to Labuschagne, makes him play, just defending down to mid-on. Looks like he's very happy to get through this over. Maybe another couple. Wood he's bowled up to 5 in a spell before, but that's when he was really up and running.
Yeah.
Wouldn't think you'd see more than 4 from him Phil Long.
Steve Smith and Stuart Broad, between every ball, are having a right old chat, aren't they?
And Steve Smith was having a similarly long chat with Jimmy Anderson during the last over. Just on Steve Smith, we've spoken a lot about this being Stuart Broad's last day, David Warner's last innings on English soil. Very well could be Steve Smith's last innings on English soil. You should have seen him come bounding down the steps. He almost tripped on the steps.
Wood. Up to Labuschagne, who's going under a bouncer, and so is Johnny Bairstow. It flies over his head for what should be wides. It is called by umpire Damasceno. Gives a little something back to Australia after stitching them up earlier. They often just call those as byes, even though they would clearly be wides, especially in a white ball game. But that ball was, well, I'm going to say a metre, maybe a metre and a half over Labuschagne's head and about 3 metres over Bairstow's. So 5 wides added to the score, 2 for 169.
I'm going to credit Joel Wilson for that. I mean, as a square leg umpire, you can't signal anything, but you can direct your partner at the bowler's end. And he signaled wide. I mean, he kept telling Damasceno, go wide. It was so high.
Go wide. Life is peaceful there. Mark Wood pitches it up, and it's a bit of a quicker one, and it keeps a little low outside the off stump. That's up at 142 k's an hour, so he has got the dial up a little there. 2 for 169 means 215 to win.
Better length, just still too wide.
So Labuschagne on 13, Smith on 6. David Warner and Usman Khawaja resumed this morning. Both out to Chris Wokes, getting the ball to swing. Warner caught behind, Khawaja LBW. Their opening stand has at least given Australia a chance here. Labuschagne waits for Wood, edges him, and it's taken, it's slipped. And that chance might just be going up in smoke. Zach Crawley gets down low and takes a very good catch low to the ground in front of him. That big edge. Mark Wood gets Labuschagne once again. He's had his number.
And this is pretty much how Manas was getting out earlier on in the series. We kept speaking about the line and the length that Mark Wood had been bowling to Manas. This was fuller, closer on off stump. Made Manas play at it in that late movement that he's troubled Australia with throughout this series. And Manas' series ends the way it started. Playing at one, which probably could have left alone. Getting the outside edge, getting caught at slip, and shaking his head as he leaves the ground.
Big wicket though, isn't it? And Labuschagne goes because he's played just a little wide of the eyes, I think. And he could have let that go, and he'll look at it, I'm sure, when he goes back, and he'll make that, yes, that's what I've done. And it only just carried through to lurch at second slip. And he pouched that comfortably with 2 hands as it was going down. So a big wicket, another breakthrough, and Wood getting towards the end of his spell, perhaps. So just at the right moment. Now, well, head's coming out.
Yeah, nasty bit of extra bounce on it as well from Wood. That one just jumped at him a little. So Australia, 3 for 169 now. Our coverage, SEN Ashes Cricket, is for Maccas. Win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Maccas app. The 3rd wicket down on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. 169 in Australia's bank. But Travis Head now to the middle, earlier than he'd like. He has a habit of match-turning half-centuries, sometimes match-turning hundreds. That would be a lot to ask in the circumstances, but Australia would give a lot for a Travis Head 60 or 70 here.
So he's the one who set this tour.
Little bit of a counter-attack.
Yeah, he made that 160 in similar conditions against India at this very ground. Can he finish off the tour the way he started it? Much like Manas has.
So we've ticked over into the 50th over. Chris Wokes has the ball in hand now. Oof. Running in from the Vauxhall end. Bowling to Stephen Smith, who leaves alone outside the off stump.
Some very, very, very dark clouds coming this way.
They are, aren't they? And rapidly towards the oval. Not sure they'll miss us. Yeah, I just had this sneaky feeling. Geoff Lemon, you and I were having a chat off air this morning. I said, I'm feeling Travis Head will walk out to bat before the drinks break. And so we have him.
Well, you were right by a matter of about 6 minutes.
That's all that matters.
Chris Wokes Bowls to Smith, it leaves, thrusts his pad out and doesn't play a shot. Interesting, had the ball seemed back in, swung back in, but Smith seemed happy that he'd read its trajectory in the air.
It did come back in sharply from Chris Fox. In the air, look at it, just came back a long way. Steve Smith had his off-stump covered, but I don't think he expected it to come back that far, Jeremy.
He's normally an away bowler, isn't he, from the right-handers? Outswing and also nips the ball away.
Wokes outside the off stump, very wide and swinging away. How many overs so far this morning, Phil Long?
We're still on 38. This will be the end of the. This is the 12th. 12 will be gone ahead of this.
So plus the 3 last night. So this ball effectively is about 15 overs old, maybe 18 or 20.
And then the new ball due in another 30.
Yeah.
Well, unless there is a ball change and Dharmasena picks out a 22 balls.
Wokes runs away from us outside the off stump against Steve Smith, stepping across, shouldering arms and using his pads as a line of defence, channeling Arthur Shrewsbury. Why use the bat when you can use the pads?
Good time to bowl though, isn't it?
Oh.
Been undercover the pitch for several hours. The clouds are coming in, the lights are on. Murky old day, dank kind of atmosphere.
Dirty old town. Here goes Wokes to Smith, who throws his hands at it through the line and smacks it away for 4 through the covers. Well, it's a big drive. It wasn't an entirely controlled drive. Bit airy. They had a mid-off and a cover. The ball goes between the two of them. Just having a look on the replay here for tyre power. That was catchable had there been someone at extra cover.
I think he went for the length. It was really wide. He just saw the length and decided to throw his bat at it. I think it's just a little stopped on him, didn't it? And that's why it went aerial. Steve Smith immediately looked down at the pitch. With Travis Head out there, I think maybe Australia might have to think counter-attack.
In comes a cover now.
3 for 173 the score. 211 to win. Wokes to Smith, who defends, walking across outside the off stump. 50 overs gone. Australia 3 for 173.
I'm going to go to the toilet and grab some more beers. Pause it for me?
No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. If he kicks this, we're in front.
Nah, it'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no! Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You got to rewind it, please.
Not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel.
You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
SEN Ashes cricket for Macca's. The barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. 3 for 173. Australia needing 211 to win. Show me a picture that shows joy as much as Mark Wood's wicket celebration.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely unbelievable. Celebrating another wicket for Tobin Brothers' funeral, celebrating lives. But Mark Wood absolutely full of life. Though he ran to cover, threw both of his arms out, palms to the sky. It was like Andy Dufresne at the end of the Shawshank Redemption. Coming out, looking at the rain coming down, being washed clean by the wicket of Labuschagne. Doesn't matter which team you go for, it would be hard to resent that degree of happiness.
Yeah, and he didn't even have to crawl through a river of shit to get to the other side.
No, he didn't.
Didn't have to go through the sewage pipes, Bharat. Might be a better way of phrasing that.
So I was just quoting the movie.
Yeah, sure. We, well, I guess we're getting into the late evening hours here back in Australia at least. Matilda's still 2-0 up. Mark Wood into bowl to Travis Head, hitting him on the pad by a bit of inside edge, and the crowd likes it. Travis Head's first ball of the innings.
But it's interesting, isn't it, that they haven't gone short to him, and they've like they did in the first innings. They want to nick him off early.
Yeah, it was all bouncer plan early on. It looked a bit too clever by half.
I think the first plan will be, because
Swing.
the ball is moving around both in the air and then off the seam, that certainly you try and nick him off first. Yes, you give him the odd bouncer as a surprise, and there's a fine leg in and there's a backward square in as well. And a well, a man, looks like Moeen Ali's now going to take the bat pad gear off. So that would again suggest that it's going to be length bowling if possible.
So they've got a leg slip in place for Travis Head if he gloves one around the corner, as he did at Leeds. Bairstow didn't take it. Head flicks the ball away. Finer of that leg slip down to the fine leg. He'll get a single and get off strike, which is probably the best thing that he can do at the moment. So his first run comes. Smith has 10 back on strike, 3 for 174.
I wonder what the umps think when they see this difference.
Especially the last over, Jeremy. It was doing all sorts, this ball. You know, when you have a genius pass away, they say, oh, we should keep his brain in the and study it. This ball should be kept and studied. It's just done so much.
It's like a remote-controlled plane.
Yeah.
Extraordinary at the moment. So when Mark Wood has it swinging, you know things are difficult at that pace. Smith waiting for him. 3 slips down. Wood bowls to him and Smith punches it off the back foot to mid-off. Won't get a run. Plays that well enough.
She looks so good in the first inning, Steve Smith. And just talking to him after play, he was disappointed that he didn't have enough partners at the other end.
He was let down badly by his teammates there. He was on that day.
He totally was.
We've seen him on and off at different times, and it's very evident when it's one or the other.
Yeah. And for all the runs he scored at Lord's, he always speaks about enjoying batting at the Oval a lot more. Well, it's an incredible record he has on this ground. And you could see that in the first innings. You could see that in the innings against India as well.
Wood. Up to Smith, who's trying to flick the ball away leg side, gets a leading edge instead that runs out to deep backward point. He goes through for 1. 3 for 175. I'm just trying to do it by memory. 138 not out at the Oval in 2013 to end the Ashes there. He made another 100 here in 2015 in that last Ashes test, and he made 80 and 20 odd in the last test of 2019, and then the 100 in the World Test Championship final.
And looked good for 100 and a lot more in the first innings here.
Even Mark Wood is now looking like a swing bowler, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's looking to bowl nice and full, right up to Smith, and got it to swing and straighten.
Well, they've got a backward point in for Travis Head with 2 slips and a leg slip. Wood bowls to him, and Head is able to defend this on the front foot to mid-wicket. Diffuse one more bomb from Mark Wood. Whatever fitness problem Mark Wood has, it's probably gone away for the time being.
And you've seen, you see it with a lot of bowlers, but especially Mark Wood. If you give him a wicket early on in his spell, his pace just picks up to another level, another degree, and Travis Head just has to somehow survive this and then start playing a lot of shots. Surviving in these conditions is not going to be easy.
1 ball to come. 209 to win for Australia. Wood to Head, who defends, and the ball nearly sneaks through. A bit of movement in the air onto the pad, doesn't quite get there. 51 overs gone. That will be the drinks break. There'll be a triple change in commentary. Farewell to Jeremy Coney and Bharat Sundaresan. This is SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Let's take the drinks break, and after that it'll be Adam Collins to pick up commentary.
Take crispy bacon and juicy 100% Aussie Angus and layer it with spicy, sticky barbecue sauce, and you've got the new spicy, sticky barbecue Angus at Macca's. It's a great day to be hungry. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Hello, it's Bargain calling. Get Coke Mobile monthly plan. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs for $15 with first month free. Talk about a bargain. CokeandMobile.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Recap and go out for a further break while we have the opportunity to do so. Australia losing 3 wickets in that first 70-odd minutes of play on this, the final day. Their target's 384. Warner, not long after the resumption, 5 runs on from him, I should say. 2 runs for him. Caught behind from the bowling of Wokes, an absolute beauty for 60. At that stage, 1 for 140. That was the opening stand complete. 1 run on from that. Khawaja was trapped in front also by Wokes. It was one hell of a spell. He was trapped for 72. And the 3rd wicket to fall was Marnus Labuschagne, caught in the cordon. Wood finding the edge of Labuschagne for the second time in the match. Gone for 13. At that point, it was 3 for 169. It's now 3 for 175. Louis Cameron with us for Red Energy. 100% Australian electricity and gas. They needed a big hour and they've got one.
They did, England, they did. And for Australia, I mean, it's been, they've been tested by some excellent bowling, and I think the one we all want to talk about is this ball change. I mean, since it got changed yesterday, the play and miss percentage, the amount of appeals, it's doubled. Just a rudimentary kind of, the eye test kind of says that, and it's backed up by the stats.
Yeah.
Phil Long?
Australia 136 without loss when that ball was changed. That was when Khawaja hit on the head. Since then, 15 overs bowled with it. Australia 49 for 3.
All right, we're going to take a break with drinks on the field. Our coverage is for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's and on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. 3 for 175 Australia, still 209 away from victory.
I'm a chippy, which means I'm a craftsman. I'm a worker in nearly all weather. I'm a mentor and I'm a small business owner. But most of all, I'm a dad. Luckily, I'm insured by a mate. IMAR are the tradies, mate. So get a quote today, online, or call 13IMAR. They're the tradies, mate. Let's IMAR!
Beaumont Tiles hits another 6 for your renovation budget, introducing the best value tile range ever. It's called Beaumont Max. How's this? Subway tiles from $30. Yes, Subway tiles from $30 in over 10 colours. 3x6 white wall tiles only $19.95. Floor tiles from $29.95 featuring concrete and marble look. Don't be caught out of your crease. Buy Beaumont Max from Beaumont Tiles. You'll be happy you chose Beaumont's.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's, just waiting for them to wheel back into their positions. A reminder of the extended sessions today. 98 overs available. We were 10 minutes late to start to complicate matters yet further. So lunch will be in about 67 minutes from now. So an extended first session. And it's going to be James Anderson taking up the attack from our Vauxhall end. Huge day for him. Bowled 10 overs yesterday, 4 maidens, done for 34. Didn't have that ball moving around, but different story now. A major talking point, Louis.
It certainly is, yeah. And just to kind of back up the stats that I was going to talk about before the ball change, Phil Long, it was 16% play and miss, and false shot percentage is, kind of how the statisticians kind of talk about it. In the 10 overs after the ball change, it was nearly 40%. So Australians, right? There's a lot of my mentions on Twitter at the moment are blowing up after tweeting that. A lot of people feel very strongly about it. I'd like to see an apples and apples comparison of the two balls.
Anderson's first ball of the day here, beating the bat straight away. Smith went back and tried to force it through point where there is a pretty big gap, but extra bounce, a bit of movement off the seam. Haven't said that too often from Anderson throughout this match.
Yeah, so quite a lot of the photos that you're seeing on social media at the moment is a picture of the ball, the rough side of the old ball, which I think is naturally going to be a bit more roughed up than what would otherwise be the case, and then you're seeing one side of the new ball with its writing on it. So I don't think that's quite a fair comparison. Also taken at different times of the day.
Yep.
One's a bit lighter, one's a bit darker. So it'd be good to see him,
3 slips. Anderson bowls Smith on the leg stump line. Doesn't really offer a shot, although he will get leg byes for it. Down towards the rope it runs. It'll be 4. He should be fine for leg byes. His bat was in the same vicinity. So it'll take the score along to 3 for 179 with 4 sundries. That leaves Australia 205 short of the finish line.
Yeah, so to finish off, I thought it would be good to see those two balls next to each other in a more certain light.
News from Melbourne. Mary Fowler scores. Matilda's 3-0 up in the 57th minute. Anderson delivers here to Stephen Smith, who leaves alone outside the line of the off stump. Phil Long's got his hand up.
No, I was celebrating that third goal.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
And fair enough,
I'm fully invested in the Matildas now.
Oh, yeah. How are England going?
We've won both our opening games 1-0 rather unconvincingly, but Louis, it's not how you start a tournament, it's how you finish it.
Indeed. Sam Kerr on the bench they can bring on if needs be, but if they keep going the way they're going, they can give her a rest until the knockout stage. I'm in quite an odd situation with this, Louis, having 2 daughters who are both very much English. I suppose my loyalties on that basis divided. Anderson bowls and outside the line of the off stump, Smith lets go. It'd be unreasonable if I forced my two daughters to follow Australia, given they live here. So we can enjoy the success of both teams.
Where will they meet if they get through to the next round?
That's a good question.
What point in the
Longy, can you find that out for us? We were able to embrace the Euros win last year. That's the thing over here. You can kind of get swept up in it all. When the England men made it to the final a couple of years ago against Italy, that felt like a grand final. Every bit of it, the nation stops, and of course England lost in a shootout. Anderson delivers to Smith on 11 bowls here, leaving alone outside the off stump again. But that's a good question to be asking. Tempter.
It's hard to overestimate just how much this ball is completely changed. And let's be fair to it as well. The overhead conditions are significantly better for swing bowling than they were yesterday. And this pitch just has a bit more lively energy about it. We know we got the rain overnight last night, and the clouds are in this morning. It's darker. I think Steve Smith at one point was kind of suggesting that it might be almost too dark to be playing.
Pat Cummins on the screen before with his hands in his pockets. Bowling here, Anderson, driven down the ground, a full delivery given the treatment. Classical on drive from Stephen Smith to complete the over. That'll help build his confidence. He skips along to 15 at the end of the over, 3 for 183 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Smith 15 head on 1.
Learning new skills, bonding with loved ones, exercising the mind and body. All rewarding, but not as rewarding as a Kogan Money credit card. Earn a whopping $300 Kogan.com credit to spend on the most in-demand products when you meet the minimum spend criteria. Do we also mention there's no annual fee? Use it anytime, anywhere. The Kogan Money credit card. It's just more rewarding. Search Kogan Money to find out more. Spend criteria applies. Offer ends August 31, 2023. T's and C's, other fees and charges apply. Credit provider, National Australia Bank Limited.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. We normally don't hear from Pete Lalor till after lunch. He's busy filing for first edition and all the rest of it, but he's barreled into the Summariser chair. Good morning, good afternoon, Pete Lalor.
I'm about to thump the desk, Adam. It may sound like sour grapes, but gee, I have every single Australian ex-cricketer I've bumped into out the back of the box is outraged by the ball change that happened last night. I've had a look at the images, and they've got every right to be upset about this. That ball was old. The brand was worn off both sides of it. The seam was flat. It wasn't doing anything. Late yesterday, they changed the ball. It rained. We only saw 11 deliveries. Come out today, that is hooping. It's not just hooping, it's seaming off the deck. The seam is prouder. It is essentially a new ball. I cannot believe that those two umpires think that that was a like-for-like replacement.
Brought his back to head on 1, round the wicket pavilion end, plays and misses a ball that goes miles. That has swung so far that Bairstow's taken it in front of Joe Root at first slip, rather bolstering your point, Pete.
So just playing devil's advocate here, Pete, the images we've seen on social media only show the old ball, and it only shows the rough side of that ball. So they did have it reversing a little bit last night. There was obviously no riding on that part of the ball. So, English people will be saying, well, hang on, you're not comparing apples and apples, are you?
Well, no,
what have you seen?
That image is not comparing apples to apples, and that's why I said I went into the broadcaster's box and I got them to bring up some footage for me of the ball. It's a stark difference. It is almost like a new ball for an old ball.
Broad into his spell, bowls here to head, plays late under his eyes, out to backward point, no run. I mean, the process here will come under question, I reckon, a little bit, because it is a subjective thing to a certain extent for the central umpires. So the process, Louis, tell me if I've got this right, the suitcase comes out from the fourth umpire with some balls that are roughly of that vintage, and it comes down to the central umpires to make their decision.
I'm not exactly sure how they do it in Test cricket, but I know back in first-class cricket, it used to be how it would be done in training in the lead-in to games. You would bowl with balls in the nets, and they'd be the replacement balls that they'd use.
Broad delivers, and leaving alone is Travis. He gives it the lightsaber. Don't see that from him too often. I think we've been through this once before, Louis, in relation to the pink balls. We were doing a pink ball test last year, and you explained this process to me. My question is, how can you replicate in the nets the amount of wear and tear a ball will take in the middle?
Well, you might say that at the Oval, where the nets are the middle, they're just the either side of the actual pitch that we're using.
True.
That's as close to the actual thing they're going to be playing on as you could possibly get. I mean, there's no perfect way. Balls age in different ways.
Yeah.
Depending on conditions, depending on the weather, depending on how fast the bowler is, depending on whether they get hit in the helmet.
Broad's got 3 slips. Bowls hit ahead. Plays late, under his eyes, and gets runs for it. Just square of the man at backward point. Work to do towards the rope, cut off. Harry Brook, they're happy with 2, head to 3. Score up to 3 for 185. Not yet halfway to their target of 384, Pete Lalor.
In the images I've seen, that ball that they changed to last night was a dark cherry red ball. The ball that they had been using was not just on that rough side, but on the other side, faded. It had lost its colour. Now, we know
you saw the shiny side of that.
Yeah, I saw both sides.
It was faded on the shiny side.
Shiny side as well, yeah. Now, we know that in England and in Australia, bowlers really like to choose the dark red coloured ball. That's the one they go for out of the box when they get their choice.
Broad to head. The left-hander plays and misses. Bat away from his body, not a lot of footwork to speak of. Tried to play it straight, punch through point, which he likes to do. That's his shot, but won't make for a pretty replay. Watching it again for tyre power. Generous movement, and that's the sort of shot that Travis Head became known for all the wrong reasons in the first part of his career.
We'll see some stats at some point in this day on the amount of movement today compared to yesterday, but it'll be stark.
I reckon if you pull up the CricViz analyst Twitter account right now, it'll already.
Is that where you find it?
They tend to have these stats up fairly regularly. They'll be attuned to the ball change element in all of this. Broad, fantastic first over, back into the attack. Last ball here to Travis Head, and he plays the miss again. Extra pace from Broad off the pitch as well. He's in the game in his final test match. 3 for 185. Head on 3, Smith on 15. And that's on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Hi, it's Shelley Craft. Keep warm this winter with Australian made. Look for genuine Aussie products carrying the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. There's thousands to choose from. Whether you're looking for authentic Aussie skincare, merino wool blankets, or locally crafted homewares, Australian made has something for everyone. There's even quality Australian made fire pits for those brave enough to head outside. Visit australianmade.com.au/winter to find genuine Aussie products.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Pete, you've got the CricViz data up.
11 minutes ago, CricViz posted this to X. Chris Wokes is making things happen this morning with movement off the seam. In the previous 2 test matches, he averaged 0.5 degrees of movement.
Anderson, new over, 3 slips. Bolster Smith defends under his eyes.
Getting almost twice as much this morning, 0.9 degrees. And it's having a telling impact, isn't it? It's very difficult to play. Pick of the bowlers this morning. Just while I'm here, Mark Wood's got a bruised heel. That's a very painful affliction. He's going to struggle. I imagine he's had a jab, but I know Glenn McGrath had one of those back in the day and said it was the most painful injury that he had to bowl with. So we saw him looking ginger on the steps, didn't we, when he went off the field yesterday afternoon.
3 slips down the backward point. Protection there for Smith. Bowls here, defends into the onside. Big gap at mid-wicket. Bennett, fine leg, deep square in mid-on. So they walk 3 for 1. Smith 16, 3 for 186.
Anderson yet to get a wicket, but if he's ever going to get one, he'll get one with this ball, Adam Collins.
and we'll be talking about this, probably for the next few days if this innings kind of continues on the path that we're thinking it might. But for the Aussies out there at the moment, if that's in their heads, they need to get rid of it. They just can't be thinking about it. They have to reset it. And, we were looking at Usman Khawaja in the huddle this morning. He was telling them exactly how the pitch was going to play and kind of gave this long brief to the team about what conditions were like. Well, that's all irrelevant now. And they need to reset and readjust their minds because, the runs still aren't completely out of the equation.
Anderson round the wicket to Head for the first time in the spell, and Head square drives him. Lovely shot. Watched it under his eyes. Checked it out towards the rope in front of the Archbishop Tennyson School. Head's first boundary, he's 7, 3 for 190. And look, it's not like it's the first time this has happened. At Edgbaston in 2019, Australia had the ball changed in England's first innings on a day that England were commanding for the most part. They took 3 late wickets, and there was any number of column inches devoted to Australia getting the rub of the green with a ball that was swinging that previously wasn't. So there is... this is just one of those things that happens from time to time.
Look, I'm not discounting too that there is maybe a little bit more movement being generated by the pitch, having been under the covers while it was raining last night. But
it's a good point. Anderson, how does he respond? Bowls the Head, Tempter outside the off stump, angles away into the gloves of Bairstow. So you mentioned Mark Wood's bruised heel. He's played his role, you know. Hit Khawaja in the helmet yesterday, which is what put the ball out of shape to begin with.
Very good point. It was put out of shape by Usman Khawaja's noggin.
Yes. It was kind of the bottom of the helmet.
So he's only got himself to blame.
Hey? It was a strange shot. That ball didn't get up either, I remember.
It was a weird part of the helmet, the way he played it. Kind of right down towards, well, if he had the stem guards on, it wouldn't have been far away from those. I thought they were going to be made compulsory.
It hit the lip of the helmet.
Anderson delivers and head leaves. Again, a ball that just angles and shapes away. Nice Tempter. Pete, my recollection was that we were going down the path of those stem guards being compulsory. We had that debate in 2019 when Smith got hit at Lords, and obviously that's not the case.
And Smith adopted them after Lords, after much debate about whether he would or not, being so fastidious. But they seem to have fallen out of favour again, don't they?
Well, with Smith, he got in trouble during a county game when he was playing for Sussex earlier this year in the lead into this. They had to delay a game for 10 minutes because they were trying to find the stem guards that he refused to wear. They're compulsory in county cricket.
Right, that's it. Anderson bowls, head cuts close to his body, a ball that comes back towards him out to deep point, which is now set back after the boundary earlier in the over. It completes it. Head 8 retains the strike with the single. Smith 16, Australia 3 for 191.
Be bowled over by the world's pinnacle bowls event and get behind the right-at-home Australian Jackaroos. The World Bowls Championships hit the Gold Coast from August 29 to September 10. Proudly supported by Tourism and Events Queensland and Major Events Gold Coast. Tune into daily live streaming on world2023.bowls.com.au. Watch the action unfold live on Fox Sport and KO on September 2, 3, 9 and 10. In the meantime, give bowls a go. Visit bowls.com.au and click on Find a Club.
Got a shot here from Channel 9 on Twitter which shows the two balls side by side in a split screen, and well, you know, you can
you get the picture. That's what I saw in the TV studio before I came on air.
They go again. Broad's got the 3 slips for head. Bowls here and head. Drives off the front foot. Bit fuller. Gets a single wide of the man at mid-off. That's the captain Stokes. They rotate for a single. Smith to 9. 3 for 192. How long until we see Ben Stokes, who is another one of these England bowlers who can get it hooping around? On his day, he gets more swing than any of them, although he doesn't play that role too often these days.
Yeah, and I think Smith and Head here, they probably have to take more risks. I mean, it's the kind of one where if you just nick and nudge and play the way Warner and Khawaja did last night, you can have a ball with your name on it, as both those guys found out this morning. I think for Head in particular, it's got to be full guns blazing and get after Broad. Smash him off his length before he can bowl that wonder ball.
So just on your point from the previous over, Smith not wearing the stem guards for what it's worth. Got the binoculars on him at the moment. They changed the field. 2 slips and a leg slip. Then the 2 out for the short ball. No protection on the offside. Wants him driving. Can get Broad to get one to tail away and find the edge. Up here, pavilion end, close to the umpire, delivers to Smith on the hip. Works it down to fine leg. Past the man at short leg, or leg slip as well, I should say. Smith 17, 3 for 193. Phil Long?
Well, you've been talking balls. We've currently got Broad and Anderson bowling, which could be, I think every time we're going to say it, and we possibly for the last time together, just a reminder of their test performances together. Between them, they've taken 1,292, but playing together, 1,037 test wickets across their 138 test match appearances that they've made together for England.
And the 200 odd when they've not been played together included 8 for 15 from Broad at Trent Bridge in 15. When he got the new ball, got the first over, and the rest was history in that series. Lights still on. Broad up. Bowls here to head, round the wicket, head defends. Out to the offside, there'll be no single.
Colo, I'm interested. You've seen that photo now.
Yeah.
The colour difference is dramatic, isn't it, between the two balls?
Well, Louis made the point. One side has got shine on it. And, camera angles and light and all the rest. This is not, conclusive evidence necessarily, but the new ball is dark.
It's a new ball. Yeah. That's as close to a new ball as you will see, isn't it?
And the new ball advantage hasn't been that significant in the series. Just trying to balance the argument out. The new ball didn't move at all yesterday, the first new ball, but this one certainly is. Broad halfway through into head. Plays and misses. Fuller delivery. Again, they're trying to tempt head out there. Anderson did it a couple of times in the previous over and he just shouldered arms, but Broad here induces the false stroke into the gloves of Bairstow. It doesn't need to play out there.
He's played and missed a lot. I think he might have missed 8 out of the 10 first deliveries he faced, and he's missed that one by about a yard.
That's a get-out shot, Louis.
Yeah, and, just trying to balance it out. I mean, Marcus Trescothick said the other day at the press conference that new ball has actually been the best time to bat for most of this test. So a lot of it is also conditions. No doubt the ball's had some impact on why things are so difficult this morning, but cloud cover, day 5 pitch, batting in the 4th innings can be difficult anyway.
So Broad building up ahead of steam. He started this spell really well. Delivers to Head on leg stump. That's a release shot through mid-wicket. Well timed out towards the rope in front of the Betts standard. Dives required. Won't put it in. That was the subfielder Dan Lawrence. So Head gets a boundary. His second 4 moves to 13. 3 for 197. So they've passed the halfway mark. 187 to go. And then one other point is, I wonder what year the Dukes they picked up is from. I only note that because the 2018 batch of Dukes was one they held over for 1 year for the 19 Ashes. And last year's Dukes, they had problems with production lines because of COVID, to do with where they were being stitched together and all the rest of it. Caused any number of problems in county cricket. I thought they got that right by this year, but the balls have not been swinging as much. This might be a ball from a couple of years ago. Who's to know? Broad to finish. Bowls to Head. Off the hip, out to deep square leg. That's better from Head to finish. He keeps the strike. He moves to 14. Smith's on 17 after 55 overs. They're 3 for 198. 186 runs away from their target of 384.
Beaumont Styles is proudly sponsoring the Ashes, and I'd like to bowl you over with these Beaumont bargains. Coming at us at top speed is their monster bathroom wear catalog sale, packed with everything at up to 25% off. Vanities, baths, shower screens, even the kitchen sink. And yes, up to 25% off Australia's biggest tile range. Well, that's bowled me over. Up to 25% of all bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Pete leaves us after his intervention on the ball and the new ball and the change of ball and all the rest of it. Louis Cameron's with me for Red Energy. Phil Long as well. I've got an answer to your question before about when do Australia play England on the screen from Melbourne. If they were both to advance to the knockout stage, Australia will either play the runner-up of Group D or the winner of that group, which contains England, Denmark and China. Anderson round the wicket, bowls here. Head clips through mid-wicket. One man to beat and does so. Towards the rope. Another boundary for Travis Head, his 4th. Up to 18 now. And Australia go beyond 200. 3 for 202. This pair have now put on 33. Phil Long.
Yeah, that football chat. Yeah, if they don't meet in the next round, in the round of 16, they would meet if they both get there in the semi-finals.
Right, and it's improbable now because England and Australia will probably both go through in first spot. The Matildas up 3-0. You can tune into that call and have 2 going at the same time. Jordan Cornelius and Alyssa Cannavas in commentary in Melbourne. But stick with us. Anderson, none for 48. His figures. Bowls hit ahead, full and driven square for 4 more. Travis Head with boundaries from 3 of his last 4 balls, putting pressure straight back on England. As he does so often, he's caught up. He's 22 from 21, 3 for 206. So after a series of plays and misses, Louis, this is where Head's at his most damaging in counter-attack mode.
Huge pressure release from Jimmy Anderson. Really poor start to this over, especially that ball. That was a half volley well outside off stump. These are conditions tailor-made for a bowler like him, but this is exactly what I was talking about an over or 2 ago. Australia need to take risks. Australia need to go after these bowlers when the ball's doing as much as it is.
Anderson furiously applying sweat to the ball. He runs his fingers through his hair and he goes again. Still got the 3 slips to Head. That's the tempter. That's the one that moves away from the 5th stump line. They want Head playing there, but he doesn't. So they're 178 away.
Yeah, and it just feels like Anderson at the moment, the swing that he has, he can't get it concurrent with the accuracy that he's got. So he can bowl long spells where he hits a length and doesn't kind of deviate off it, but he can't get it to move. And then when he does get it to move, the accuracy just goes a little bit.
So Ben Stokes going up to have a chat to his veteran quick. He turned 41 yesterday. Stuart Broad's there for the conversation as well. You're an Australian fan downstairs saying, can we get another new one? Don't mind that through the effects mic. The Aussie fans are over to our left. The effects mic's not far away from there. There aren't many left compared to what it was at Lords and Leeds when all the tour groups are here for the back-to-back tests, but probably 50 or so in the yellow hats away at mid-on or long-on as Travis Head faces up. There's a small change in field. So they put in we'll call it a catching cover point. Third slip's gone. Anderson bowls to Head, who leaves alone outside the off stump. So that's the position where they had a fielder for Head at the start of the series consistently, albeit maybe a few steps further up.
Yeah, and I reckon Ben Stokes has just said to Jimmy Anderson, all right, if you're going to go wider and you're going to move it away from him, let's set a field accordingly. Surprisingly, there's no gully. That's kind of the one I thought that they might have. Got two slips who are very narrow, but kind of no one between second slip and Moeen Elliott. He's, backward point, I guess you'd call it. And then Ben Duckett, I think you'd say that's a catching point because the line is right between his legs, the crease line, that is.
Haven't seen the short stuff ahead yet either, which was their plan for a couple of tests in the middle of the series. Anderson to Head on the leg stump line, out to mid-on, no run. So for it was the second innings at Lords and then throughout Leeds, and I think the first innings at Old Trafford as well. Straight away, no one in the cordon, 5 men back for the short ball, but they've gone back to the original plan here.
It's been reasonably effective at times as well, and it's certainly slowed his scoring rate down, but I think there were times where I reckon Ben Stokes realised that they didn't go to the full stuff early enough. He still can nick balls as he, he's played a miss at quite a few here.
Anderson finishes to Head. Head leaves alone. The full delivery that's swinging away. Well battered Travis Head. Picked the right balls in that over to go at. He's 22, Smith 17. 3 for 206 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
I'm a chippy, which means I'm a craftsman. I'm a worker in nearly all weather. I'm a mentor and I'm a small business owner. But most of all, I'm a dad. Luckily, I'm insured by a mate. I'm R of the tradies, mate. So get a quote today, online, or call 13-IMAR. They're the tradies, mate. Let's IMAR!
Our coverage is for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. The Australian team from Red Energy awarded Australia's most trusted electricity provider by Canstar. They've lost 3 wickets this morning. Warner for 60, Khawaja 72 and Labuschagne 13. It included a delivery of the day for Macca's. Order via McDelivery on the My Macca's app. That was when David Warner was caught behind from the bowling of Wokes. An absolute beauty. Here's Broad trying to get in the book in his final test innings. Bowls to Smith, 2 slips in the leg slip, and he drives out through cover. Finds the gap. Moeen Ali doesn't even bother chasing after it. He's in a world of pain out there. They're keeping him on the field in order to bowl, but he was no chance of hauling it down. Smith joins Head in the 20s. He's 21, 3 for 210. We're yet to see Moeen bowl either. He'll be a liability out there as the day wears on.
Just an uncharacteristic little word from Steve Smith to Stuart Broad there, and Broad just kind of turned back at him almost out of surprise. Steve Smith just said something to him. Might have been nice ball, champ, after he played that cover drive. It was not the kind of thing Steve Smith normally does. He's normally just, within his own bubble and focusing on it himself, but he definitely just said something to Stuart Broad there.
So Broad just waits at the top of his mark as Moeen Ali slowly gets back. In fact, they've moved Moeen. They've moved Moeen to cover and Anderson to mid-off, who they expect to get more touches with Moeen so incapacitated with that groin injury.
This will go to Moeen Ali at cover now, you watch.
Nothing more certain. Broad arrives and bowls wide of the crease. Smith drives out to Anderson. You're nearly right. At wide-ish mid-off. It would have been Moeen. No run. So they're making steady progress now. This partnership worth 41 from 44 balls, just when they needed to show a bit of resistance after those 3 quick wickets. They've done so.
Yeah, and you would think that Moeen Ali would come into play here. I mean, the fact that this ball's done so much has given them time with the newer ball, with the pace bowlers. But Moeen Ali, he really can bowl those wicket-taking balls in the 4th innings. He's got a fantastic 4th innings record.
Yeah. Contributed to England's victory here against India on the final day in 2018. Broad bowls and Smith from the middle stump line presses it out towards mid-on where there won't be a single halfway through the over. Yeah, the spin option from the Vauxhall end is a clear one for later in the day. And let's remember, they've got plenty of runs to play with. They're still 174 away, Australia, so they can give Root or Moeen, or both of them, a sustained spell once the ball reaches that state. Who knows when that will be. We've seen plenty still swinging around in the last quarter of an hour or so.
Yeah, and especially to Travis Head as well. Moeen Ali's got him out 2 or 3 times in this series. Phil Long, I think it is. Quite a number of times he's looked troubled against him. Travis Head against spin is always, especially early in his innings, just a little bit at risk.
Might be when they find the right moment, they might only get one spell out of Moeen Ali. Brought up to Smith again. and Smith defends to mid-on. Seems like he's got an extra second at the moment. Smith, Phil Long.
Yeah, Moeen Ali got Travis Head both times in the opening test at Edgbaston.
Yeah, and not since then. So interesting. Yeah, he did of course get Steve Smith out at Headingley in that second innings.
Ben Stokes furiously shining that ball on his jumper, giving it absolutely everything. Full commitment to the bit as always. Stokes. If I were him, I'd have myself on. Stokes did bowl in warm-up today properly for a long time to get up for this. If anyone's going to find some swing, it'll be the England captain. Smith facing Broad, up to the crease, and defends under his eyes. Not a lot going on at the moment from the pavilion end. Not when Smith's facing anyway.
And I'm looking forward to chatting to Ben Stokes after this game for the press conference. I dare say that we'll get some details on just all the things that they've been going through this bowling attack. Moeen Ali with the groin. How on earth have they got him out there if he's pulled his groin?
Yeah.
Mark Wood, if it proves to heal, if that is indeed the case, then he's showing some real courage to be out there as well. You've got to think Stuart Broad would be in a bit of pain after playing every test in this series.
Broad up. Bowls to Smith, who leaves alone well outside the off stump. Bit of movement, but after it passed the stumps. 32 minutes until lunch. Australia 3 for 210. Head on 22, Smith on 21, and that's on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Hi, it's Shelley Craft. Keep warm this winter with Australian Made. Look for genuine Aussie products carrying the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. There's thousands to choose from. Whether you're looking for authentic Aussie skincare, merino wool blankets, or locally crafted homewares, Australian Made has something for everyone. There's even quality Australian Made fire pits for those brave enough to head outside. Visit australianmade.com.au/winter to find genuine Aussie products.
The Macca's I'm loving it moment of the session. Order the new barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Must have been when Marnus Labuschagne nicked Mark Wood to Crawley in the cordon. He was gone for 13. It felt like a huge moment. The third wicket in that opening burst, that opening 45 minutes. Bharat Sundaresan is jumping back in with me. And James Anderson needs to find something here, Baz. Crowd trying to fire him up.
There you go, thank you.
And he pulls out, sorry.
Yeah, allow me to finish my point. It's felt weird, right? Every time Jimmy Anderson is coming to the attack, I was just speaking to Phil Walker as well. It's like the pressure's lifted throughout the series.
Crowd with Anderson. Can he find something? Bowls to Travis Head, who leaves alone. Good first ball in the corridor. Head's had to watch it all the way over the top of his off stump.
Because nearly for the last, 15 years or so, yeah, he's been playing Test cricket for 20 years. Especially the last 15 years. If the ball's hooping around, there's one bowler in the world you want to see bowl, it's Jimmy Anderson. Maybe Dale Steyn at his peak. But the lengths have been a little off. He's allowed Travis Head to drive a lot. It goes slightly wide outside off stump, or he's allowed Travis Head to tuck him away through mid-wicket.
6-3 field. That catch and cover point. Anderson bowls to Head, who goes back and pushes it awkwardly out to mid-off. Phil Long.
Jimmy Anderson, 5 wickets at 85 in this series. I think that only tells half the story, doesn't it? Because his economy rate's still only 2.78, so he's kept it tight, but the wickets have been lacking.
And it made sense, him keeping it tight at Edgbaston. The pitch offered nothing. Even Lords, to an extent, after the early burst.
Well, he said himself that those pitches were kryptonite for his style of bowling. This offers a little bit more. Not so much this deep into the game. Anderson bowls and Head leaves. On the angle, hits the seam and moves away. Partnership worth 41 from 51. And the question around Anderson's longevity, the fact that Broad has officially called it quits. Anderson wants to go away and play in India this winter. Fair enough. If he, in those conditions, he's well suited. I do wonder whether the configuration of the England team might squeeze him out there, though, on the basis that we know fast bowlers barely have any work to do on the pitches we see in India these days. It might be a case of playing Ollie Robinson and then having that option to bowl some off-spin as well. Better batter than Anderson. He's up here. 2 slips, delivers to Head. On the leg stump line, hits him on the pad. Head tried to whip it away through mid-wicket, didn't make contact. Extra bounce as well.
Yeah, felt like he bent his back on that one, Jimmy Anderson. Just some zip off the wicket, which we haven't seen a lot of from him during the series. Got an inside edge. Yeah, I mean, the last time they were in India, they used a bit of Jofra Archer, a bit of Ollie Stone, who was really impressive from memory.
Yep.
So maybe they want one genuine fast bowler could be Mark Wood.
Could be Josh Tongue.
Could be Josh Tongue, yeah. With his height.
Extra man goes back. 2 deliveries left in the over. Anderson to head, who drives down the ground and doesn't beat mid-on. Great diving stop. Mark Wood, who's carrying that bruised heel, timed it perfectly. A little wobble of the head as well. All the charisma in the world, Mark Wood. They get a single, though. 23 for head, 3 for 211, but that saved 3, Mark Wood's dive. Did it hit him in the head as well, I wonder, just based on his response? We'll see a replay here for tyre power. Might have bobbled up. Head gave it everything right out the middle of the bat. No, it didn't hit him in the head. He just had to gesticulate in that fashion because it's Mark Wood. And Anderson, even Jimmy Anderson, mid-spell, can have a smile at that.
Yeah, the only 2 times Jimmy Anderson has smiled today is when Kumar Dharmasena shook his hand before the start of play. I wonder what that was about. Just saying.
So Anderson's last ball. He's got the catching cover in for Smith. Bowls here. Smith goes back, lets it hit him on something on the way through. Maybe the blade, maybe the thigh pad. Doesn't quite get the gloves out the way in time. End of the over. Bharat Sundaresan, after a few further thoughts from you, Geoff Lemon's going to replace me and take us through to the lunch break, which is still about 33 minutes away. Australia 3 for 211. The target's 384. Heads on 23. Smith's on 21, so they're 173 runs away. That's all on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Yeah, just once again, Jimmy Anderson putting more shoulder into that delivery. Well wide of off stump. Felt like we're still waiting for the replay. Felt like it just jumped at Steve Smith, and Steve Smith spent most of the time in between overs just gesticulating mainly to himself, even though Travis Head thought he could get involved in the conversation, which generally is in vain when Steve Smith is out there batting. You can see he just got the underside of his bat, but well wide outside off stump, so there was no threat of him playing it onto his stumps.
It'll be Broad to start the next over from the pavilion end. Bowling to Travis Head, 23 from 30. And he's fencing it a ball outside the off stump. Plays an off drive, and it beats the edge for at least the 3rd time in Broad's spell, maybe the 4th that he's beaten Travis Head's edge.
Exactly the kind of bowler who Travis Head struggles with. Right arm bowler, tall bowler, angular release from around the wicket, just getting that ball to straighten. He's such a feeler of the cricket ball, Travis Head. Even if you're just outside off stump, he will have a little bit of a tentative poke at it. And it's the angle that creates all the problems in the world. It's the wry smile from Stuart Broad.
Here he comes, Broad. To bowl to Head, who plays off the back foot, drops it back to the bowler on the bounce. Stuart Broad looking for any opportunity to celebrate another wicket for Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
What we have seen from Travis Head, and every time he's come out to bat in difficult conditions in the last 18 or so months, you felt like, oh, this will be the time he fails, but he's somehow found a way of scoring runs consistently as well.
Well, it's the consistency that's been a marvel, Bharat. As Broad comes up to Head, who flicks off his pads out through square leg. He's got every piece of it. It goes for 4. They do have a long leg back, but that was hit squarer than that man. So 3 for 215 as we come halfway through the over. So Travis Head 163 and 18 in the World Test Championship final here about 7 weeks ago. 50 and 16 at Edgbaston. 77 and 7 in the 3rd Test match at Lord's. 39 and 77 at Headingley, where he was the one who really kept Australia in the game in that 2nd innings. And then 48 and 1 at Old Trafford. So even in a Test match that didn't go so well for Australia, he nearly notched another 50 there. Almost a 50-plus score in every match that he's played so far this season. Broad bowls to him, and he reaches for a drive, hits it straight to mid-off. Can't find the gap there between extra cover and mid-off.
And it's not just the runs he scored, Geoff, it's the partnerships he's had. You see a lot of scores that some of the other Australian middle order batters have made in the last few months or few series. They've come when he's got a score. There have been so many partnerships that Steve Smith flourished at the Oval in the World Test Championship final when Travis Head played that a brilliant counter-attacking knock.
Broad. Comes up, short ball, hooks at it to his head and misses it down the leg side. Bairstow takes it, tumbling away. One ball to come in the over.
That is the ball that has troubled him. It often hasn't had much to do with who's bowling. It's not just Mark Wood. It's extra pace that has troubled him with the short ball. He's got out short balls from pretty much every other bowler, as well as Stuart Broad in particular.
90th minute, Australia versus Canada. A penalty for Australia. Steph Catley, who scored with the penalty in Australia's opening match to take it, has put it through. They're 4-0 up, the Matildas. A red letter day for them. Here goes Broad, pitching up and coming onto the front foot. Head is driving it out to mid-off to end the 59th over. Australia chasing 384. They are 3 for 215.
The 2023 Hyundai Palisade. It's first class for you and your kidults. Our premium large SUV features a stylish and spacious cabin that comfortably fits whatever they're into. From surfing one day to drumming the next. They'll even love the impressive connectivity and premium tech. Plus a 5-star ANCAP safety rating gives you extra peace of mind. Connectivity T's and C's apply. Find out more at Hyundai.com.au. Imagine that. Hyundai.
SEN Ashes cricket. Geoff Lemon and Bharat Sundaresan at the Oval with Phil Long, our scorer, keeping the spreadsheets neat down the far end of the row. And it's going to be a bit of Moeen Ali. Couldn't bowl very well yesterday. Bowled 3 overs from memory and looked a bit 5 in the end.
5 for 19, yeah.
Probably should have only bowled 3. Some pies on the leg stump, a couple of that big full toss that Warner couldn't put away for 6. And looked very inconvenienced. He had a groin strain early in the match.
Not to harp on it, but the fact that he's replayed Jimmy Anderson, how many overs was that, Phil?
That Anderson spelled 4 overs.
Yeah, just 4 overs in these conditions, very pretty ineffective.
Surely this is an Anderson day where you just put him on for 9 overs off the reel.
But he just has not. The pressure has always lifted whenever or most times he's got the ball in his hand. Even if he has not gone for too many runs, batting has looked easier, which I would never thought you would say about Jimmy Anderson in these conditions.
So it will be Moeen to bowl to Stephen Smith. And he lands the first one nicely enough, but Stephen Smith gets forward, drives it to the right of mid-off, and it'll roll into the rope with 2 of them chasing it back. It goes for 4. 3 for 219. And as an accredited umpire, Bharat Sundaresan can't help signalling 4 up here in the box.
Yeah, and you always end with your palm touching your body, not away from you. Yeah, just really full ball. All Steve Smith had to do was place that ball, and he did it beautifully.
50 partnership for these two. It's gone for 61 balls.
The counter punch.
A very good rate when Travis Head comes to the middle. Moeen bowls in at the middle stump, turns it away past short leg to Steve Smith. He had plenty of time with that ball floating in the air for a while to clear his front leg out of the way and turn around almost Craig McMillan style, face the ball front on and just tap it away. Smith up to 25. Moeen, that's a better off break and an inside edge from Smith that turns into him. He gets a run to a short fine leg position, almost a leg slit position. Ben Stokes thinking that he was almost through there with his hands on his face. And there was appreciable turn from Moeen. Big inside edge. Australia have conceded a lot of runs to England players getting inside edges, so they're due a few from the cricket gods.
Through his legs, and like Steve Smith likes to do, he ran down the pitch immediately, ran up to the bowler and said, "What did that do?" It doesn't work when you're playing a test match in the speaking to the opposition bowler. It's different when you're in the nets.
3 for 220. Moeen will come around the wicket to the left-handed Travis Head. Now, will Travis Head take the bait and go after him? They need another 164 to win from here. Moeen, loop, full, and Travis Head drives it back to the bowler. So they've put a deep mid-wicket out for him. Got a regulation backward square for a top-edge sweep. They've got a short leg for one prodded away. They've got mid-off and mid-on set quite deep, halfway back to the rope. Flight from Moeen. Head goes back, punches past cover, out to the deep cover point between the cover fielder and the backward point fielder who are closer to the bat. So he gets a run, goes to 28, takes Australia to 3 for 221.
He has had a success against Head in this series.
Bowls to Smith instead, and Smith turning it away fine. Was there bat on that, or was that just off the thigh? He stepped across his stumps, the ball slowing up as it reaches the rope, which suggests it might have been more leg. No, there was nothing on it.
No, I mean, the umpire has said, no, you weren't playing a shot, but it's funny that Joel Wilson waited for Steve Smith to finish the second run before signalling dead ball.
So he signalled at dead ball. 60 overs gone, 3 for 221. Smith steps across his stumps to the leg side and pushes the bat at the ball. Surely that's playing a stroke.
I think it's his reaction right after we're seeing a replay here.
Let's have a look at this replay. Smith has tried to hit that ball. He's not anywhere close to it, but he has played a shot at the ball. That is an incorrect interpretation of the laws.
It is, and he interpreted what Steve Smith did after he played the shot, which is kind of, he just moved his bat away. And again, like with Joel Wilson decisions, he took so long. He allowed the batters to run 2 runs or finish 2 runs, and then he signals dead ball.
Well, I wonder if this ends up being a close result later in the day and 2 runs are important in the wash-up, he might be revisiting that, because these 2 umpires, I know there's a lot of pressure and scrutiny on the job, and we try to support umpires where we can, but they've not had a good test match.
Not really. Oh, Joel. Yeah, when you spend an entire session, or at least a major chunk of that session, speaking about the umpires, something is wrong. And we are not obsessing over them for no reason either. The ball change, said whatever has to be said, I guess. But yeah, that one was a strange call. Steve Smith had completed a shot.
If batsmen for decades have been able to plunge forward with the bat tucked behind the pad and be deemed to be playing a shot for the purposes of the ball hitting them outside the line of off stump, a player stepping across to leg and pushing the bat at the ball and missing certainly fulfills the criteria. Mark Wood will be in to bowl the next over to Head, who's gloving it down to fine leg. Could be a Macca's line. I'm gloving it. Gets a single only because they've got the fine leg set very fine. So that ball goes to Wokes down there.
This has to be the burst. Just before the lunch break, we still have 20-odd minutes to go for the late lunch break today. But this has to be the burst from Mark Wood that England hope breaks open this game. This partnership is looking dangerous. 162 runs away now from that target. Just the rate at which they've scored.
3 for 222 the score. Mark Wood will be into Steve Smith. It might be bouncer time. They've got 3 out on the leg side and 2 out on the offside. Wood does bowl short. Smith ducks under it. That's like the one that hit Khawaja yesterday. Doesn't get up, but Smith gets down far enough, unlike Usman Khawaja, who might have influenced the match without knowing it. That ball out of shape after it hit him in the helmet, got changed, started hooping around this morning and dismissed him and David Warner.
Yeah, but just a short ball keeping low could put some doubts in Steve Smith's head as to how he reacts to the next short ball, because he would remember what happened last evening when Usman Khawaja got hit in the helmet, like he said.
Wood bowling over the wicket, the right armour to Smith, who's playing a pull shot even with the men out, and he hits it firmly all along the ground to long leg to the fielder there and takes 1. So curious tactical decision. Smith goes up to 27 with the run, 3 for 223, but they're bowling to him with a deep forward square leg, a long leg, a fine leg, a deep third and a deep backward point, and he's decided to play the pull shot.
That's how he got out in the second innings in Manchester when Wood came a similar angle, went short, gloved one to Johnny Bairstow. Was very disappointed with himself.
Wood halfway through his over. They take a while. Bowls to Travis. Head, that's short, and Head rides the bounce. There's nobody waiting on the offside for the catch. It is what we saw Smith do against Jofra Archer in 2019 at Lords as well. That very fast spell, started taking on the short ball, hooking them away.
Just see the there isn't that fire in Mark Wood's bowling, is there? I mean, yes, he did take the wicket. It's a really nice delivery from Manas to get rid of Manas Labuschagne, though Manas played a big role in his own dismissal as well. He's giving it his all for his country, Mark Wood, like always.
Bowls to Head, and it's a bouncer that Head pulls out of the line of, just steps to the leg side, pulls his own head away, lets that ball sail through. That's 86 miles an hour, 139 kilometres.
Just dipped into Johnny Bairstow's gloves there once it passed Travis Head. Almost bounced in front of him. Didn't get up again. Not sure whether it's the pitch losing a little bit of pace or just Mark Wood.
The whole thing seems a bit more like yesterday again, doesn't it?
It's just drifted that bit, started to settle. There's nothing easy about this spell. Surviving Wood, still at around 90 miles an hour. Bowls to Head, who has to fight to keep that ball down, has to jump. And with both toes off the ground, he plays it down into the offside. He does survive. 61 overs gone. Australia 3 for 223. That means they need a further 161 to win. Travis Head on 29, Steve Smith on 27. And the great news coming back from home that Australia are through in the Women's World Cup. They've topped the group. They've beaten Canada 4-0, the gold medalists at the last Olympics, a serious team.
Huge result.
That is an absolutely massive result. The Matildas scraped by Ireland in their first game, 1-0 with a penalty. Lost to Nigeria 3-2. Pulled one back right at the end of stoppage time. And that was a devastating loss. Sam Kerr couldn't play either game. She was on the bench tonight in case they needed her, but didn't end up having to play because they didn't. And Mary Fowler, who scored against France a couple of weeks ago in the friendly when Australia beat the French unexpectedly, showed that they were contenders, but it looked like they might crash out at the group stage had they gone down to Canada tonight. Moeen starts a new over. Smith steps across and defends on the line of the off stump. They've not just beaten Canada, they've thrashed them 4-0 and had a goal ruled off for a very technical offside call. So they've dominated tonight. Congratulations to them through to the group stage. Steve Smith driving a run down to long on. 3 for 224, 160 to win.
And to quote a lot of Australians on social media, you're crying, I'm not. After this Matilda's performance.
Hashtag go Tillies.
Just back on the cricket, Mark Wood, just what he did rattle Travis Head with that last bouncer. He reacted so late.
Rattled him.
They have
the rattled Ashes.
The first rattled for the day. But we've seen so many times in the series the number of wickets that have fallen at the other end when Mark Wood does that to the Australian batters. And Moeen Ali has sort of had the edge against Travis Head. And
well,
let's see if that does have an impact on the way he plays Ali.
Here goes Moeen, and Travis Head steps back and drives the ball off the back foot to short cover. So they've taken out the deep fielder on the leg side in front of square. They've got a deep backward square in case he plays a slog sweep, presumably. But nobody in front of square, as he's saying, try to go over mid-wicket if you like. Waits for the next ball, full on leg stump, driven down to mid-on. So deep backward square, mid-wicket, mid-on. There are only 3 on the leg side. Then they've got a deep set mid-off. They've got 2 very short covers, a deep cover point, a backward point, and a slip. And Moeen bowls on the leg stump, which isn't very helpful. And Travis Head's able to sweep that down to the deep square leg fielder. Probably should have got it finer for 4. Picks up 1 for it. Wasn't a good delivery. Head up to 30. Smith on 28, Australia 3 for 225.
Yeah, he started doing this towards the end of his spell yesterday, didn't he, Moeen Ali? The field was set on the offside to both left-handers. He kept darting them on their pads.
159 to win. 159. Hit on the pad outside the off stump. Steve Smith has got well outside the line. Last ball of the over, 62 of them gone. 3 for 225. And with that sort of margin, Australia will be daring to dream. Smith on 28, Head on 30. Bharat Sundaresan makes way. Phil Walker hopping back in. Editor of Wisden Cricket Monthly, the magazine that's produced out of the offices at this very ground.
It's really good as well, Geoff.
It is.
It is.
I've read it. I've written for it.
You have, last month indeed. lovely piece. So daring to dream, Australia. I would say this is cold hard social realism right here, right? 159 needed, 7 wickets in hand, flattish pitch,
sure,
knackered attack.
But you always have to do the old add 2 wickets to the score routine. Wood almost gets one of those as Travis Head gloves it away on the offside, and it doesn't go to the gully. It goes a bit squarer than that, and they get through for a single. So it's not easy for Australia out there. Any of these could go to hand. Broad spell that was beating the edge. Head goes to 31. Australia 3 for 226, but you get one of these two. Is a combination of Marsh, Carey and the tail going to get you another 150 runs. Cloudy day, even if there are some limitations with England's bowling fitness.
I think all roads lead to this man on strike. I felt yesterday it needed a Smith masterpiece and a couple of really good hands elsewhere.
Wood rolls up to Stephen Smith, who's driving him down the ground for 4. Well, that is emphatic. Wood over pitches. He's probably tiring. He's definitely sore. And he gives Steve Smith one to hit. Smith goes to 32, goes past 100 runs in the match.
Long half volley to this field is an interesting choice by Mark Wood. Perhaps he just came out wrong. I don't know. But you have a telegraphed field for the short pitcher. And he pitches one right up by his toes with no mid-off. Only one man in front of square on the offside.
So 3 out on the hook on the leg side. Plus the deep third, who's set very fine, and the deep backward point, who's squarer. Then there's a gully and a cover, a mid-wicket and a short leg. It is a strange field. Bouncer goes over Steve Smith's back as he leans forward leg stump line. And that makes it that bit easier to get under with the angle across him. Kumar Dharmasena is signalling the one for the over. That's the one bouncer allowed, although that law seems to be very sporadically enforced. Phil Long?
And the stat that Adam Collins always likes, Mark Wood ends up on his hands and knees. That's the 3rd time in this innings.
3rd time this innings that he's fallen over.
Digging really deep here is Mark Wood. We know he's not 100%.
He's really taking the Chumbawamba song a bit too literally, though. Shouldn't have to get back up again that many times. Runs into Stephen Smith and bowls a short ball, and Smith hooks it down to fine leg on the bounce. Again, I don't understand this decision making. All you have to do is wait through a couple of Mark Wood overs, and he's not going to bowl for very long. Taking on the hook shot in order to get singles seems like pretty poor risk analysis from where I'm sitting, but that's up in the commentary box where it's a bit easier. 3 for 222.
Yeah.
Sorry, 231. Numbers backwards there.
Yeah, we really would be in trouble. Yeah, as we know, he's top-edged a couple of these slightly half-hearted, guided hook shots already. Went down at Lord's playing that shot. I'd get one more in around a kind of short gully area here.
Head on 31. The left-hander waits for Wood, bouncer, and just ducks underneath it. Happy to let it go through. So for Travis Head, they've got to cover a deep backward point. They've got a regulation gully. They've got the fine deep third. They've got the fine leg. They've got a sort of conventional long leg, and then they've got a forward square leg. All of those last 3 in the deep. They've got a short leg waiting for a fend, and they've got a mid-wicket set about halfway back to the rope. So again, this strange field that just says, we're going to bomb you, and you'll pull it into the leg side for a catch. 4 on the offside.
It's more likely, though, that he's just going to try and smother it than clatter it. Yeah, only 2 men catching, really.
Wood, 1 ball to come in the over. Bowls to Head, short down the leg side, harmless, and that's doing Australia a favour. 63 overs gone. They need 384 to win. They have 231 of them, and they're 3 wickets down. So, coming closer and closer into view.
Considering, Geoff, where Australia went in the first 20-odd minutes, where England were electric, really, and conditions were perfect for them, Chris Wokes was inspired. As it stands, 10 minutes till lunch, 100 for 3 from the session. I think that Australia would have taken that up to this point, considering how it went initially. They've steadied things quite effectively.
153 to win from here. Moeen bowls in at the middle stump, and Smith turns it away, but they've got a couple of fielders in close on the leg side. No run there. Steve Smith wants to go against the spin. They've got a deep cover out. There's a huge gap there. Moeen bowls a good delivery, and Smith coming forward to defend off the middle half to mid-wicket. No run there.
Yeah, and they've just kept mid on and mid off, 2/3 back. So Smith does want to go airborne.
Have to go a long way if he does. He doesn't. He steps back and he turns it fine, and that's Steve Smith at his best. He's able to use those gaps on the leg side, and he picks up a boundary with minimal risk off about a leg stump line. Takes his score on to 37. 3 for 235. Under 150 to go.
Yeah, just drifting onto the pads, turning down leg side. Smith knows what he's doing, plays with the inside part of the blade. Runs away. Moeen's looks broadly ineffectual in truth in this game up to now. I know that he's struggling with that groin problem. England needs something from him.
Smith waits for him once again. England's part-time spinner, retiree callback, defended back to him. That sort of vibes-based decision to recall him to the side. He hasn't had a major impact on any of the test matches. Made a half-century at Old Trafford, which was useful. Helped a big partnership when Crawley was going nuts.
Yeah, he's had his moments. It's not been a disaster.
I think he was significant at Headingley in picking off Smith and Labuschagne. That was not the end of the effort for England to get a win there, but it was a significant step in it. Moeen bowls on the leg stump again. Smith turns it into short leg on the bounce. They brought in a leg slip quite close, so he's got slip, leg slip, short leg, looking for anything. Ben Stokes happy to try to put the pressure on. Moeen, and Smith comes forward and drives it to that deep set mid-on and takes a very comfortable single. So he'll keep the strike. 64 overs gone, Australia. 3 for 236, which means they need a further 148 to win. Smith on 37, Travis Head on 31. This back and forth carries on, Phil Walker.
Yeah, that it does. Australia lost their last wicket on 169, and at that point you felt like if England could just get one more, you know, these are the two real danger players from an English perspective. Steve Smith because he's a master, Travis Head because he's a constant threat, changes the dynamic of any innings if he's in for longer than a few minutes. And they've done this very well. They've ridden the storm. We absolutely know that there's another few twists and turns in this cricket match. 16 overs until the new ball.
Mark Wood is continuing. Bowls to Smith, who pulls very diffidently, just a little placed pull shot square of the wicket. It ends up rolling just behind square leg. He gets through for a run onto 39. Australia 3 for 237. What's been your Macca's delivery of the day so far, Phil?
Well, the ball to get rid of David Warner was a classic. Absolute classic, because if you look at it as well, Wokes is trying... He's canted the seam to make it come into the pads, and it's drifted slightly on the air, and then it's just taken the seam and jerked the other way. Broadly unplayable.
Wood comes up to Travis Head, bouncer, goes underneath it, and you do hear from David Warner from time to time. He has a talent for self-justification and does talk about the quality of some of the deliveries he's received, but it would be hard to argue with that one.
Yeah, and there was a lovely poignant moment as well where he just looked back down the pitch and rehearsed the shot that he'd like to have played down a different line, and for the final time, if you like, looked down at that accursed 22 yards of turf that in England has been his undoing so many times.
Wood round the wicket, bowling to Head, short ball, and he rides the bounce well enough. Short leg waiting, but Head plays it down right by his own feet. Doesn't let that catcher come into play. That is very well batted.
Yeah, he's ungainly, but he is effective, and he's really brave as well. He's got limitless courage as Travis Head. It's not the ideal technique, but he gets it done. I would definitely bring somebody else in, because it looks like he's not really interested in playing the cross bat shot a few minutes before lunch. Stokes himself now is coming across But to a conventional backward point, he's moving in a bit now, more for a top-edge splice stickers catch.
Wood. Will he put one outside off stump? No, tries to put it up Travis Head's nose again, and again he's able to defend that from around chest height, getting up tall, playing it down to mid-off on this occasion. Phil Long?
WinViz has just popped up on our screen. 50, I think it was 53 to 46 now in favour of England. Australia were down to just under 20 at one point this morning.
Look, day 25 of this astonishing scrap, and it's 50-50 going down the last. There's a part of me that's glad it's not 2-2, because I don't think we could cope. I just think we'd just be sitting here just rocking back and forth in silence.
Doesn't make for great radio. Here goes Wood. Short ball, that's nasty. That's quicker as well. Head gets out of the way, just pulling away to the leg side. And that looked like the most life we've seen from a Mark Wood delivery in the last couple of overs.
It's also got noticeably darker, hasn't it, in the last 5 minutes or so.
So there is one rumour of another squally shower around 2 o'clock. Might pass us by, and it won't affect, we don't think, the game in a significant way, but it might just be moving in. The wind's picked up a wee bit. We can see that on the flags above the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion end.
Steve Smith gesticulating about something to Mark Wood. Maybe one of the fielders moving. Wood's coming in now to bowl to Head, who's standing outside his leg stump. Waits for the fast man and drops his gloves and plays it well as the ball angles across him. Short ball, well bowled by Wood. Well played by Head. They should get one more over in before the break. The score is 3 for 237. So 147 left to win Australia. And they'll have a fair bit of hope while Travis Head is there and Steve Smith is there. Smith on 39, Head on 31.
Is this the most enjoyable series you've covered live, Geoff?
It'd have to be up there. Have to be up there. I mean,
you've been all around the world following this lot.
2018 in South Africa was memorable. I wouldn't say it was enjoyable.
Well, you got a decent book out of it, for sure. 1 or 2 stories, to say the least.
The 2013 Ashes is an underrated series because the scoreline looks lopsided when, in fact, 4 of the 5 tests were very competitive, and rain had its say in the 2 draws that would probably have been Australian wins there. Floated up, little inside edge. Is he caught it? Leg slip, Stephen Smith. They're going up. Umpire says no. Stokes takes the snare. It comes off the pad as Smith pushes forward at Moeen. No bat involved. Stokes doesn't want to refer. Bairstow's trying to talk him into it. Steve Smith is gesticulating, surrounded by players.
Joe Root's very keen.
Root likes it.
Oh,
Stokes will go upstairs. So with a couple of minutes to lunch, we will have a DRS referral. Stokes brought in a couple of extra catches. He had leg slip.
Stokes is incredible when it comes to these DRS moments, because if he's not 100% convinced, there's something in him that is resistant to it. They've gone for it. He's taken the catch himself, one-handed above his head. Really smart catch. But Stokes didn't want to go. He's physically walked away from the melee of players as well. Here it comes.
Well, if there's anything on this, now it hits the it's hit the glove. It has hit the glove on the way through. You can see it clearly on the slow motion. You don't need Snicko for that up in the third umpire's box. There it is. And that is an incredible moment. A turning point in this test match just before the lunch break. It will be ruled in favour of England. Ben Stokes is walking up to talk to one of the on-field umpires. He took the catch at leg slip. He brought himself in there only the previous over.
Hold on a minute. So,
now what's happening?
Stephen Smith is hanging around, and I think because he feels that Stokes didn't have full control of the ball.
He's thrown the ball away. So let's have a look at this on the replay. Stokes goes up with one hand, comes down and lands. The others celebrate, and he throws the ball away before he's reached the ground. Now, this will be a technicality one for the third umpire.
He's not giving...
They've given it not out. This is absolutely extraordinary. Stokes has done a Herschel Gibbs. He's come back down, and while still on one leg with his arms swinging, he's thrown the ball away thinking that Smith had got nothing on it and that it didn't matter. He tries to spit and it dribbles down his chin. And that's about how he'll be feeling about throwing that catch away. Have you thrown away a test match? This is absolutely extraordinary. We haven't seen anything like this
in at least 3 weeks. Oh, so Mitchell Starc vibes all over again.
Goodness me. Well, the ruling about the fielder needing to be in control of their movement means that if they're falling back to ground, they're not yet in control of their movement. And he's let the ball out of his hand, and that is technically not out. That is, he's caught it, and he's thrown it away as he lands. We've seen players do that and not be pinged for it.
Right.
We saw Pat Cummins do it in Pakistan last year. We've seen players do it in the gully and the slips quite often, throwing the ball away in celebration before they fully regain control of their movement.
Tellingly, Stokes has not really kicked up a fuss here.
Steve Smith survives on 39, and the crowd's not going feral at Smith because Stokes hasn't remonstrated to any great effect. Smith comes forward and plays the next ball to mid-wicket.
So Stokes is bashful, embarrassed here. It was in the palm of his hand. There is no question of that. Herschel Gibbs is the best comparison because there's no question he's caught that, and as he's come down, he's flicked his right thigh. So it's fair that it's not been given because it's all in the same movement.
Moeen to Smith, who tries to drive through cover and gets a thick inside edge and survives again. He drags it to mid-wicket.
It's totally fair in this instance that this has not been given out. And the reason being, I thought initially he'd caught it and almost kind of chucked it away. But he's come down on the arm and he's flicked his right thigh and he knows it. As soon as he does it, he knows it.
Moeen bowls to Smith, who steps back and defends.
Oh, Geoff, what a moment.
So if you want to picture this, the right arm is up above his head as he jumps, and then it swings down behind his back, and as it comes through in a half circle, clips his leg, and that jars the ball free from his hand before he's completely got control of the ball.
He's literally celebrating with the ball in the palm of his hand.
Moeen floats it up, and Smith plays across his pad to mid-wicket.
By which I mean his face is already celebrating, right? He's screaming, we've got him, and as the hand comes down in the same movement as the feet are about to land, he crashes into his thigh, and immediately he knows it.
So his hesitation to go to the DRS wasn't because he didn't think Smith had gloved it, but because he didn't think he had held it for long enough.
Exactly.
Extraordinary scenes here at the Oval as Smith survives the session, driving down to long on for one. 66 overs gone, and Smith goes to 40 not out at the break, having survived in the most bizarre of fashions. 384 is the target. 66 overs have been bowled. It is 3 for 238. Let's go to the lunch break with Paul Sebastian.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's, back here live from the Kia Oval. 2 sessions left in this match and the series. The first session of day 5, Australia lost 3 wickets. David Warner, 5 runs on from the resumption. He was caught behind from the bowling of Wokes for 60, a beauty. Then Khawaja, 1 run on for 72, was trapped leg before wicket, also to Wokes, who bowled quite the spell from the Vauxhall end to begin. And then Marnus Labuschagne on 13 was caught in the cordon for the bowling of Wood. At that stage, they were 3 for 169. They've subsequently put on 69, Smith and Travis Head. They're 40 and 31 respectively, getting Australia to 3 for 238. So a session where 103 runs were added, losing 3 wickets, 146 runs to go, perfectly positioned. That's all on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard by Beaumont's and Save. I'm Adam Collins, and with me to begin the 14th session of this test match, we've got Phil Walker from Wisden Cricket Monthly and Jeremy Coney, New Zealand great, there with us for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. Jeremy, haven't had the chance to get your thoughts yet on the referral that wasn't for England. Ben Stokes throwing away the chance to get a 4th wicket right on the cusp of lunch, taking Steve Smith with his arm in the air. They weren't sure if it was hitting the glove or not. They went upstairs, but he threw it away too quickly, reminiscent of Herschel Gibbs all those years ago.
Yes, that's right, and I think that's probably a fair decision actually here in this case. We've had 2 of these actually in this series. One at fine leg with Mitchell Starc, that was decided and ruled out because he put the ball on the ground as he slid along. This one I think was a wee bit more definite actually about losing control, because Stokes held the ball nicely in his right hand, leaping up very acrobatic, but he was falling backwards, and as he tried to sort of recover his balance, he's hit his pocket or his thigh and has lost the ball as it was coming down. So I think that's a reasonable decision.
I should note as well, the covers have been on during the lunch break, but just as it was yesterday, it started raining when lunch started and stopped raining as lunch ended. It is again right now. The stumps are in and the players are making their way back to the middle. Phil Walker, my sense from talking to a few England greats out the back, as you do at lunch, is everyone's pretty relaxed about the decision. And if anything, the reason why Ben Stokes delayed the review wasn't to do with hit the glove or not. He kind of knew that he might have thrown it away.
Yeah. What do you think, Adam?
I think that's fine. That is to say, I think that it was the right decision arrived at. We've spoken about control of the ball before. Jeremy touched on the Mitchell-Starc decision. In keeping with the laws of the game, did he have control of his body all the way until the ball was pounched all the way through to the end? Clearly not. So I get that he obviously caught the ball, and some people will advance that view, but that can't be given out. I mean, there's no way that can be given out.
Okay, good to hear. So as and when this stuff is clipped up and goes out on social media, and my initial response as I clamber around to try and develop a position on it does echo the prevailing feeling on this.
Yeah, it does.
Good.
Yeah,
Okay.
I saw Tufnell and Vaughan outside, and they both said Stokes' fault. Like that, you know, pretty clear that he didn't necessarily think the ball had been off the glove, and he kind of not dismissively, that's the wrong word, but lazily let the ball fall out of his hand.
I just quibble on that. Looking at his facial reaction, he knew it was off the glove. I don't think there was any question that he knew it was off the glove.
So it was throwing it away a bit too quickly then?
Yeah, every chance. Or that it was still in the same movement and he was just trying to find some kind of equilibrium in the body, get back to a sort of passive position.
Right.
Either way, he's not in full control of that movement and of that moment. I think there is probably a tiny bit more ambiguity if he is about to throw the ball up, but I think I'm glad that this isn't going to run and run. And his reaction, he was bashful, wasn't he? He knew.
Yeah.
Off they go.
I was just going to add before you continue there, Jeremy, that the rain is looming. It's horrible to say, but the radar, depends which radar you want. We had this stoush going on at Manchester last week. Depends which technology you wish to believe. But the prevailing view on that is that we're getting heavy rain soon and the umbrellas have gone up. And just as the players were about to resume their stoush, they're leaving the field again up the stairs.
The worst radars that I've seen suggest this is in for an hour and a half, up to 3:30, 4 o'clock UK time. So if that, and that's the worst that I've seen. Others have said it's a squally shower that will pass through. If that is the case, worst case scenario, we lose a couple of hours. That will still give us enough time for Australia to knock these runs off.
Well, I think the important point here is that Australia went at nearly 4 and over in that session. So, I mean, there's one thing to be said for laying a foundation, but, you know, they've got 70 overs left. Let's say they lose 15 for the sake of the hypothetical and have 55 left in the test match. That won't be an overwhelming required run rate. It'll still be less than 3, Jeremy.
Yeah, 146 required.
Yeah.
So it is, you're right, it is just under the 3s, and that's perfectly capable. And you know, from the runs that we've seen scored by Australia in the 4th innings, they can do that.
The other part of this, Phil, is if the rain set in for a couple of hours or more and England got moving with the ball, Australia are more than within their rights where they are in the series to shut up shop. We haven't really spoken about that yet because the rain hasn't been as threatening until now, but it's in their gift to players defensively as they see fit to do so.
Yeah, we said at the start of the day that they were holding a lot of the cards here. They don't have to force any issues. They're obviously 2-1 up in the series anyway. They will happily take a 2-1. Thank you very much. They'd love a 3, of course, but they will happily take a 2-1 at this point.
We saw rain on that final day here in 2005 where a draw was good enough for England, albeit very different circumstances in the game at that point. Get your text in 0433 98 11 16 in Australia or in New Zealand, Jeremy. One last time.
88 33.
Beautifully done. And let us know how you would feel about Australia shutting up shop, maybe. Would you feel that to be... let's say they had 40 or 50 overs and they had to go at a decent clip. Do you want them to bat in an enterprising way and get the 3-1, or are you satisfied with 2-1 and making sure they consolidate from here? So you can get your text in 0433 98 11 16 in Australia, 8833 in New Zealand. We're going to stick with us here in South London for the time being at the Kia Oval. Our coverage is for Macca's. Win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Macca's app. The other point of controversy, if you like, this morning was the state of the ball. The change ball yesterday. We only saw 11 11 deliveries with it before they went off for rain, and that scuppered the rest of the day. But that ball this morning, Jeremy, you came in hot. You walked in on commentary and you weren't happy at all.
Yes. I was a bit cross, and I've calmed down now, everybody, so that's great, isn't it?
I've never seen you like that, Jeremy. It was quite...
An equilibrium has been gained, everyone, so that's good. Yeah, but I just felt it was so obvious that the ball there's a mistaken selection of the ball, and that issue might run a little bit more, guys. I think you'll find. Certainly a lot of the Australians, me being a neutral, it didn't really worry me. It was more of a question of fairness, and how could the umpires, because we're not talking about the England or the Australian side, we're talking about something that umpires do, and I could not believe how they could mistake, and you guys saw it on the picture on there, the split screen. How could they mistake one ball for another to be equal? I just don't know. I don't understand that.
Look, it's staggering. I don't understand why they don't have a ball for 5 overs, 10 overs, 15, 20, etc., and different scuff marks per segment, right? Per section. So you'd think that you'd be able just to imitate it, but marry it up quite easily.
Well, there's two parts to it to me. The first thing is how many overs has been used by this ball we want to replace and so on, and we're looking at a replacement ball, and that's virtually the same number of overs. The second thing you want to look at is what sort of conditions has this old ball that I'm about to choose, I need to choose this, what conditions has it been bowled in? What have they been? Is it a hard pitch? Is it a pitch that's soft, that's scuffed up and it's been hitting this boundary road? So you need to marry that up as well. So those things together then inform the choice of the new ball you're going to replace.
Exactly. So one ball that's 30 overs old, another ball that's 30 overs old could be very, very different cricket balls.
Absolutely.
For obvious reasons.
Yeah.
And we know the Dukes balls, they can look very good up until 55, 60 overs old if they've not been clouted in conditions where the pitch is a fraction greener and all the rest of it. So
the other point you made, Adam, is that we only saw it for about 11 balls, didn't we, before the end of the play yesterday, and we didn't really get a look at how that ball was behaving, and it wasn't until it had been under covers for so long, and then we had leaden skies again and the lights started to come on a little bit later, but then we started to see the effect of that ball.
We saw how hard England fought to get the ball changed in the first innings, Phil. They had about 10 cracks at it until they finally got their way. At one point, Broad threw the ball away, almost in a subtle protest about the weapon he had at his disposal. Yesterday, it took the ball hitting the rim of Khawaja's helmet to whack it out of shape. If not for that piece of play, they're probably using the same ball now, and we're still a fair way from the second Newey full stop. 14 overs away.
Exactly, 14 overs, and England will be desperate to get hold of that later on this afternoon, because that could be their last hit, really. Just in the round, Adam, when you think that Australia, they were 169 for 3, they'd lost 3 for 35, it was 37 in the first hour or so of the day, and at that point it felt like England were all over them like a cheap suit, and for these two, Head and Smith, to have seen it out since then, an unbroken partnership of 69 now, they've done really, really well to weather the storm, because it felt like England could have just enveloped them at one point.
I agree with that, and I also think that perhaps Stokes has made a wee error in not using Wokes in that last period of play where Anderson was bowling and didn't supply the movement. He gave Broad about 3 overs, but he didn't bowl Wokes at that stage, and Moeen Ali came on. Wood was given a second go, but no Wokes, and Wokes to me got the 2 for 19 early on. He had 5 overs for 5 runs yesterday. He is the bowler in these conditions.
Just on Moeen, he bowled 4 overs before lunch, and as we said over the last couple of days, Phil, from the Vauxhall end, it is turning. So the question will be, how many spells can Moeen get through as the ball gets a bit older here? It should be the time for him to allow Anderson, Broad, Wokes, even Wood to have a bit of a breather up the other end and rotate through at the pavilion end. We saw a couple of days ago it was kind of one spell and done. And he can't run.
No.
So bowling off spin, how much load can he put through his leg and all the rest of it when delivering? That's going to be a talking point through the afternoon.
Yeah, he's been mercurial with the ball really all summer. You don't quite know what you're going to get. He had settled in, I thought, quite nicely in that spell just pre-lunch. Obviously, he had the Smith wicket that wasn't. But he's on one leg, as we can see. England are ailing as well. Mark Wood has got a heart size of a lion, but he's coming in, having to try and push through the pain. They are a bedraggled cricket team. Both of them are. This is day 25, and they've only been playing for 6 weeks. I just hope that this rain clears off within an hour or so, and that we get the finale that we require, and that we've all felt is destined to be the case in this series.
Let's hope so, because, yes, as we talk, the rain is coming down steadily. I wouldn't call it heavy rain. They're not covered one half of the square as yet. The run-ups have been covered up by the touch. We don't use the hover cover here at the Oval, interestingly. I'm not quite sure why this is the one ground where we don't have...
I was wondering that yesterday. I have no idea. I'm going to ask Big Lee on that.
It might be to do with Geoff earlier in the Test match was saying how the ground here at the Oval, it rises to the top, and in each direction it slopes down, so maybe they don't need it quite so much. I don't know.
Yeah,
just speculating. That might be the one small point of difference to the Oval, where there's the clear hill in one direction. Similarly at Headingley, there's a hill down from one end to the other, isn't there? So the other spinner that England haven't really used much yet is Joe Root, and Phil Long's putting his hand up there. We've seen with Root had a bit of a golden arm against Australia and bowled an important spell on the final day at Edgbaston when they were chasing.
Well, and this innings alone, he bowled a quarter of the first, bowled 9 of the first 36 overs, a quarter of the overs bowled. Hasn't been used today.
Right. Yeah, and the way that Root's developed as a bowler, Phil, I know his numbers are skewed towards taking wickets far more regularly against left-handers, of which Head is one of, and Head's the not-out man at the moment. He's on 31, Smith's on 40, that unbeaten stand of 69. But Root's put a lot of work into becoming more than a part-timer since giving up the captaincy 18 months ago.
Yeah, Jeremy put it really well yesterday. He doesn't have that magic ball. He doesn't turn it significantly off the straight. What he has become, though, is a very reliable second string spinner, especially against the left-handers. When he bowls round the wicket, he has an action that suits going round the wicket, and he was useful yesterday, I thought. They couldn't get away from him at all. He's probably, pound for pound, a slightly more accurate off-break bowler than Moeen Ali is, in that there's probably fewer drag downs and so on, but Moeen does have that ability to rag one out of nowhere.
Root will also rush you. How many times does the batsman not quite ready? He looks up and Root's ready to bowl.
Yeah.
So he rushes you, I think, as a batsman, and you can lose your rhythm a little bit. He's got a variety of dismissals. He can get his arm. He uses his arm at different angles.
Yeah.
So one skids on a little bit more. He's got that ball that is the arm ball that we haven't seen for a long time, which worked so effectively at Manchester. He can get the ball to turn from foot marks, as we've seen here. He's a very serviceable operator, I think, as a kind of a spare part in the team.
Yeah, 6 months from now, England go to India, toughest assignment out there, along with obviously Australia. Joe Root took 5 for 8 last time out at Ahmedabad, and it was on a ragging rank turner and all the rest of it. Nonetheless, that style, he's tallish, isn't he? 6'1", 2", drives it into the pitch. As David Lloyd was saying the other day, that's the kind of bowler you're looking for in India. A floaty, nice flight and guile bowler, not so much, but a Jadeja-like bowler. Ashwin has that ability as well. And Joe has that natural pace for those kinds of conditions. I think he's going to get through quite a lot of work for England, because with Jack Leach, your spinner, Moeen's already said he's not going because he has a monster contract in the South African T20 thing. I can't really see that being overturned. So I think Joe becomes a very key part of Stokes' attack in India.
Interesting you mentioned that SA20 contract that Moeen has. Who would have thought a couple of years ago, or 3 or 4 years ago, that you'd say, well, an incumbent in the Test team, a senior player, by virtue of his longevity, will avoid an Indian tour when he's a spinner. He's going to earn more cash on the T20 circuit. It's the start of something, not the end of it.
Yeah, for sure. Look, you never say never, and he may yet turn around. England might find some significant compensation and down the back of the sofa. But look, if he's not fully committed to it, then there's no need to take him, really. He's already played 4 Test matches, more than he was expecting to, and I think he's gone okay in spurts. I think it was a risk worth taking this summer, and I think he's had his moments as well. But I think, although there's no Moeen Ali day and no guard of honour, because he's not that kind of guy, I think this is the last time we'll see him in the whites.
Lee Fortis has just called for the big covers, I'm afraid to say. So both sides of the square, to the right of our commentary position, is getting the 2-sheet treatment. So they'll work their way across the practice pitches here and do as they need to do. The spectators, they haven't all got their brollies up, in fairness. It isn't teeming down or anything like that, but they must know that a bit more weather is on the way. They're being entertained, you won't be surprised to learn, by the Edgbaston Test of 2005. I think we see this on the scoreboard every time there's a rain delay in in England. We're back to Edgbaston in 2005 and the 2-run victory for England.
Adam, it's our happy place. It's where we go to.
I don't mind it. It was a great series, but I note with that the through line between that 2005 series was nearly James Anderson the hero. I think he might have been 12th man for the Edgbaston Test in 2005. Didn't play in that series, but he's been a permanent fixture of these contests ever after. And he did get to bowl with a considerably better ball today, Jeremy, and Anderson did threaten head early on outside the line of the off stump, but gave too many run-scoring opportunities. Anderson's figures so far, he got a second burst just before lunch. He's bowled 14 overs, 4 maidens, none for 53, so going at roughly 4 and over, and yet to really find anything meaningful.
Yeah, I agree. I wonder how Anderson feels with Broad retiring too. How would that impact on him?
I've wondered that myself. Yeah, I think 5 wickets at 85, Phil, is that right?
Yeah.
85 apiece. Look, we all know what he is, what he was, and what he yet still may be. You never know. I mean, I've been here so many times talking about him, but I have found it quite awkward to watch, you know?
Me too.
And today, decent conditions, newish ball, as we say, and it felt like the pressure just was punctured. You just let that pressure valve out, and he didn't get much going. Look, he did beat the bat a couple of times early on, and again, there's a number of moments that he will point to where I just didn't get the breaks here, didn't get the luck there, but those numbers are pretty stark and telling. His pride is immense, and his ambitions are still there. It's like he doesn't know there's another world out there. It's like Stockholm syndrome. He's so obsessed with winning cricket matches and being there at the end, win, lose or draw. He doesn't know where else to go.
Well, there can be that tough adjustment towards the end. I mean, Anderson's been a veteran old bowler, air quotes, old, for a decade. I mean, he turned 41 yesterday. People have been talking about him maybe pulling the pin all the way back to the 2015 Ashes in this country. That's the first I saw of anyone saying, well, maybe he might be, finishing up in the next 12 months. That was 8 years ago. So he knows what it's like to have retirement speculation following him around. But as we know, Phil, our friend Felix White, who works on the Tail Enders podcast with him, and Jimmy's constantly being asked this question. And what he'll do after cricket is quite interesting to me, because sure, he'll slip into the commentary box next door and he'll do his thing on TV and radio. But I wonder whether he is a little bit institutionalised in that he's done nothing but cricket, nothing but play cricket for so long. It might be a trickier transition for him than most, Jeremy.
Yeah, certainly. I could see that being a real issue for him. But the thing that has changed in those 9 years that you were just talking about, for me, this whole series, there's been a lack of movement for him. Just swing.
Yeah.
And I don't know whether that's how he's holding the ball. Is it the pitches that haven't helped him? Is it the atmospheric conditions? Is it the balls? No, because we've seen movement from other bowlers, and that's the concerning thing for me for James Anderson.
Yeah, it's madness, but nobody can quite pin why the outswinger appears to have deserted him, but it has, and the numbers are there.
It was really interesting seeing Derek Pringle pick up on this. I remember Derek, who's been part of our SEN cricket team in the past, he wrote a 5,000 word about Anderson's outswinger about 4 years ago for the Cricket Monthly, and really committed to learning about the way Anderson perfected his craft, especially in the latter part of his career, and getting it back, because there was a time when Anderson lost the outswinger, but it's nearly 20 years ago. It was maybe year 3 or year 4 of his international journey, around the 05 Ashes, when they famously sent him to Loughborough, and he came back a different bowler with a different action and all the rest of it. But,
and regressed as a consequence.
And regressed, yeah. And Derek wrote on Twitter that he's clearly, to his eye, and most people, there aren't many people that know as much about Jimmy's bowling as Derek, he's lost it. And how do you get it back when you're 41? I mean, it is a touch thing, a rhythm thing, and if you're out of rhythm and you're straining for it, as he's clearly been, the body language, Jeremy, he's desperate to make a contribution.
Look, I don't know whether it's the wobble ball, because he's picked that up as well, and he uses that more than his swing delivery at the moment, whether that's affected him, because there's a much wider kind of holding of the ball either side of the seam for the wobble ball, so to make it oscillate, and one pressure on one of the fingers just a little bit more as you let it go. So whether that's affected the way that he can actually hold the ball for seaming the ball and swinging the ball, I don't know. But whether the hand's completely behind the ball or not, we saw him out here, didn't we? Before the game began, bowling to Saker, just bowling the ball to Saker, bowling the ball to Saker, and just trying clearly. And I thought there were signs in that first innings where we did start to see him just swing the ball a bit. Just a little bit, and that might have been all you need to keep going, but he's lost it here again.
Gone are the days, Phil, of him being able to set up players as he does so expertly. In-swinger, off-cutter, wobble seam, in-swinger, off-cutter, wobble seam, out-swinger.
Right.
And invariably it'd be the out-swinger that would find the edge, pouch behind, and you'd go, what magic? And he'd be like, well, it's just another day ending in Y. That's what I do for a living. But that's not been the lived experience through this series. Another player who's had to fight really hard to stay in the scraps, David Warner. We'll get his series stats from Phil Long, who can bring it up on the screen as we have this part of our conversation. But Warner reaching 60 here, second half century in the series, got starts throughout. I wonder whether he's done enough to, from a selector perspective, keep him in the side for those 3 test matches against Pakistan, which will be, I don't expect anywhere near as sporting as this. It won't be an Ashes cauldron. It'll be against Pakistan, who will have Naseem Shah and Shaheen Shah Afridi coming in at 150 clicks. So that's noteworthy in all of this. But whether they see fit to give Matthew Renshaw or Marcus Harris an opportunity. Phil Long, what do you think?
Yeah, 285, 28.5 apiece, 250s. He's only the only one of the 4 openers not to reach 300 runs.
Right, but only fell in single digits a couple of times.
That's right, yeah, and we've mentioned it quite a few times. That sort of danger zone for him in this series between, I think it was 28 and 35 in the end. He went, was it 5 or 6 times within that period of run? So he got in and then got out.
Warner watch.
Do you think it might be one of those, Jeremy? I mean, you've been in this situation where you've had to make a call on your own international career, and you went out close to the top, in fairness. You hadn't made that regression that we've seen with Warner. But if they were to win here today, if they go 3-1 up and win the Ashes in England for the first time in 22 years, in his final match here, his 4th tour here, might he wake up in a couple of days and go, you know what, that's a pretty good moment?
Yeah, he might. It'll be up to him first of all, won't it? Do you think the selectors are at a point that they might say, I think that's enough?
It's a great unknown, isn't it? They were pretty clear before the series, Phil, that if Warner had 2 test matches in a row that went poorly, they were willing to drop him. It wasn't like 19 where he was set and forget throughout. They were open-minded to replacing him, and they brought 2 other openers with them. But making the call after the series, it won't be an easy conversation because Warner clearly wants it.
Sure, but he's gone okay here. He hasn't looked like the walking wicket he did 4 years ago. He's not made the big scores, and he's wrestling with himself, clearly, and raging against the dying of the light and all the rest of it. Nonetheless, three test matches at home, building into probably a Sydney farewell, I can well see that playing out. There is a broader question, and it applies to the Anderson point as well. When a culture comes to a point where they have to take any suggestion of sentiment out, and however great somebody's career numbers may be, you have to keep evolving, you have to keep moving along. And looking at the Anderson story here, I'm not entirely comfortable that England have a really interesting young fast bowler in Josh Tongue, who's played really, really good stuff at Lords. Took 4 of the top 5, 4 of his 5 wickets were top 4 players. Haven't seen him since. Ollie Robinson, I know he's a bit of a Marmite figure, but he's number 7 in the world. He averages a tick over 20 across Test cricket. Haven't seen him in this Test match or the last. And he's been fit for both, 100% fit. Now, Jimmy is Jimmy, but there comes a point where you are holding the progression of others back, and unless you are consistently imperious, and so much that the age becomes an irrelevance because you just keep doing it. You keep refusing to recognise the passage of time, and you keep pulling it out time after time. But Anderson hasn't done that. And Warner, he's hanging in there as best he can. But if you have a player who's just good to go, it might be Renshaw, I don't know, it might be Harris, it might be Will Pukowski, it might be someone who I've never even heard of.
Sure. Who's
tearing it up in the Shield. Do you allow a 3-match procession because somebody's built up that time, or do you say there's no real room for that? You have to keep evolving and moving the game along. I don't know where I stand on it.
No. Personally, I don't. What you're describing is sentimentality, really.
Right.
And you've got
so
so much credit in the bank that you deserve to get 3 test matches. No, I don't. Test match positions are very precious things.
Yeah, exactly.
Precious things.
Exactly.
And you work all your life to try and get there. And I don't think, even despite of having such a good, backstory, I don't think that you can necessarily expect to get a position in the side.
Yeah. Phil Long with us as well for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. Longy.
Yeah, I think David Warner's numbers across this whole English summer are, do you see that the glass being half full or half empty? World Test Championship 43-1. First test of this series 9-36. Second test 66-25. Headingley failed twice, 4-1. Fourth test 32-28, and here 24-60. We mentioned it, he's not been blown away, but never gone and made the big scores.
To be fair, I think, how often have we said, one of us, oh, here come the Australian openers out to, oh, look how dark it is. And look, all the lights are on. So it hasn't been easy.
No.
That's the first point. Second point is, I think that he's an admirable foil for Khawaja, who has absorbed a lot of runs, but he's not a quick runner between the wickets, whereas Warner is more of a man who wants to go at the ball, whereas Khawaja waits. And it's interesting, isn't it? Here's a man, Khawaja, a man who can't score runs in England, and here he is. He's over 500 or whatever he's got in this series.
496 at 50, Khawaja.
So breaking down those... Sorry, Jeremy.
The last point is catching the ball at first.
Yeah.
We don't often take that into account, but suddenly taking Warner away from first slip, does it create a problem for Australia? So that's another thought.
Just breaking down those numbers that Phil outlined for you. That 36 in the second innings doesn't sound much at Edgbaston.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound much. But that got that run chase on the cards.
Yeah.
Made runs at Lords, 66-25.
In the toughest conditions.
And he's made runs here as well.
Yeah.
If Australia go and win this game and take 3, then he's made a positive impact in every one of those games.
All right, we might leave it there from the ground. We just got a message from Sky saying they expect it to be 60 to 90 minutes of rain. I mean, that's good news. We can cop 60 or 90 minutes. We probably can't cop 3 or 4 hours. That would almost certainly bring this test match to a stalemate. And I think we're all keen for a result for this to be determined one way or the other. We'll go back to the studio in Melbourne with Paulie Sebastiani. On the way through to that, a reminder of our text number, 0433 98 11 16 in Australia, 8833 in New Zealand. At lunch, when the rain started again, Australia were 3 for 238. They require 146 runs from here to reach their victory target of 384. They lost Warner for 60, Khawaja for 72 and Labuschagne for 13 in that first session before Smith and Head came together for an unbroken stand of 69. Our coverage is for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. That's all on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard by Beaumont's and Save. And after the break, it'll be Paulie Sebastiani picking up the conversation in Melbourne. SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Get ready, strap yourselves in. This could be the huge finish. An eye-watering 52 overs have been allocated by the match officials. I can get to 42. I have no idea where the last 10 have come from. The scheduled resumption is 4:20. Light it up. Stuart Broad leading England out for the final time. Australia 3 for 238 upon the resumption. 146 runs to collect at a most generous required run rate, given we've got 52 in the can. Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. Our experts, Bharat, Sundaresan and Jeremy Vernon Coney. Lads, 52 overs jumps out at the page. I appreciate that we've got the scheduled close of 7 o'clock, final hour starting at 6. This anticipates bowling 37 overs in 100 minutes. Good luck with that.
I know.
Good luck with that.
We're going to be here for a long time to come, Adam Collins.
There's more rain forecast later. Longy, you've been on top of this.
Yeah, more rain coming through around 6 o'clock, we might think. Might be here for a couple of hours. Any time after 6 o'clock, that's it, we're done.
I wonder how Australia might frame that up, Jeremy. I mean, I don't think they paid too much attention to the radar in England, but nevertheless, knowing that in all probability there'll be further interruptions, they won't get all 52 in. We can be pretty sure of that. How this might go through the minds of Smith and Head, the men who are walking back out on 40 and 31 respectively.
Well, you'd think it's round about 3 runs and over in that case, wouldn't you? I mean, obviously it's under 3 if you get the 52 in. I mean, we'll all be old people there. You'll be as old as me, all the rest of you, for heaven's sake. So, yeah, that's probably not going to occur. So about 3 runs and over, that's possible. That's exactly what, we've been looking at today. At last, Woakes appears as if he's in the team. And he's actually going to bowl. So he's been the most likely bowler, 5 for 5 yesterday, and Anderson got 10. How come all that works, guys? I'm not quite so sure about those numbers.
And Woakes bowled 6 overs earlier today and picked up
2 for 90.
Crucial wickets.
Yeah.
Both Warner and Khawaja, the not out men. Crickviz or Winviz has England at 48%, Australia at 34. Throw that out the window. Chris Woakes is going to get the old ball. 14 overs until the second new one. That's an important number as well, Bharat.
Very important, and what Australia would want is whatever happens at the other end, Steve Smith needs to be there when that second new ball is taken. If that is the case, if they don't lose more than 1 wicket at the other end, they would fancy themselves. They've got themselves into a much better position than what they would have expected themselves to be after those wickets, especially Jeremy, you and I were there on air when Marnus got out, and there's some problem.
We're not going to start on time because there's something going on behind the bowler's arm. In saying that, hang on, what's going on here? Ben Stokes.
Oh, the one security guard was just stood right under a sheet of white cloth there.
So we're going to start at 4:21. 2 slips, 2 out for the short ball, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off. That's the captain, Stokes, who has been warming up to bowl.
Still
loves these situations. A cover point and a deep backward point, more a third man for the cut shot of Stephen Smith. Under lights.
People wandering about.
No, basically Steve Smith wants to get rid of all the security guards. Security guard to the right, security guard to the left.
Doesn't care that people are sitting under the side screen. Anyway, we're nearly ready to roll. Umpire Dharmasena says play. Woakes in, final session of this thrilling series. Bowls to Smith, leaving alone an outswinger outside the line of the off stump through to the gloves of Bairstow.
How long are they going to keep Woakes on? Because I would have thought the new ball in 14 overs, or 13 after this over now, he would be the man to take one end of them.
Interesting to see who they start with at the Vauxhall. And Moeen Ali had a couple really rag before lunch. Feels a long time ago. He is warming up. I can see him doing some kicks just to strengthen that groin area, which was strained a couple of days ago.
But he does release runs, doesn't he?
He does. So Woakes on the approach, close to the stumps, bowls to Smith, middle stump line, pushed out to mid-wicket. There'll be no run.
All I'll say is, for our sake, Moeen Ali bowling means this. We'll at least get out of this hard tonight. If they have fast bowlers from both ends, we'll be here till the sun rises tomorrow.
Well, they're meant to bowl all the overs on day 5. That's the.
You just have to.
That's the way it's meant to work. But of course, bad light will be a factor. You can easily imagine a world where it's Joe Root and Moeen Ali bowling for a large chunk of this. Moeen, camera on him at the moment. Our screen for tyre power. Winter safety sail. Woakes up. Bowls to Smith, middle stump line, defensive. Back down the pitch, Woakes in his follow-through takes the pace off it right at the middle of Smith's bat. Woakes up at 85 mile an hour.
Yeah, and you already seen once the ball doesn't hoop around like the ball was that we've discussed to death this morning, it's such a flat pitch to bat on. Just the last 3 deliveries that Steve Smith has faced from Chris Woakes, he has so much time to just get in line and just defend.
Reviews will be part of this chat too. I'm sure England have 1, Australia have 2. England losing 1 on the stroke of lunch. Woakes up, bowls to Smith, 2 in the cordon. Away from him it goes. There's an appeal from the cordon, but not from the bowler. Good take from Bairstow. That is hoops. After passing the bat, it's done loads. So this older ball, Jeremy Coney's eyes have lit up rather.
Yes. Almost on cue to me saying it's so placid. Oh, that's not just moved appreciably after pitching, the carry as well. Went past the splice of Steve Smith's bat, as he indicated right after. Oh, there is some life in this pitch then. Sorry.
So Woakes alive to it. Up to Smith, delivers here. And Smith defends out towards mid-off, no run. So let's work backwards from the theoretical to the realistic. Let's say there's 30 to 40 overs. If there is to be a further interruption, that'll mean Australia need to go at 4s or better from here. At what point do they start realistically thinking about that against, of course, the ability for them to bat this out and get a draw?
I think just the style of batters that they have, Steve Smith at one end and the aggressive players at the other end, will help them in that
Wokes delivers and Smith works it into the onside. To mid-wicket, there'll be no runner. Maiden to start from Wokes. 13 overs away from the second new ball. 3 for 238. That's on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Head 31, Smith on 30. And the most important number on the board, 146 away from the victory target of 384.
And we've already seen in this innings Travis Head, he's slowed down a little bit. The longer he's in there, he will find boundaries, and especially this battle, Moeen Ali to Travis Head. He's got him out a few times. He also does leak a lot of runs to someone like Travis Head. You see the offside field, but we saw just before the break, despite this field, he keeps darting balls onto his pads, and Travis Head gets easy runs to the onside.
So Moeen Ali bowled 9 overs so far. None for 33, could have easily been 1 for 33. And Ben Stokes completed the catch. Controversial moment before lunch. To Head, he'll have a slip and a couple of catching covers away from us at the Vauxhall end. Round the wicket. Head goes back and cuts well. Only gets 1 because there's a sweeper at deep point. Comes back for 2 to the keeper's end. If the throw was good, he was in stripe. The throw was not good at all. That was Ben Duckett in off the rope. Bairstow was about 3 or 4 metres from the stumps by the time it reached him. So the first runs of this session, 33 for Head, 3 for 240 for Australia. Moeen Ali, of course, almost certainly his final act in Test cricket too. Bowls here to Travis Head, gets forward and defends, out to cover.
That was Steve Smith's call. He had no doubt at all that they were coming back for the second run. Travis Head can be a little doozy at times when it comes to running between the wickets.
Moeen up here away from us. Bowls to Head, gets forward on the leg stump line. There'll be leg byes there. No turn to speak of. Down towards the rope it runs. Might make it. Big dive put in there from Joe Root. Just cuts it off. Full dedication to the cause. They save 1 run for it, but in a test match and a test series fought this closely, that might mean something later. 3 for 243. We'll get a replay to confirm he hasn't touched the rope, but that looks like brilliant fielding to me on the first replay for Tyre Power. Winter safety sail.
Well done desperation from Root there at the end with the dive and the slide and the stretching with the hand to prevent that last run.
Once again, Moeen Ali missing his line, cutting it down the pads. Like I said, he has done a few times to Travis Head.
So they'll try and box Smith in. Leg slip, that's Stokes again. And the short leg. No silly point as yet. A sweeper at deep cover. And 1 back on the leg side too. Moeen bouncing to the crease to Smith, using his feet before defending. Into the covers where silly point otherwise would have been. Easy single. Smith to 41. 3 for 244. Smith's first run after the resumption.
Yeah, smartly done by Steve Smith. There's such a big gap, and one of the reasons they have that gap is they want him to drive through that gap, looking for a single. Instead, he jumps out of his crease, and all he did was, it was a front foot defence, wasn't it, Jeremy?
Yeah, I'd be tempted to just leave the mid-wicket open a little bit. Broad is there right now.
Partnership of 75. Moeen to Head. Middle stump line, inside part of the bat. Another single, just round the corner. Head to 34. 3 for 245.
And if then try and encourage him to play into that area, and it brings a caught and bowled and those other 2 men that you were talking about, Adam, at sort of the short catching cover, brings them into play with the front edge. Because the ball is turning a little bit, isn't it? And if Moeen Ali gets it right, he's going to go for a few runs, as I say. But if he gets it right, then he can claim a wicket as well.
Moeen bowling over the wicket to Stephen Smith. Middle stump line, doesn't turn, goes on with the arm. Smith adjusts his shot at the last moment, places it to cover, gets another single and retains the strike. Smith to 42, 3 for 246 the score. Australia 138 runs away from victory on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard by Beaumonts and Safe.
The supercars are on track, and SEN are right behind them. This is a Supercars Championship season like no other, and SEN is keeping you right on pace with our exclusive coverage. Join me, Aaron Noonan, for up-to-the-minute news, interviews and analysis from the best in the business. It's a huge season ahead with racing right through the year, so make sure you're up to speed by downloading the SEN app today. SEN Supercars, right here on SEN, your home of sport.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas. Win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Maccas at Harry Brook, who was at short leg in the previous over where 8 runs were taken. He's off the field. Not sure what's going on there. Chris Wokes to continue. All the lights on here at the Kia Oval. Wokes on the approach. 2 slips for Smith. Delivers here. Smith plays and misses. An expansive, booming drive attempt. But ample outswing from Wokes. That's a false stroke. They need Smith to bat the whole way through, or a decent slab of these overs under any scenario, Bharat. Where did that come from?
I don't know. He's done this a few times in this series, hasn't he? The first ball he faced in Manchester almost hit it straight down. Deep fine legs thrown. A couple of shots he played to get out in the first innings. And this one, no feet, nothing. All he could have achieved is get an edge and be out.
He was trying to hit that aerial as well. Seeing the replay, Wokes again. Bowls to Smith. Smith defends, albeit off an inside edge onto the thigh pad. Wants one. Moeen Ali in. Throw is shy and underarm. It doesn't hit. I reckon Smith was home, but he's skittish.
He is.
Smith, in all probability, playing his last innings in England as well. He would love to bat all the way through, to give them a chance here. Just needs to settle down. Travis Head walks down the pitch to some gardening for his partner. Watching it back for tyre power here. Went to safety sale. What's going on, Jeremy Coney?
The running doesn't seem, confident, does it, in each other? Smith is looking for runs everywhere, as if he wants to get these runs, get quite a few before the new ball.
Wokes on top. Bowls to Smith. Leaves alone. That's swung a long way so far that it's bounced off Johnny Bairstow's glove. They'll get a bye. He throws the glove off. That might hit him on the end of the finger. Another sundry. A few of them since tea. 3 for 247. 137 away. Count them off.
Yeah, it looks as though, there's a little period here, particularly with Moeen Ali, that Australia could get the runs. They're not going to find it easy against Wokes. Big drives and booming drives aren't the case, really, because the ball's still just moving a little bit. We've noticed not just one, but 2 or 3 that have moved away from the right-hander. So it's Moeen Ali they would perhaps look to a little bit more.
So for Travis Head, 2 go straight back for the short ball. That's the first thing to note. Still 2 slips, and the catching cover point, deep backward point in protection. Over the wicket, Wokes bowls. Head plays and misses as well.
Right.
Trying to force the ball with a straight bat with no foot movement at all. That's moved away from him and missed it by a long way. No footwork. We know Travis Head isn't the kind of guy who moves his feet at the best of times, Bharat, but if he nicks that, it looks ugly.
It looks very ugly. He had a few of those against Stuart Broad earlier in the day, but also the intent from Australia. They're going for these runs, and they realize, like you said, Jeremy, before the second new ball, they need to get a lot of those runs.
Wokes has got it hooping around. Delivers here again to Travis Head. Driving, that's better. On top of the bounce, straight to Stuart Broad in the sun hat, despite the fact there's no sun to speak of. Cuts it off. Wide mid-off.
He's walking at him, Travis Head.
Yeah. He's such a lovely hand-eye player, but you're right. He just doesn't move his feet much, does he? He relies totally on in his eye play and his hands with it. Lovely timer of the ball, but in these conditions with the ball nipping about, very dangerous.
Wokes to finish. Crowd hushed, other than the trumpeter. Bowls here, Head on leg stump, and he drives it. A check drive past the wideish mid-on. Moeen Ali with work to do, and he can't run at the moment, so it'll be a boundary. Any other fielder on the ground is probably putting a dive in, but not Moeen, not right now. Head to 38 with his 6 boundaries. Smith's 42, 3 for 251 Australia, and that's on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Pulling away from the dealership is just the start with Hyundai. Imagine convenience and transparency with online service booking and upfront pricing. Imagine 12 months of our premium roadside support plan every time you complete a scheduled service with us. Imagine driving unlimited kilometres and still being under warranty 5 years later. Imagine having a lifetime of care with Hyundai iCare. T's and C's apply. Elements of iCare are limited in duration. Visit hyundai.com.au/iCare. Imagine that. Hyundai.
SEN Ashes Cricket for the Barbecue Bacon Angus at Macca's. I'm here with Jeremy Coney and Bharat Sundaresan, our experts for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas.
Got to watch pushing out. You know how Smith was looking to that little run just in front of sort of cover area at the moment, that he doesn't leave a gap between bat and pad for Moeen Ali to go through.
Moeen bowls, 3 catching men to Smith here. Smith goes back and gets it just past the man at short leg. Harry Brook back on the field, gets a single to 43. That's better. 3 for 252. 133 away.
Yeah, 132 away.
132 away.
And the only reason I was going to bring that up, we have made to do our own math is because the big screens here are still talking about how England needs 7 wickets to win. No mention of the runs needed.
Well, that's an interesting part of this as we go on. Moeen bowls, only one catcher for Travis Head, goes back, placing it to cover, no run. You will detect when watching coverage from England that there's we haven't quite got there yet, but they go runs to win or wickets to win based on what the producer, I suppose, or director, thinks is more likely at the time. Well, they clearly at the ground think it's more likely England are going to win from here. Moeen to Head, got a slip and a catching cover, forward and pushing straight to that man, no run.
Whether they think England are going to win or that's the only thing they care about.
Phil Long?
It is on the big scoreboard, but it takes a lot of finding. It's in the bottom right-hand corner. Runs required. He's in 1-3-2.
I know where it is. That's where I'm looking. Moeen bowls and Head goes back and punches it just out to deep point. Too short from Moeen to the left-hander. The South Australians 39. 3 for 253. Good evening to our listeners in South Australia. For Daniel Thomas and the team at Mornteam Used Cars, mornteam.com.au. Over 300 used cars available for immediate delivery.
Moeen's got cold hands. He's using those hand warmers.
Back to the 3 catching men. Moeen to Smith. 2 left in the over. Full. Hits him on the pad. Maybe outside the line. Joel Wilson, who knows? Not out. We're right over Moeen's arm. We've got the best seat in the house this week when it's right arm over from the Vauxhall end. And that felt to me outside the line, and yeah, there'll be no review here.
Just one review left. That'll come into play as well.
Has to.
Well, he's got to get outside that off stump, and a stride will help him as well if he can.
Did turn, watching it back for tyre power, turned plenty. Moeen to finish, Smith into the onside, collected by the man at mid-wicket. End of the over, there'll be a change in commentary after the break. Geoff Lemon taking over from me with Australia at 3 for 253. Heads on 39, Smith 43, and that's on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Imagine a brilliant blend of tech-powered, human-centric experiences in a Hyundai SUV. Like advanced engine technology to deliver an effortless drive with superb fuel efficiency. Well, the future is here. Hyundai's range of SUVs from the midsize Tucson to Santa Fe and the premium Palisade are available for delivery. Visit Hyundai.com.au or your local showroom to test drive tomorrow's SUV today. T's and C's apply. Imagine that. Hyundai.
SEN Ashes cricket, 3 for 253. Things are tightening up here. That's on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard by Beaumont's and Save. Steve Smith getting skittish. Start of a new over, Head on strike, rocks back, cuts with power. Out to deep backward point, but they've got a sweeper. He thinks about a second, won't get it. Ben Duckett quick across the turf. 3 for 254. The field swaps over. Right-hander to left-hander.
Just enough width there for Head to just open up and just play a sort of a cut drive, if you like, as well. Square drive, 16 runs so far.
Chris Wokes, such a danger. Just seeing that DRS replay there for tyre power, the winter safety sail. And that ball, according to DRS, was missing leg stump by about a foot. After pitching outside the off stump, Moeen Ali turning it more than he's ever done in his life. Here we go. Smith defending out to mid-wicket. There was no DRS called on that because England elected not to go upstairs. It would have been impact outside the line of off stump. Had they gone for a DRS review for IMAR Insurance, the tradies mate, call 13 IMAR. 3 for 254.
The crowd finding its voice. Yeah, the projection during these DRS reviews or replays. I think this whole test match has been slightly intoxicated.
Lavish, I would describe them as. Wokes up to Smith, who's played a couple of lavish shots, but he plays a circumspect one there. Just pops the ball out towards cover point, won't run.
There is some uncertainty between these two in terms of running between the wickets. A couple of times Steve Smith was in a hurry. Travis Head was not ready. And here you saw, Steve Smith pushed it into the covers. Travis Head expected Steve Smith to run. Just came running down the pitch, took a few steps.
He's just entering Bizarro World Smith stage at the moment. We've seen this over the series. Wokes bowls to him, he flicks off his pads down to fine leg for 1, and that's normal, sensible Smith. Goes to 44, 3 for 255. But we see these points, Bharat, where he suddenly starts playing unlike himself. He's like, you tip a cup of tea into the keyboard of your laptop and you dry it out. And it still works, but sometimes it just gives you an electric shock. It's like sometimes there are times when Smith's brain starts.
Will the situation not sort of clarify that for him? What's required?
Well, he looked so clear before the break.
Yeah.
Everything he did had that sense of purpose, and in the first innings here, until he had to attack with the lower order, but probably went too early in the first innings, and just those strange couple of moments the previous couple of overs. Short goes Wokes to Head, who pulls it out to the deep. Wood sliding around the boundary rope will stop it. Lob the ball back in. They only get one run, even though that was right out of the meat of the bat. 3 for 256. They need 128 to win, Australia.
The best example was right at this ground at the start of this tour. Made 100 in the first innings, in that shot of Ravindra Jadeja in the second innings. Came from nowhere. And he said that, I'm never playing a shot like that again in the series. But he's done it a few times.
He played that sweep shot in Delhi when he never plays a sweep shot.
And he put his hands up like saying, where did that come from?
Yep. And the one at Old Trafford, was it? Wokes up to Smith, who has a very straight bat and defends the ball right back to the bowler on the bounce. You're on SEN Ashes Cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's.
Be ready for all the office footy banter with SEN.
Jack in the pack!
Catch up on all the latest scores and news in the time it takes to get from the car park to the office with SEN's The Day's Play. Our team of expert commentators go over the results, cover the big talking points, plus share the match highlights as called on AFL Nation. SEN's The Day's Play, your one-stop podcast channel to catch up on every sport called by SEN.
SEN Ashes Cricket for Henley. Brand new Henley completed homes in Bonnybrook from under $600,000. Now the umpires have been having a chat, and now they're going to have a conversation with Ben Stokes. So could this be about light? It actually looks brighter than it did out there earlier, if they're going to tell him that he can't bowl fast bowlers. Now Stokes is wandering back to his position in the field. Moeen Ali had the ball anyway, so he was going to bowl and will continue to. Thoughts?
It's not light.
No, it's not light. I don't know whether it's something to do with Johnny Bairstow, because Dharmasena did point at him. Now Steve Smith and Broad are having... Dharmasena is the senior umpire. He pulled Joel Wilson across it in between overs. Keep an eye out on this.
Maybe he was asking England if they wanted to pick a wicket-keeper. 3 for 256 is the score. Moeen Ali to bowl to Travis Head, who rocks back, punches away through cover, beats one fielder, half beats the other. Will get through for a run. Steve Smith runs it in a sidestep just to prove that everything's fine and normal at the moment. He goes down the pitch foot to foot like he's sidestepping in PE class. Travis Head got a good piece of that, beat the closer cover fielder and didn't beat the squarer one, who got a hand to it, deflected it away. He gets one run, goes to 42. Smith on 44, 3 for 57. What's this partnership worth now, Phil Long?
They came together at 169, so we're 88.
Moeen bowls to Smith, who goes back and tucks it away into the leg side. Can't get a run past mid-wicket, although he gets it past the short leg fielder.
Most dangerous ball is outside off, isn't it, for Smith? It's not on the stumps quite so much because it's turning well away, and he just hasn't found the length yet that he needs to operate from. Whether that's an issue with his groin, I don't know.
Moeen, 3 close catches, bowls to Smith, comes forward and defends. There's no run. Phil?
According to one of these, it's quick info. It's 47 overs that need to be bowled, not 52, and they were just informing Ben Stokes that was the case.
Oh. So the sums were wrong initially.
Yes.
Okay. Here's Moeen, and Smith goes back and turns it round the corner. Head wants a run. He says yes. Calls Smith through. Has to race at the non-strikers. And a really good throw might have had him under pressure, but he safely gets there. 3 for 258. They need 126 to win. So just to try to clarify that, if that comes down to 47, that means it should be 32 that need to be bowled by 6 p.m. into the last hour.
That's right.
You still won't get 32 overs bowled in an hour and 40 minutes. That would normally be 25 overs. Even if they hustle through them, they wouldn't get 32, which nobody does, of course. Round the wicket, Moeen. Lots of flight, driven straight to short cover by Head. Can't beat the field.
Yeah, but just between these two, they need to come together, have a little bit of a chat. Running between the wickets is very iffy at the moment.
Moeen to Head, who pushes forward. He's beaten, hit on the pad. Moeen appealing, backtracking. You never know with Joel Wilson. The finger still hasn't gone up, which means I think we're safe. The England players just coming together. We're having a chat.
Was it quite high?
Deciding whether...
Looked a little bit shorter than the rest of his deliveries, and therefore had the chance to bounce and also change the angle slightly. I don't think it turned quite as much either.
The DRS timer ticking down, and they decide not to take the review. So Moeen Ali goes up to chat to the umpire. That will be the end of the 72nd over. Australia 3 for 258.
Be bowled over by the world's pinnacle bowls event and get behind the right-at-home Australian Jackaroos. The World Bowls Championships hit the Gold Coast from August 29 to September 10. Proudly supported by Tourism and Events Queensland and Major Events Gold Coast. Tune into daily live streaming on world2023.bowls.com.au. Watch the action unfold live on Fox Sport and KO on September 2, 3, 9 and 10. In the meantime, give bowls a go. Visit bowls.com.au and click on Find a Club.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. 3 for 258. Steve Smith down over his bat. He's got 45, made 71 in the first innings. 72 overs have been bowled. 8 overs from a new ball for England. Chris Wokes bowled tremendously today. Tries to get onto the pads of Smith, who gets the bat across the line of the ball to mid-wicket. No run.
He's been the real difference. Chris Wokes stood broad, bowled well. Jimmy Anderson didn't look very threatening. Mark Wood bowled a couple of good overs.
Just having a look at that replay there for tyre power, the winter safety sail, the Travis Head LBW appeal. No inside edge, but it would have been just clearing leg stump.
Told you that projection. It's on fire.
Not by much. Wokes to Smith, who leaves, raises the bat high above the line of the ball and lets it pass through.
I'm assuming they will take the new ball, won't they?
Yeah.
Are we all in agreement sort of about that?
Might as well.
Yeah. Immediately.
Give it to Mark Wood, perhaps. See if it gives him some extra zip off the surface.
Well, if he's going to be there, you may as well do that, I think. You know, if you're going to use him as a bowler.
Maybe 5 or 6 overs for Broad and Anderson to see if they can do something with it.
I wouldn't use Anderson myself. I'd have Wokes ahead of him. That's why I wouldn't bowl him too many now.
Wokes bowling to Smith, who's playing down the line of the ball, straight back to the bowler.
At the moment, he's kind of fulfilling the role that they know that Moeen Ali is going to go for a few. So they're hoping, I think, that it'll be rather more economic from the other end to try and, if you like, compensate.
Moeen Ali has pulled things back in the last couple of overs, Jeremy. So maybe he's finding his groove as well. His length has been better.
Yep, 2 runs from the last 2 Moeen Ali overs.
Wokes to Smith, wide, and he drives it through the covers for 4. Terrific shot from Steve Smith. Sees the length that he likes. Overpitched. There is width, but he opens his wrists and cracks through the line of the ball out to the line of the boundary. 3 for 262. Australia 122 to win.
He just collared that ball. He hit a cover drive before the rain break, which he wasn't in control of, went in the air, but this one, he gave it a proper whack.
Just weight through the ball. It's a good example of that, isn't it? Transfer of weight from back foot to front foot. It's lovely.
Power through the ball on that replay for tyre power. Winter safety sail. Here goes Wokes to Smith, who drives again but finds mid-off on this occasion.
It's almost like that boundary. I just gave himself that nod now. I always look out for nods with Steve Smith. You can read a lot into the Steve Smith nod if you watched him enough. Just after that cover drive, it almost was he woke himself up. And he does do that in practice. Like, oh, welcome back. Where you been? It's something he says to himself quite often.
Now, can Wokes just bring him across his stumps a bit here? 2 big drives.
Looking to do just that. Smith steps across, but he gets up behind the ball, which is just back of a length, and drops it into the onside. To mid-wicket. There'll be no run. End of the over. 3 for 262.
No matter which footy team you cheer for, around 1 in 3 of the players will need donated blood in their lifetime. Same goes for the opposition and supporters like you too. Yet only 1 in 30 people gives blood. That's a lot of potential donors sitting on the bench. So why not be the lifeblood of your footy team and everyone's team? Search Give Blood to book a donation with Australian Red Cross Lifeblood today. Give life. Give blood.
SEN Ashes cricket on the Harvey Norman scoreboard, 3 for 262. It's Cyber Safety Awareness Month at Harvey Norman. You can get a free $50 cyber safety voucher to use towards any cyber security product. Terms and conditions apply as Travis Head cuts a ball out to deep cover. He'll get 1 run for it. Mark Woodlop's in the long throw, 3 for 263. Phil Long, an update on those revised overs, 52 down to 47.
52 down to 47. They did all the calculations. They came out with 52 and then remembered that they'd forgotten about tea. So we took 5 overs off. We're at 47, hopefully.
That's umpires doing that, isn't it?
Don't say that.
Sorry.
Oh, they've had a shocker.
Moeen bowls to Smith, who gets forward and plays a little wristy flick to a deep set mid-on and gets a single, 3 for 264. So just to clarify, the match referee has nothing to do with that. It's just the umpires. I suppose we'd better not concentrate on that, and we should concentrate instead on Steve Smith's half-century. That's another one. He's ticked off so many in his long career. He'll be looking bigger than that today. 39th Test 50 for Stephen Smith. He's turned 32 of those into hundreds so far. It used to be better than 1 for 1. He's at the non-strikers end now with 50 not out to his name. Travis Head on 43. Moeen floats the ball up and it's edged to slip and caught. Travis Head is gone. Moeen strikes. The recalled veteran. He's hobbling. He's uncomfortable. But he's drawn a mistake. And he's getting England back into the match. Travis Head pushing forward at that. A thick edge to slip as the ball turns away. And he tried that bottom-handed angled bat cover drive that he loves to play, and Travis Head has given England a sight of light. 4 for 264.
A beautiful piece of bowling from Moeen Ali. Lovely drift in the air. Pitch just outside off stump. Turned quite sharply. Travis Head cannot help himself. His hands often defy him. He followed the ball. Thick edge and went straight to Joe Root at slip.
Very similar dismissal he had at Birmingham actually in the first Test match, looking to slap a drive a little bit squarer and looking for a boundary, and taken the edge, and a comfortable catch for Root, really. Nice height.
Well, what does that mean for the match situation? Australia still 120 from a win. It might rain again in about an hour and 10 minutes time. And Mitchell Marsh walking out to join Stephen Smith. So while these two are together, Australia are well set. But should Marsh fall early, suddenly might be survival mode. It looks like Australia haven't put away the idea of winning this match yet, but 120 would be a long way to go.
Well, I don't think they put it away at all. Pardon me to interrupt, Geoff, but
a change in commentary.
Yes, I'm here.
Peter Lalor is here. Phil Walker.
Yeah, I've walked in before you've answered the door. Huge wicket with that third new ball in the pipeline. You would Travis Head there when that new ball comes out, the game could really move on. So England will be feeling good about this. Difficult batting conditions. And how does Mitch Marsh go? Does he play his natural game? Does he hit the 6 off the first ball like he was instructed to by Pat Cummins if he wanted to?
Well, they've got 2 in the deep in case he tries that. A deep extra cover and a deep square leg. Moeen bowls to him and he comes forward and defends. Blocks the front foot down, blocks the ball out to cover. No run.
That is the sound of
rubbing hands together.
Yeah.
Here we are.
I wonder what that's.
Moeen, a little bit flatter, goes down low. Marsh sweeps it hard for 4. Doesn't hit a 6 first ball, but he hits a 4 second ball. And shows some intent there and says, well, if I'm here, the sun's shining, I've got overs to bat. New ball coming up, maybe he won't mind that. He's faced the new ball in white ball cricket a lot. The new Dukes might not be swinging that much for the first few overs. If he can get through to that, he might just line it up. Who knows?
Yeah, it was courageous shock. It was taken off stump. He's not going to die wondering, Mitch Marsh. He's been a brilliant injection of fun in this series. He's become a real mainstay for them at number 6 in this series, and wait and see how it plays out. But Moeen Ali, on his final afternoon as an England player, certainly an England Test player, has just got one ragging there against the lefty. There's another left-hander in next, of course, with Alex Carey. So he's in the game here.
3 around the bat, 1 ball to come in the over. Outside the off stump, goes down, sweeps again. They've moved the sweeper just a little bit squarer, so on this occasion it will only get Mitchell Marsh a single. 74 overs gone. Australia need 115 to win. They're 4 for 269.
No matter which footy team you cheer for, around 1 in 3 of the players will need donated blood in their lifetime. Same goes for the opposition and supporters like you too. Yet only 1 in 30 people gives blood. That's a lot of potential donors sitting on the bench. So why not be the lifeblood of your footy team and everyone's team? Search Give Blood to book a donation with Australian Red Cross Lifeblood today. Give life. Give blood.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Well, England celebrating another wicket for Tobin Brothers' funeral, celebrating lives as they dismissed Travis Head. That edge to slip. Joe Root takes yet another. So many in that position. And it's brought Mitchell Marsh to the middle. And this is key. A dominant counter-attacking 100 in the first innings at Headingley.
Well, Wokes looked like the man to get the wicket after the break, so that's fantastic for England that Moeen Ali has. Wokes was unplayable in those first 2 overs after when they resumed play.
He has 3 slips. Waiting for Marsh is Wokes, and Marsh comes forward and guides a run behind point along the ground. Sensible Western Australian style of play. Takes the score up to 270. They're 4 wickets down. Smith on 50, Marsh on 6. They need 114 more.
Stephen Smith, I always felt yesterday morning we were talking about this, what Australia could maybe chase down. I always thought it needed a Smith masterpiece and 2 or 3 others to chip in. He's halfway there, even 50 as it stands, 114 needed.
Never made 100 in the 4th innings of a test, which is one of those things that marks great players, those who can do it at the business end. Wokes drops short, pulls Smith between the 2 boundary riders, and it rolls out to the rope for 4.
I think a little bit of zing has gone out of the ball and out of Chris Wokes' bowling, and Australia will be terribly relieved by that, because I was saying earlier he was verging on unplayable in the first 2 overs after the break, but it's just straightened up a little bit, hasn't it? Fight's left the ball. 5 overs to go until the new one comes.
That ball sat up at about chest height and allowed him to swing it away. 4 for 274. Wokes to Smith, who defends off the back foot down to mid-off. No run.
I think when Smith threw his hands at that cover drive and absolutely creamed it a couple of overs ago, I think that for a swing bowler such as Wokes, that does play on the mind, and there's a natural tendency just to pull the length back a little bit. We've seen it. It's been a bit shorter since. Last couple of deliveries have been banged into the pitch, and Smith will deal with that all day long.
Wokes up to Smith, who comes forward and defends the ball down to mid-off again. His 5th Ashes Test match. Coming to you from London, from the Kia Oval. Geoff Lemon, Peter Lawler, Phil Walker with you.
Well, Phil Walker, if that is the case, it's just the impact of positive batting, isn't it?
Right, well, exactly, and he's come out...
the pressure back. Yeah.
For sure, and he came out straight after this break, and we didn't know exactly how he was going to go about it, but he's been very proactive. He's made his intentions pretty clear here. It's the right way to play.
Wokes comes up to Smith, who's defending the ball back to the bowler. There'll be no run. Now the screen has changed over to the runs to win now. We were talking about that equation before.
It's happened.
The TV producers go to that measure when they think the batting side is in with a good chance.
The scoreboard's still hanging on the 6 wickets to win.
I'd have flipped that round a good few runs ago, I have to say. Having seen some run chases here at the Oval the last couple of years.
Just 2 slips now for Smith, waiting for Wokes, and he edges to the second of them, and he's caught. Chris Wokes has done it again. The super sub for England. He came in partway through the series and turned their fortunes around, and Chris Wokes might have just turned this match around for good. Smith goes for 54, walking forlornly past Mitchell Marsh. Probably the last time he will bat in a test match on English soil. And England in the thick of it now. 5 down Australia for 274.
England's man of the series, Chris Wokes. It's just his 3rd game, but he now goes equal with Pat Cummins on the wickets tally across this Ashes. And he's been majestic here all throughout the game. just that little bit fuller, that in-between length. Smith wasn't quite sure whether to smother it or stay back. He's just pushed outside the eye line just a tiny bit, and it's that late movement, not too much of it, not extravagant, just enough. And Zach Crawley has really emerged this summer as one of the best slippers that England have had in recent years. His stats at second slip are outstanding across these 5 games, and suddenly, just like that, since Pete walked into the room, and I said it's a procession, Peter, Australia have gone bang bang, and England are right back in it.
That's right, yes, and now that 5 wickets to win, it's a big jump from 6 wickets to 5 wickets, isn't it? You really are at the start of the end. You're at the bottom of the best kids in the class batting.
It's logarithmic rather than sequential at that point.
So, and the dejection that Smith showed when he got out contrasted clearly with the celebrations of the English side, as you'd expect. That's a critical wicket. That's just changed the balance of the game. It's shifted, sorry to say.
England celebrating another wicket for Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives. The 5th to fall, and now Alex Carey is in the middle at the non-strikers end. Moeen Ali is defended back down the pitch by Mitchell Marsh. Smith fell from the last ball of the Wokes over. So a new over. This one from the Vauxhall end. And how do Marsh and Carey approach this now? Do they keep trying to take bites out of this target to get England nervous, get it under 3 figures? Marsh opens the front foot and drives hard to mid-off. Might answer that question.
I don't think you're going to see Mitch Marsh try and block out the rest of this game, nor should you. While Marsh is out there, there's hope. Marsh and Carey can both knock off most of this total between them. They have to believe that. There's plenty of time.
A lot of time. Moeen flatter walking across the stumps. Marsh defends with a straight bat. The crowd gives it an ooh. You're on SEN Ashes Cricket for Maccas. Win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Maccas app. Five for 274. Moeen pulls out of his delivery as he reaches the stride.
Mid-on's just was dropping back as Moeen was running into bowl.
Bowls now, and Marsh plays it off the front foot on the bounce to short leg, who fields cleanly. The crowd like that one as well. So they've got a deep cover, and they've got mid-off set about halfway back to the fence, and they've got a long on in case Marsh wants to take on the spinner, plus a deep square leg. The invitation isn't there. Edges it. Marsh caught behind. Incredible take by Johnny Bairstow. The England wicketkeeper has had, at times, a disastrous series, but he has pulled off an absolute blinder when it matters. Goodness me. Mitchell Marsh, the latest to leave. 6 down Australia. Moeen Ali's done it again.
That's a spectacular catch. Pure instinct. Inside edge onto the flap of the pad. Bairstow sees it out the corner of his right eye. Flops onto it. Sticks a palm out. It's not been his series with the gauntlets, but he's picked that moment to finally nail it. 6 down suddenly. Australia sliding and sliding fast here.
Well, now the momentum is going entirely one way. Mitchell Starc walking out to bat. If you've nodded off for half an hour and just tuned back in, we've got back on, and the wickets have fallen. Head, Smith, Marsh, one after another. Australia still need 110 to win. They're 6 down for 274.
Yeah. England have got the running in this game. It will take something sensational for Australia to save this one. Mitchell Starc has batted well this series. Shouldn't be down to him. Pat Cummins come next. He's had a couple of decent innings lately.
2 lefties as well now against the off-break of Moeen Ali, who'll come round the wicket, of course. So that becomes ever more trickier for Australia. Yeah. They cannot die wondering here, and they can't go into their shell either. It's not the way these two play. Carey in particular is a really resourceful player. Maybe just throw it back to Leeds. England was 6 down, 85 needed, I think, and they got it done. But listen to this. A Monday afternoon crowd in South London.
Raucous applause. Marsh gone for 6. A little inside glove almost onto the pad. And a one-handed falling across catch from Bairstow. Reflex. 3 fielders round the bat for Starc. 2 slips. Silly mid-off. He places the ball between the latter 2 fielders and survives. An extremely eventful over comes to an end. Australia, 6 for 274.
If you got to build it, lift it, power it, floodlight it, do it right with Oz Equipment Rentals. They're helping Aussie industries go higher by supplying access equipment, lighting towers and materials handling equipment to the construction, mining and roadwork industries. If you are building a new runway, a new road, a new warehouse, a new highway, the name you want is Oz Equipment Rentals. They also support community sporting clubs like Lara Cats, Werribee Centrals and the Ultima Kangaroos. Visit ozequipment.com.
SEN Ashes Cricket. Good morning to our New Zealand listeners on SENZ. They're here thanks to Racine, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand. If you're listening in New Zealand, you can get involved and send a text on 8833. You might just be enjoying this. Australian wickets tumbling. 3 slips in position now, and Chris Woakes will continue. Woakes and Moeen Ali. They were called upon. They answered the call. They're delivering in this final test match. Alex Carey on strike, yet to face a ball. Woakes to him. Carey blocks it out, and the slips start appealing in anticipation of something happening. Anything. Nothing much. It was a forward defensive shot.
They're up and about out there.
When you're on a roll.
5th day of the 5th test. It's 5:05. We're all on the edge of our seats. What a series we've had.
Oh, goodness me. You can't take your eyes off it. You can't make an assumption. Woakes up to Carey, who flicks a run off his pads. He'll get his first. Think about a second. Wants to race back, but eventually says no. So he's got 1. Stark yet to score on strike. They need 109 to win. 6 for 275. I wandered downstairs during the rain break, spoke to some colleagues in the press box about what they might be writing today, and they were saying, well, you can probably get started on the rained-off draw piece, you know, Australia 2-1.
Who said that?
Oh, several of the English journalists.
Oh, yes, that's the Malthusian English streak, you know. Pessimist till the last.
And here we are.
It's a defence mechanism, Pete.
I know. Expect the worst.
That's it.
Yeah. It's the hope that kills you.
Journalists and porcupines both have quills.
Chris Woakes, what that means.
Chris Woakes, how good has he been, though, today? Those 2 jaffers to get rid of the lefty openers as well.
3 for 41 for Chris Woakes. And he bowls to Mitchell Stark, who's driving and caught it slip. Crawley takes the snare. And another Australian wicket goes down. Booming off drive from Mitchell Stark. Chris Woakes has 4. He is driving England towards a series levelling win. This is extraordinary.
You felt it coming. He's an unlikely enforcer, is Chris Woakes. He's so pretty, he's so unassuming, but he's a gnarly cricketer. He's a double world champion. He's a stalwart of this test side. He's been around for many, many years. He's never really had a big day in one of the big test matches against Australia where he's owned the pitch. Today is his day. That's now 19 wickets, I think, Phil. 19 for the series, and he only came in 3 weeks ago. It's changed the complexion of it. Mark Wood was the enforcer initially, but Chris Woakes has just kept coming at you time after time after time. He's an unassuming bloke, but he's a serious cricketer. He won the game with the bat at Leeds, and now he's on the verge of winning the game with the ball here in South London.
Zach Crawley said we'll beat him by, 150 runs. Well, it might be by about 100 here. Still 109 ahead, England.
Patrick Cummins, right, so he did it in the first against the odds. He saw Australia home in the gloaming of Edgbaston. Does he have the cojones to pull it off again? It's a long way out.
Didn't have to get as many as he does here.
That's the problem.
That was, what was it, about 70 when he came in, batted with Carey for some of that time. Cummins and Carey again. Cummins stands at the striker's end, rehearses a few shots towards the square leg umpire. Runs on the spot, tries to get some blood pumping through his veins. Chris Woakes got his first 5 for against Australia at Headingley, didn't he?
That's it.
He did. On track for another here. Cummins says not ready yet. 3 slips waiting. 7 for 275. Wokes to Cummins, who pushes. They're appealing. Bairstow has his hands on his head. He gloved the ball cleanly that time. Joe Root at slip, lies down on the ground and puts his hands over his face.
How that didn't take out the off stump. Yeah. Nobody out there knows. Absolutely nobody.
Or the outside edge.
Everyone's just getting well out of control here. Stuart Broad at mid-on is going berserk.
Yeah, more outside edge than outside stump.
Cummins pushed at it. The seam was bolt upright from Wokes. They haven't even got the new ball yet. Up again, Wokes to Cummins, drives it, thick outside edge, beats Moeen Ali at point. They'll get one run, might come back for two. As deep backward square gets around and throws in. Cummins off the mark with a brace. Carey's got one. They need 107 more runs. It's too far off, surely. 7 for 277 with 107 to get.
Do you think there's not one last twist left in this series,
I
Geoff?
think this is the one last twist.
This is the last twist of the knife, is it? Are we watching it now?
Come on, let's twist again, like we did last summer. England with the field fairly well spread for Cummins. They've got a deep forward square leg, a long leg, a deep backward and a deep cover. They're happy to have him stay on strike. 3 in the slips. Wokes to him. Cummins hit on the pad, defensive prod forward. Wokes runs up and kicks the ball at the stumps, but Cummins has his foot planted inside his ground. The end of yet another extraordinary over in this series of extraordinary overs. Chris Wokes, 4 for 43. Australia 7 for 277 after the break. Adam Collins will be coming in for me.
What happens when you turn up every dial on tomorrow's SUV? When the power of imagination merges technology and performance? When you take an SUV and give it a sleek, sporty design? A trim that takes it up a notch? And now with BlueLink connectivity with your compatible device. Hyundai Tucson N-Line, tomorrow's SUV, taken to the next level. BlueLink T's and C's apply. Visit Hyundai.com.au or your local showroom today. Imagine that. Hyundai.
A collapse of 4 for 11 in 19 balls. Our coverage for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Much been going on, lads. We've been sat at the back of the box watching the absolute carnage.
Well, if you want to sense of the scale of it, Phil Long's not touched his cake. It's sitting there, mouldy and stale in the left-hand corner of our box.
That'd be because he ate all the sandwiches in front of me in the queue. I didn't get any afternoon tea.
3 overs until the second new ball, if they even want it. Wokes has got it going on. Could be over in a hurry. I sense things will settle down here. Carey and Cummins, good temperament. The runs on the board, 107 to go. That's not a factor for the next little while here. They just need to bat in a calm fashion. Moeen delivers to Carey. He's got a slip. He's forward in defence. They've still got the man back at deep backward square, deep backward point, a long off. It isn't meant around the bad stuff. In again with a very fine slip. Carey's on one, Moeen delivers, and he's forward defending again.
So, Pete, what do you think? If there is some weather around from an hour from now, do you think that'll be anywhere in their thoughts at this point?
No.
The skipper's out there as well?
I don't think they can allow themselves to think like that, can they? They have to play the game that's in front of them, not the one that's an hour down the track.
Over 35 overs left in theory. Moeen bowls Carey again defensively. Just out to cover, just calming things down, absorbing some pressure. This whole series has been about exerting and absorbing pressure at the right times, and now's the right time for Australia with Cummins at 9 and Carey just playing himself in to let the game just drift for 15 minutes or something like that.
These two need to hang on for half an hour, don't they?
Just
and then have a look at what's going on.
No need to score whatsoever. No real pressure around the bat other than the slip. You'd call it a catch and cover. No silly point, no short leg, no leg slip. Moeen delivers and Carey laps, sweeps and gets it out towards fine leg, towards the rope for 4. Well, there's a sign of intent. I didn't expect to see Carey sweeping this early in his tenure. He's up to 5 with it. 7 for 281. The board ticks over for Beaumont Tiles by Beaumont's and save.
103 to win. Bright sunshine. Bad news for Australian fans, really. Can't see any rain anywhere.
The lights are still on. Jack Leach on our screen in the crowd. watching on. Would have been the man spinning for England right now had he not injured himself against Ireland. On screen for tyre power. Moeen. 2 left in the set. Delivers here to Carey. Lap sweep again. Gets it past Bairstow, who stretched out a right glove. He was up for an appeal as well had he missed it. They take just the single. Carey 6. 102 to win. 7 for 282. Now he gets a crack at Cummins. And we know that Cummins, before the chase at Edgbaston, spent an hour in the nets during a rain delay, getting ready to take on Joe Root. Different story here. I think your point's a fair one, Phil. We know there is rain on the way later. Well, we say we know. That it's forecast to be coming, and that can't be outside of their thinking here.
I'm going to the radar.
Which radar do you use?
Met Office.
Met Office, okay.
The oval.
AccuWeather's the other one.
Met Office, the oval radar.
AccuWeather's had a good Ashes.
3 catching men for Cummins. He's on 2. Moeen bowls. He goes back and rides the bounce to the short leg. That'll complete Moeen's over. Far quieter now. 7 for 282. 102 to win with Cummins on 2. Carey on 6. That's on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard by Beaumont's and Save.
Join me, Paddy Dangerfield, each week for Real Adventures. Alongside me is one of Australia's most reputable anglers, Aaron Habgood. Not only do we discuss all the fishing and boating news, but we tell stories from our own experiences throughout the week. And we love hearing yours too. Get involved on our social media pages at Real Adventures and make sure you subscribe to the podcast for weekly episodes. Not only do we love our fishing, but we love talking about it too. So tune in to Real Adventures.
Wickets falling at 264, 274, 274, 275. Watching them back on our screen. Stark won't be happy with his shot, nor will Travis Head. It's Carey facing. 3 slips. Wokes continues. Hits him on the inside edge. Spills out off a pad to Ben Duckett. Racing in from 3rd slip. Carey to 7. Now, what are we left in terms of the new ball here? We're into the
79th over, Adam.
79th over, so 2 left. Would you just stick with Wokes and bowl him into the ground here, Phil, or back to the old firm?
I wouldn't. He's bowled 6 off the reel since we've come back. He's obviously been magnificent, but you've got, to be honest, you've got Mark Wood. I would be bringing Mark Wood into the equation now. I'd bring Broad from the top end, and I'd consider maybe 2 with Broad and then Mark Wood 2 after that. Moeen Ali is tidy as it goes, but I think you have to just go for the jugular as soon as possible.
I think Joe Root tried to get the ball changed there with 11 deliveries left in it. Saw him wander out to square leg with the ball to Joel Wilson. I assume it was to go through the rings. All the fun of the fair.
I think they should introduce a system where you have a certain number of challenges.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. That sort the problem out.
So it's a 6-3 field. Wokes is just bowling magnificently. Into Cummins here, and Cummins plays and misses. The ball keeps moving around. This Duke's ball, since it was changed, has swung throughout. It's given England a massive opportunity here. Might be a race against time later in the day. Time will tell, but it's sunny right now here at the Kia Oval.
I guess the counterpoint to the new ball is that Wokes won't be feeling any tiredness at all. It's how the mind works. When you're on a roll, you feel like you can bowl forever.
Yep.
And it's not like he's relinquished any pace or any incision.
He's all over Australia. Cummins waiting for him. Wokes up and bowls wider on the crease. Cummins defends back down the pitch. It's been the number of balls that he's bowled which have beaten the bat as well, Phil. Just building pressure.
Yeah, a couple really went early on in this spell as well, and it kept England interested. Steve Smith played hugely inside the line of a couple, and he has that ability as well to angle it across the left-hander. Travis Head played a sort of leaden-footed back foot punch into thin air as well.
Cummins up against Wokes. Bowls here, and Cummins drives and hits it straight to cover where Moeen Ali is fielding. I mean, yeah, the fact that they got through the first 25 minutes without further loss, that partnership was on 95. I spoke to you off airfield. You said they'll do this easy. I know that's your defence mechanism kicking, and I appreciate this. I've got a friend who's listening in and watching as well, and he's an England fan who... I'll read you his exact message. But I'm not sure if it's a reflection of the general mood, but I'm beyond caring about this game and series. All my friends and other groups are saying the same. Most haven't watched this test at all. Half an hour later, it worked, we're going to win. The classic quintessential England sook, believe me. Wokes in, can he pick up a 5th here? Bowls to Cummins, short ball, sails over the top of Cummins. Who'll be listening to, Sam? You've earned that clip.
One of your own. I like him already. Yeah, I was just looking at the overall landscape of the game, though, and having seen so many run chases in recent years here and seen how fourth innings run chases are hauled in increasingly regularly in English conditions, I thought Travis Head's shot was slightly unnecessary, really. You know, it clearly wasn't quite there. It's not like he was under his eyes to punch it. He threw his hands at it unnecessarily. He was going really nicely. No bother at all. They weren't really under too much pressure from Moeen.
Smith was beat. Head got himself out, didn't
Sure.
he? Yeah.
Wokes in, Cummins plays late. Through backward point for 1. Takes it to 100 to win from here. Cummins is on 3. That completes the 79th over. 7 for 284. 100 runs away from there. Enormous target of 384. That's on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard by Beaumont's and Save.
Whether it's been a big weekend or a big weekend of NRL.
And Jerome Luai hit the rise that picks up a try.
SEN has you covered. Catch up on all the scores in the time it takes to make your morning coffee with SEN's The Day's Play. Our team of expert commentators go over the results, cover the big talking points, plus share the match highlights as called on SEN League. SEN's The Day's Play, your one-stop podcast channel to catch up on every sport called by SEN.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon. Angus at Macca's. Adam Collins with you. Phil Walker, Peter Lalor with me for Red Energy. 100% Australian electricity and gas. Moeen Ali, the 80th over begins here. Over the wicket to Cummins, goes back, it deflects up, but nowhere near the man at slip. We've already seen one of those. Mitch Marsh, a stunning catch from Johnny Bairstow, his best moment with the gloves of the series, and what a crucial time it was. I'll note one thing on the way through here. The tail did wag in the first dig. They put on 54 for the 8th wicket and 49 for the 9th. Todd Murphy, a big part of that story. He's the next man in. Moeen bowls to Cummins, who drives straight, and can he beat mid off? He can't quite. Great piece of fielding. That's Jimmy Anderson, the 41-year-old. He saves 3. Fielding in the long sleeve jump up beneath our commentary position. Pat Cummins slapped in a similar fashion to how he did when he made 44 not out at Edgbaston when chasing. Anderson, full commitment to the cause, both legs in the air. 7 for 285. The strike goes back to Carey. Cummins 4.
We're into double figures.
99 to win. Good point. Moeen bowls Carey back defending. Can't be tempted into a reverse or a lap here, can he, Pete? He's just got to keep his cool.
No.
He's got 3 balls from Moeen Ali. Has to resist the temptation to do something that could run the risk of bringing leg before into play, as it has so often for him this year. Moeen bowls to Carey, does sweep, does get it away, out towards deep, backwards, square it goes, hanging in the air, wasn't far away. Chris Wokes is having the day of his life, was within about 5 metres, not even that, of being able to put in a dive. We'll watch it back for tyre power. That was a genuine top edge, maybe off the back of the bat. It carried a long way, and Wokes, 3 or 4 metres tops. Alex Carey adds 2, but with a huge degree of difficulty. He's up to 8. 2 more balls. Don't sweep, Alex. Bowls here, Carey forward in defence. Out to cover.
I think he heard you, Colin.
Get a short leg in, if only for the optics. This is so much Swan to Michael Hussey, even down to the bat stickers.
Moeen could be his last ball of the day. Out to cover. Carey presses. 97 to win. The second new ball is due. SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Australia 97 to win. That's on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard by Beaumont's and Save.
The supercars are on track, and SEN are right behind them. This is a Supercars Championship season like no other, and SEN is keeping you right on pace with our exclusive coverage. Join me, Aaron Noonan, for up-to-the-minute news, interviews and analysis from the best in the business. It's a huge season ahead with racing right through the year, so make sure you're up to speed by downloading the SEN app today. SEN Supercars, right here on SEN, your home of sport.
David Milnes, the 4th umpire, is brandishing the second new ball. It hasn't been taken as yet. Don't quite know why not. I suppose Wokes is getting the old one to go. They'll hold it back. They did hold it back at Edgbaston as well, but very different circumstances at this point. 97 to win. Our experts for Red Energy. Change on the bench. 100% Australian electricity and gas. Louis Cameron, former Victorian paceman. Journo for cricket.com.au, and we've got Bharat Sundaresan with us as well. Second new ball, how many deliveries until they take it? I wonder. 3 slips. Wokes from the pavilion end, delivers to Pat Cummins, who plays from the crease down to third man. No one there anymore, 4 runs. Useful little partnership building between this pair. They've put on 16, they're 8 apiece. 93 to win, 7 for 291. Baz.
All I'll say is these are the 2 most booed cricketers in the last 5 or 6 weeks. How apt will it be, Australia, if it was Pat Cummins and Alex Carey, the nicest villain in the world, they were to spoil England's party? How this game has changed.
Oh, someday cricket. This has been truncated due to the rain delay. And Louis, you've been talking up Todd Murphy's batting all year. He'll be needed here. He'll be needed.
Not sure if he's going to be able to help him with 93 to win. If they get it down to 50,
yeah, what's the same? He was involved in a big partnership for the 9th wicket a couple of days ago. Wakes up, bowls here. Cummins up-ish towards mid-off for 1. Just straight to the man position there. That's Mark Wood. We'll see him soon enough. 7 for 292. 93 to win. Count him off.
And Pat Cummins isn't going to die wondering. I think he knows these are a lot of runs. He's going to have to take some risks to get there. He's not going to just block them back.
Nah, there's no point. I think for now they bat around Alex Carey, who will just naturally is a stroke maker. And this angle that Chris Wokes has, you could either get Alex Carey out or you can get runs because he's such a fluent driver through the offside. That is his strength.
And we know, as we said earlier, that Pat Cummins was up for the chase at Edgbaston. 2 big sixes to get going. Spent all that time in the nets when it was raining at Birmingham. I wonder whether he did the same under the grandstand today. It's Carey now, though. Wokes into him. 3 slips and he defends competently out to mid-off. No single.
And how about this spell for Chris Wokes? I mean, we've just spoken so much about Mark Wood and his introduction of the series. I think a lot of people have forgotten that, well, they haven't forgotten now, but Chris Wokes came in that same test and he's just been amazing. Looking at his numbers before, I think it's 17 wickets in 3 tests. That's more than Wood has. It's been just immaculate line of length, hasn't it?
He can't be going for many either. His average, Phil, across the series is... It's all right. Give you a ball. It's halfway through his 19th over here. 4 for 49.
I think I could tell you. I think it's 17 and a half.
Yeah, feels about right. Over the wicket to Carey. Delivers here. Carey again on the front foot, pushing out to cover where Moeen Ali, athletically by his standards today, moves away to his left.
Yeah, 19 at virtually bang on 18 now. 19 at 18, yeah.
It's just gone up since I had a look, Phil, I reckon.
Just a smidgen.
He does make a late run for the Compton Miller for England. We thought it might be.
Very much so.
Well, Zach Crawley was in the frame. Mark Wood was in the frame. But, yes, the way in which Wokes is bowled when it's mattered here.
They'll go Ben Stokes one day.
Ben Stokes?
Yeah.
Might yet bowl. Might yet bowl. He was warming up earlier.
He's warmed up a lot today. Every innings break or every session break.
Change of angle. Round the wicket for Wokes. 2 left in the over. Bowls here to Carey, shuffling forward and playing and missing at a ball that's well wide of the off stump. He was committed to it. Bit of a shuffle, not quite a charge, and more a dab than a cut. Lands just before Bairstow in any case.
Yeah, and the second new ball might not be too fast. Stuart Broad's just warming up. Yeah, just walked down the pitch. It wasn't a very confident shot in the end. I think Chris Wokes saw him come, just pulled his length back a little. Yeah, Chris Wokes. But if not for Anderson or Broad, he would have played so much more Test cricket in England anyway.
It was that summer of Wokes, wasn't it? 2016, when he seemed to overtake both of the veterans. Last ball of his 19th over here to Carey on leg stump. Pushed into the onside. Cummins called through for the single. Carey joins Cummins on 9. 91 to win, 7 for 293. That's on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard by Beaumont's and Save.
The supercars are on track, and SEN are right behind them. This is a Supercars Championship season like no other, and SEN is keeping you right on pace with our exclusive coverage. Join me, Aaron Noonan, for up-to-the-minute news, interviews and analysis from the best in the business. It's a huge season ahead with racing right through the year, so make sure you're up to speed by downloading the SEN app today. SEN Supercars, right here on SEN, your home of sport.
We're here for Macca's. Win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Macca's app. The first 3 test matches of this series were decided by what statisticians declare a close margin, under 3 wickets or under 50 runs. We could be trending towards a 4th out of 5. 91 left for Australia, 3 wickets for England. Field spread. Moeen continues with the old ball. Delivers to Carey, sweeping, but there's no one at the conventional 45. He's all the way back, so they get 1. In that kind of lap sweep variety to double figures, 10 from 17, 7 for 294.
Yeah, it's laden with risk. We saw the ball that got Travis Head out turned a lot. And I know there has been a bit of criticism for him, but that's just a natural shot for Travis Head. He does drive away from his body, and he saw it as a run-scoring opportunity. It was a lovely piece of bowling. The drift, the turn, and that's what has opened this game up. At that point, Australia looked not comfortably on route to getting there, but they were in command.
Two men who wouldn't have expected to play in the series much, if at all, in Moeen's case. Bowls here, Cummins back, pulls towards short leg. What's on it? Is it back? They're celebrating, and Cummins is walking. Moeen does it again, and this time Ben Stokes doesn't celebrate prematurely, but when he does, he gives it big. They're 2 wickets away. He was the man around the corner. Cummins tried to heave it over the onside. A thick edge onto the pad, it ballooned up, and the England captain drags it in. 8 for 294. Moeen Ali having his say on what will probably be his final day in Test cricket. Inside edge onto the thigh pad, Stokes to his left, nearly game over.
Ashes question mark, LOL, he said. Entire English camp is laughing out aloud. Ben Stokes, what a celebration that was. It's really not a wicket-taking delivery, it was a short ball. Pat Cummins was in no position to play a pull shot, got an inside edge onto his body, and he knew immediately that it was game over for him and probably game over for Australia.
And it was a build-up, wasn't it, of those balls that are spinning out of the rough and turning past, going in towards the stump of the right-handers. I think Pat Cummins is thinking, well, if I just poke at it like I saw Mitch Marsh do, I'm going to get out. I'm going to be a sitting duck. So I need to seize on anything short. Just wasn't quite there. He tried to launch it out of the ground over the leg side, got a bottom edge, and easy catch for Ben Stokes. He was making sure that he didn't throw it away prematurely.
He ran all the way over to square leg before throwing it in the air. Drinks are on the field. The collapse is 5 for 30. Australia, in theory, 90 to win. In reality, England, 2 wickets to win on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard by Beaumonts and Save.
Polaris Ranger has been the #1 selling utility side by side for over 20 years. With over 15 models to choose from, petrol, diesel or electric, from 2-seat single cab to 6-seat dual cab. Introducing the all-new mid-size Ranger SP530, replacing the popular Ranger 500. New chassis, improved engine performance and deeper tub. And the new 2023 Ranger North Star, featuring a full sealed cab, heater, aircon and defrost. See the new Rangers online now or visit your local Polaris expert today. Polaris, think outside.
I'm a chippy, which means I'm a craftsman. I'm a worker in nearly all weather. I'm a mentor, and I'm a small business owner. But most of all, I'm a dad. Luckily, I'm insured by a mate. I'm Mar of the Tradies, mate. So get a quote today, online, or call 13-IMAR. They're the Tradies, mate.
Let's IMAR!
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon. Angus at Macca's not far away now. Todd Murphy, so important the first time around when Australia were trying to reach parity, making 36 in 39 balls and hitting 3 sixes. Well, they're in a world of pain now. 2 wickets away. England have got men everywhere for the left-hander. Short leg slip and a couple of slips. Moeen delivers. Murphy's first ball's full and it's the first slip. Out of the rough. Came off nothing. Joe Root was up momentarily, just in case. Moeen Ali, the spin he's generating, Bharat. Wow, look at that. It's hit the rough and gone. Well, to be fair, Bairstow should have done better.
Oh, this is Moeen Ali of 2018.
He finished the test with a hat-trick back then. Bowls here to Todd Murphy, who's well forward, smothering the spin out into the onside. Why bother with the new ball?
If I was Ben Stokes, I would walk up to Moeen Ali now and not wait to send him a WhatsApp about the India tour. Just say India to him, make him guarantee that he's coming.
Yeah, especially in these conditions as well, and we know what a good fourth innings bowler he is in England. I think when the ball's spinning like it does and things are tilting in his favour, he's just bowls so many wicket-taking balls.
4 catching men boxing in. Murphy, who's forward defending, into the onside, just past the man at short leg, Harry Brook. So it's Ben Duckett at leg slip. And Root and Stokes, the engine room, next to each other at first and second slip. Stokes pushing back the field for the last ball of the over. Long on and long off dropping. Deep point, deep backward square. They're very happy for Murphy to take the single. And Roots razzing the crowd up. Moeen again to Murphy, who pushes down to mid-off and doesn't take the single. I'm not sure if that's a sign of things to come. Wicket in the over. Moeen Ali does it again. He's got 3 for 58. 90 to win. Australia 8 for 294. England nearly there.
If you got to build it, lift it, power it, floodlight it, do it right with Oz Equipment Rentals. They're helping Aussie industries go higher by supplying access equipment, lighting towers and materials handling equipment to the construction, mining and roadwork industries. If you are building a new runway, a new road, a new warehouse, a new highway, the name you want is Oz Equipment Rentals. They also support community sporting clubs like Lara Cats, Werribee Centrals and the Ultima Kangaroos. Visit ozequipment.com.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's, and the roar you can hear around the Kia Oval is for Stuart Broad. The whole crowd have risen to the veteran, the 37-year-old playing his final test match. How he would love to finish the job here to put a full stop on a marvellous career.
Yeah, you knew this would happen, right? The perfect final script for Stuart Broad. Not to forget, Moeen Ali could well be playing his last test as well. For two guys probably playing their last test match to guide England to a famous series levelling win would be quite the finish.
And guess who he's got to bowl to? 2 left-handers, 1 more to come.
He's always loved that angle round the wicket to the Aussie, Stuart Broad. They're going to set the field back for Carey to give him the single if he wants it. So 2.5 back on the offside, 3.5 back on the onside, +2 slip, singles everywhere. Broad, big bad, better than his dad, so says the song. Bowls here, Carey defends down to mid-on. There's a single, but he won't take it.
His dad's watching, so his entire family. They've been on camera quite a bit. His young daughter as well stayed awake by the looks of it. Although you're more an expert on these things, but every time the camera has been on the family box, she's looked awake. And this crowd has come alive, though. You're right, Joe Root's taken over from Stuart Broad. He's revving up everyone.
Can Stuart Broad deliver a huge moment? In here to Carey. Last recognised batsman facing up down the leg side. Bairstow away to his right on the take.
These two have a little bit of history, Stuart Broad and Alex Carey. What did he say? This is all you'll be remembered for.
Well, you've got to say that in terms of Alex Carey's fortunes with the bat thereafter, it's not been crash hot since that incident. He's gone 8, 5, 20 and 10 in the first innings here. He's 10 at the moment. I'm sure that'll be a through line in the documentary they're making about this series, Louis. So Broad to Carey once again. Round the wicket on the angle, pavilion end. Carey gets forward and deflects down to third man. It being deep enough into the over, they'll justify the single and expose Murphy early on. 8 for 295. Carey 11, 3 left in the set. Lou?
I was here about, how long ago was the World Test Championship final now? 7 weeks. Feels like
it's only last month.
Last month, yeah.
Start of last month.
Long time ago. And I thought I wouldn't hear the Oval louder than it was then. Today, it is louder.
It is.
It's crazy. And it's fantastic.
It is.
20 quid tickets and all the rest of it. It works a treat. Final day here. Final day around the country this year when we've had them. Edgbaston was the same. Brilliant atmosphere. So for Murphy, the field changes. 5 fielders protecting the single, 3 in the slips. Stuart Broad to Murphy, who's yet to score. Broad without a wicket as yet. Bowls here. Murphy beaten outside the line of the off stump. The quintessential Stuart Broad delivery. Angling in, shaping away, just back of a length, nearly finds the edge.
Now we need to see the greatest hits of Stuart Broad, right? It's not just good enough him taking a wicket. We need a celebra appeal. Maybe he'll bring the jazz hands back. Everything else, maybe cover his mouth as he's running down.
Haven't seen the Broad jazz hands for a couple of years. It's been more the, as you say, the celebra appeal, which has taken over as his trademark, which I don't particularly like, but it's his final day, so we won't bang on about it.
Nope. Inhabit Stuart, just for this day.
Beautiful late afternoon sunshine. Shadows lengthening. Broad up, delivers to Murphy, who plays through the cordon down towards the rope. Could be 4 more, will be 4 more. So the lunge of that Murphy might have taken some weight out of his bottom hand. Takes Australia to 8 for 299. Murphy off the mark. For what it's worth, 85 to win. Number worth keeping an eye on if they can bat for another half an hour, these two.
And Bharat, you asked a good question of Stuart Broad in the press conference the other day about the Yuvraj Singh 6 sixes and what kind of impact that had on his career in terms of stealing himself. Who could hit 6 sixes at this point for Australia?
I know.
If we're talking about the greatest hits.
Left-handers, Alex Carey, Yuvraj Singh.
Wonder if he will bang it in short. There's 2 men back for it. On the basis that we know he'll probably take it on. Last ball of the over. Couldn't rule it out. Brought in to Murphy to complete his 15th over, and Murphy plays and misses outside the line of the off stump for the second time in the over. Changing commentary after the break. Geoff Lemon in for me. 8 for 299. Murphy 4, Carey 11 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard by Beaumont's and Save.
I tell you, kids these days, they don't know the meaning of bargain hunting. Back in my day, I would sleep outside the store all night. No tent. And then once you got in, I still have a scar from a stock take sale back in 91. But these days, with Kogan Mobile, you can sign up for the best value gigs per buck while sitting on the toilet. Talk about a bargain. Get one at koganmobile.com.au.
SEN Ashes cricket for Maccas. Win-free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Maccas app. On the Beaumont Tile scoreboard by Beaumont's and Save. 8 for 299. 85 runs to win. Alex Carey on 11. Todd Murphy on 4. Australia clinging on. There was some talk about rain at 6 o'clock, but it looks pretty nice out there at the moment. Moeen Ali starts a new over, coming forward. Is Carey on the lunge. Defends it away to cover. 3 for 58 for Moeen. Moeen and Wokes. The one who was recalled from nowhere at the start of the series. The one who came in halfway through. Loop, driven by Carey, takes the single down to long off. So he's happy to let Murphy face up to 4 balls against the off spinner. I suppose you have to put some trust in your partner if you're going to hope to bat through.
And in a way, the 2 guys that they missed in Birmingham, the Birmingham boys, on that last day at Edgbaston, Moeen Ali was playing, but he couldn't bowl because of the finger. Chris Wokes obviously hadn't been picked. The series could have looked a lot better, or a lot different. A lot better for England.
So 4 around the bat, catching for Murphy. 2 either side of the wicket. Moeen bowls to him, straightening down the line from around the wicket, defending off the back foot Murphy. They've got 2 slips for him, a leg slip and a short leg. And then they've got 5 fielders in a ring, essentially. So if he wants to go over the top, he can. He'll have to middle it, though. Comes forward and drives along the ground to mid-off instead. No run. 300 on the board for Australia with the Carey single. 8 wickets down. Moeen to Murphy. Forward press once again. Straight to mid-off.
And just the energy he's putting on the ball at the moment, Moeen Ali, a guy who's carrying a groin strain. You don't see any signs of it, really. I mean, that takes a lot of effort to do what he does with his action. He's putting lots and lots on that ball.
Moeen round the wicket to the left-handed Murphy, inside edge along the ground to short leg. The crowd gives it the big ones once again. Australia 84 away from a very unlikely victory. England 2 wickets away from a more likely scenario.
The supercars are on track, and SEN are right behind them. This is a Supercars Championship season like no other, and SEN is keeping you right on pace with our exclusive coverage. Join me, Aaron Noonan, for up-to-the-minute news, interviews and analysis from the best in the business. It's a huge season ahead with racing right through the year, so make sure you're up to speed by downloading the SEN app today. SEN Supercars, right here on SEN, your home of sport.
SEN Ashes cricket for Henley. Brand new Henley completed homes in Bonnybrook from under $600,000. Australia 8 down. 300 on the board. They need 84 to win. That's a long way off at this stage. Carey tapping the bat, waits for Broad, drives him down the ground and will take the single first ball of the over. So waited until the 3rd ball in the previous over. Now goes straight away. Thoughts at 3:01 for 8?
Yeah, you go, Bharat. Yeah, no, I've got thoughts, but
I'm just looking at the number of overs left. Surely we're ruling out them batting out nearly 29 overs to save this game at this point. Well, stranger things have happened. But.
Yeah, unlikely to get the full overs.
That is true.
Given the over rates and the chance of weather later on.
See that point of view, I would think that the wind's their only chance, and I would think getting there quickly is their only chance.
Murphy on strike to Broad, walks at him, looking for that win, clobbers him through the leg side. Fair old shot from Todd Murphy. It reaches the deep mid-wicket boundary. Well, that was decisive. It was brave. It would have looked not so great if it hadn't come off. 8 for 305.
It's a great shot from Todd Murphy, but it's a weird strategy from Australia. Why isn't Alex Carey the one doing the attacking in this scenario? I know they brought the field in a little bit more for Murphy, and maybe they think they can get away some runs that way, or maybe they just think they want to take every run they can get. But I would like to see Carey on strike and him as the one taking the risk. He's the much more credentialed batter. If they are going for the win. If they were going for the draw, yep, no problems at all.
Broad, bowl to Murphy, who's coming forward and defending down the line of the ball. The slips all appeal. It sounded like there was some bat involved as that crashed into the pad as well. And again, he was on the advance.
Because if Broad gets 5 balls at Todd Murphy, he's probably going to beat the bat on at least one of them. He's probably going to create a chance on at least one of them. I mean, that's number one there. Can he survive the rest of an over?
Hit him on the back thigh in the end, that ball, as it cut in. Where's situation behind Todd Murphy here, so...
I don't think there's a lot of strategizing going on at the moment, Louis. It just doesn't look like it anyway.
It does seem a bit frantic, doesn't it?
They all looked a little shell-shocked, just looking at the dressing room as well.
Broad. Up to Murphy, who comes forward and drives past Carey, but mid-on will get across to field. No runs. 79 away from that distant victory target. 8 for 305. Murphy on 8, Carey 13.
Yeah, and I don't want to harp on about it, but now Murphy's getting behind it and playing those forward defences. Well, Carey could have been the one doing that if he'd stayed on strike. There was no... all the fielders were back. He could have been the one blocking out the over and then taking the single towards the back end. I'd be very surprised if Andrew McDonald's not up there making the exact same observation.
Broad. Come up and bowl to Murphy, who plays a pull shot to a shorter ball, keeps it down well enough. It goes out to deep square leg. They take the single with 2 balls left in the over. So Carey will have 1 ball to try to get a run and get back on strike. 8 for 306. You'd think, Louis, from England's perspective, they'd be very happy if Carey takes 1 from the first ball of every over and they get 5 at Murphy.
Yeah, really surprising tactics.
Yeah.
I won't keep talking about it.
No, it doesn't make sense. But I just want to focus on the Australian dressing room. Though we were here, Geoff, 4 years ago. Similar circumstances. Matthew Wade made 100 in Bain. But, yeah, just in comparison, they just look so down this time around. They've spoken a lot about how they wanted to win this series, not just retain the Ashes.
Broad. Up and bowling to Carey with a ring field, and he just drives back to the bowler on the bounce, so it will be Murphy on strike for the next over. 78 to win for Australia, 2 wickets to win for England. Australia 8 for 306.
Imagine a brilliant blend of tech-powered, human-centric experiences in a Hyundai SUV. Like advanced engine technology to deliver an effortless drive with superb fuel efficiency. Well, the future is here. Hyundai's range of SUVs from the midsize Tucson to Santa Fe and the premium Palisade are available for delivery. Visit Hyundai.com.au or your local showroom to test drive tomorrow's SUV today. T's and C's apply. Imagine that. Hyundai.
SEN Ashes cricket for Macca's, the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Moeen Ali. In the bowl to Todd Murphy, floats it in at the leg stump. Murphy forward and defending, so 8 for 306 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard by Beaumont's and Save. And England still bowling with the, I'm going to use inverted commas, old ball. Moeen floats it up, coming forward, defending is Todd Murphy, out to mid-off.
It is slightly old now.
Yes.
Compared to...
It's older than it was, but they probably wouldn't if they had the 85 over old ball that they started with, as opposed to the potentially 50 over old ball that they're bowling with now. Would have opted for the newie, haven't done so. Murphy drives to cover.
Yeah, or just a comparable ball when it was changed. I mean, there's no dramas with changing the ball. It had clearly been knocked out of shape. It took an absolute battering going into Khawaja's helmet, but the replacement was nothing like it.
Moeen floats it up. Murphy comes across his front pad, gets the ball down to mid-on. Crowd interested again. Hands on heads all over the place.
if how the field spreads out? If the game does go the way we think it would and England win, what number question would that be to Pat Cummins, you think, Louis?
Not be the first one.
Moeen to Murphy as a couple go back, and he goes back as well and defends back down the pitch to Moeen.
In his defence, looked pretty comfortable and composed against spin. Organised tail end batter, isn't he?
That's the way you have to describe them. It's the law. Here comes Moeen, and coming forward and defending is Murphy. Carey's trying to take the single. Murphy says, no, mate, you take strike, please. There probably wasn't a run there anyway. Maiden over comes to an end. Australia still 8 for 306.
Be bowled over by the world's pinnacle bowls event and get behind the right-at-home Australian Jackaroos. The World Bowls Championships hit the Gold Coast from August 29 to September 10. Proudly supported by Tourism and Events Queensland and Major Events Gold Coast. Tune into daily live streaming on world2023.bowls.com.au. Watch the action unfold live on Fox Sport and KO on September 2, 3, 9 and 10. In the meantime, give bowls a go. Visit bowls.com.au and click on Find a Club.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Stuart Broad from the pavilion end at the Oval, searching for the last 2 wickets that England need to tie up this series 2-all. Alex Carey on strike. Waits for Broad, comes forward, drives him through the covers. That's a good shot from Carey. Get at least a couple here. The ball slowing up towards the rope. There's a slide, there's a tap back. They'll run the third. Touch and go as to whether that ball was saved out on the boundary rope. Umpires might have a little look at it. It was Stokes who crashed into the boundary line.
Nice shot from Alex Carey. It's a shot that he plays very comfortably, comes naturally to him. Yeah, Louis, you weren't
Looks clean on the replay there, the tap back. So it will be 3, and it'll be Murphy back on strike. At least it gets Australia a few runs.
Yeah, you weren't sure, Louis, about them going back for the 3rd run, but that case, I think it was justified.
Yeah, if they're going for the runs and then they're trying to score as many runs as they can, yeah. And because, you know, the way Todd Murphy's batting, he's every chance of getting a single. They're just dropping square leg back now. So if he gets one off his hip, he can just get down the other end. It's more the thinking about it on the first ball of the over.
Huge gap for Murphy at cover. So they've got mid-off and point, and they've got backward point. If he wants to drive Broad, there'll be risk involved. And he almost does, but he pulls out of the shot at the last minute. Just pushes at it instead. Broad tempting him outside off. Australia 8 for 309. They need 75 to win. Carey on 16, Murphy on 9. Shape away and seam away from Stuart Broad.
Just looking at that ball, it does not look like an 85 overall ball.
It does not look like it because it is not. But Australia can talk about the ball all they want. They still didn't need to lose 5 wickets to it in no time at all. Here goes Broad, and outside the off stump, feeling for it again is Murphy, and surviving.
And on that point, 3 of them to spin. You know, Mo Nally's bowled beautifully. That doesn't really have much to do with a new ball versus an old ball.
Exactly.
Maybe the newer ball gets a bit more purchase, but that's skillful bowling. And
yep. The replacement ball thing is more to do with Khawaja and Warner at the top of the order at the start of the day. The way that it bent around corners when coming down at them.
Yeah. And it was favourable bowling conditions, you know, whatever ball they had. We didn't get a chance to see the old ball today because it got changed last night, of course.
Broad runs up to Murphy, who's coming forward and defending full face back to the bowler. Doing it well enough. A couple of balls to come in the over.
How tempted do you think some level Ben Stokes is to throw the ball to Mark Wood? I mean, I know this was Stuart Broad's last test.
How tempted is Ben Stokes to throw the ball to himself? He was bowling at the change of innings.
Yeah.
But he often does that just to tease. Broad bowls to Murphy, who comes forward. He's hit on the pad. Broad's not bothering with the appeal. So that lets you know exactly how not out it is. The slips go up. Broad doesn't join in.
Wow. Did he just not even appeal and said it was too high? Who is this?
Well, we're just seeing that replay. It was too high. Hit him above the pad flat. But I've seen Broad appeal for those before.
Exactly. Yeah. And Stuart Broad was the one who said, nah, too high, and walked back.
You know your time's up.
I know,
Stuart Broad must know his time's up.
Yeah,
He's not appealing for that. Just having a look out there, is Mark Wood actually out there?
Yeah.
So I wanted to bowl him.
He's been out there.
Out at deep point, I believe. No, we've got Anderson out there. Here goes Broad in at the stumps and coming forward. Murphy defends it away. So he's fulfilling his part of the contract so far, Todd Murphy. He's faced 26 balls and made 9. Alex Carey needs to take up some more of the lifting. He's on 16. Australia, 8 for 309.
Be ready for all the office footy banter with SEN.
Silvani! Jack in the pack!
Catch up on all the latest scores and news in the time it takes to get from the car park to the office with SEN's The Day's Play. Our team of expert commentators go over the results, cover the big talking points, plus share the match highlights as called on AFL Nation.
Darcy Moore, mowed him down!
SEN's The Day's Play, your one-stop podcast channel to catch up on every sport called by SEN.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's, coming to you from the Oval in South London. Geoff Lemon. And a commentary change with former New Zealand captain Jeremy Coney coming in. Wisden Cricket Monthly editor Phil Walker sitting alongside me. Moeen Ali starts around the wicket, reaching for it. Carey dabs a run behind point. Goes through, takes the score up to 310 for the loss of 8 wickets. Jeremy, Phil, welcome back.
Thank you, Geoff.
Thank you, Jeffrey. What a moment.
Yeah. 4 wickets since I was here last.
It was
big game change.
I had them all in my stint within that 30-minute stint just now.
It was quite the thing, that half hour or so. 4 rushed away, and then the 5th Cummins following not that long afterwards. So the field again surrounding Todd Murphy. Moeen bowls to him. He comes forward and defends, and again Carey's trying to take a run that absolutely is not there. Straight to the fielder at cover point. So they've got 2 slips. They've brought in a bat pad fielder on the offside, and they've got a short leg on the onside. There's no leg slip now, which they did have previously to Murphy. Getting him claustrophobic. Moeen bowls. Murphy swings across the line, down the ground, looking back over his shoulder, but there won't be a chance for a catch to Crawley, who was tracking back. Murphy's able to get off strike, which is perhaps where he should be spending a bit more of his time if Australia were working the tactics here. 8 for 311. Thoughts on?
Didn't quite get to it, did he? And so it's taken an outside middle or a front edge, really, just clearing mid-off, who's in probably 3/4.
So the field spreads for Carey, 3 deep on the leg side. Nobody close to the bat if he can go across Moeen's line against the spin. It drops short, Moeen, so going back to cut is Carey, and taking the single out to deep cover. 72 to win. Well, this is where it was when Ben Stokes and Jack Leach got together at Headingley, wasn't it? Or 74 when they came together.
70-something for sure. Look, there are instances where this has been hauled in.
I think it was 72 to win, and they ended up putting on 74 with the boundary off the last ball.
The Cummins wicket felt like the clincher for England, but they're far from home just yet.
Moeen floats it up and coming forward to drive. Get it away out to deep cover. Will Murphy survive once again? That was airborne. Looked a little perilous for a moment. 71 to win. 1 ball to come. 8 for 313. I wouldn't say they're far from home. I think they're just down the block, but they can't find their keys right at the moment. They're rummaging around in the bottom of their bag.
Moeen's been good this afternoon. It's so lovely to see on his swan song appearance for England. He's bowled some really good ripping off breaks, especially against the left-handers.
Remarkable story, really.
Yeah.
Bowls going back. It's Carey pushing the ball to cover. Can't get a run. Murphy will be on strike. End of the over. 8 for 313.
Whether it's been a big weekend or a big weekend of NRL.
And Jerome Luai hit the rise. That picks up a try.
SEN has you covered. Catch up on all the scores in the time it takes to make your morning coffee with SEN's The Day's Play. Our team of expert commentators go over the results, cover the big talking points, plus share the match highlights as called on SEN League. SEN's The Day's Play, your one-stop podcast channel to catch up on every sport called by SEN.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. 8 for 313 Australia. After that dramatic collapse, 4 for 11 at one point. Lost the 5th not long after that. It was 5 for 30. So now they're 71 from home. Murphy on strike to Broad. How long can he survive? It seems fraught with peril, and he comes forward, clips a run off his pads out to square leg. Exactly what Australia want. Get him off strike. Carey should be looking to soak up as much of Stuart Broad as he can. You can't expect, as game as Todd Murphy has been for the challenge, you can't expect him to keep facing the majority of such a skillful operator, left-hander, with Broad coming around the wicket, and still be there in a few overs' time.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Carey's much more solid, circumspect, outside off stump, and Broad is still getting the odd one to jag past the left-handers.
2 slips for Carey, the field otherwise spread, and he's trying to flick down the leg side and missing. If he just got a touch on that, 4 runs were on offer, but he can't redeem the token.
Well, singles certainly on offering, aren't they, for Carey?
Well, the closest fielder is a mid-off that's about 40 metres away. Probably 2/3 of the way back to the rope. Everybody else is almost on the rope, aside from the 2 slips.
Hard for him to get a boundary, really, isn't it? Through that extra cover area. Or
covers open.
Yes.
Or fine leg. Broad to Carey, outside the off stump, and he does take the 1. Drives it to that deep set mid-off. Well, time will tell. It's not about whether the tactics are right or wrong. It's that sometimes they will work and sometimes they won't. We've seen higher, more credentialed players do this with lower order players, and it comes off. And if it does, they're a genius. If it doesn't, it's the weight of probability coming to bear. 69 to win.
It's 6 o'clock now here, Geoff, and the clouds are relatively high. There's not that much breeze, really, so the expected rain has held off as of now.
8 for 315. Broad to Murphy, who drives straight to mid-off. Well, tries to. He gets an outside edge of the bat and it goes to backward point.
He's got some ticker, isn't he, this kid? I do like him a lot. Fabulous cameo in the first innings. First 3 sixes of his first-class career, let alone for Australia.
Well, it's not been extensive. If after 7 first-class games you get taken to Nagpur and thrown the ball and told to bowl to Virat Kohli, you come away from it with 7 for.
Yep. They can build their attack around him when Nathan Lyon finally hangs up the boots. He's got something about him for sure. And clearly Alex Carey backs him, trusts him.
3 slips waiting for Murphy. Broad bowls wide and Murphy feels for it again, and again the slips go up with their hands on heads. He cannot help playing at that line, Todd Murphy. 3 times in the last 2 overs he's been drawn into it.
It's like a moth to the light, isn't it, as it goes past, and just draws the bat away. The ball's still in very good condition and bounces high enough to go, sort of Bairstow's head.
Yes, the 88 over old ball that's not 88 overs old that England are using.
It's still a little bit wide, though. There's a fair old gap there between bat and ball, and he's not following it too much. It's one of those where from side on it looks a little bit more dramatic than it actually is.
Broad to Murphy, short, and he hooks and gets it down into the ground at his feet, throws his head back in frustration, thought there were runs there on offer, and he wasn't able to take advantage. It would have put him back on strike. At the end of the over, 69 left to win. 2 wickets for England to win. Australia 8 for 315.
If you've got to build it, lift it, power it, floodlight it, do it right with Oz Equipment Rentals. They're helping Aussie industries go higher by supplying access equipment, lighting towers and materials handling equipment to the construction, mining and roadwork industries. If you are building a new runway, a new road, a new warehouse, a new highway, the name you want is Oz Equipment Rentals. They also support community sporting clubs like Lara Cats, Werribee Centrals and the Ultima Kangaroos. Visit ozequipment.com.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Moeen Ali will continue. 24 overs minimum remaining, we're told on the screen. What does that actually mean in terms of where we are now? 6 o'clock. Moeen round the wicket and coming forward, getting a little run out towards square leg. The ball rolls about 9 metres away from the bat, but they get through. 68 to win, 8 for 316. Weren't we told the last hour would begin at 6?
Or with 15 overs remaining.
Or with 15 overs remaining. But it's past 6 p.m. now, so shouldn't we be in the last hour?
No, whichever comes later.
Whichever comes later?
Yeah.
Not whichever comes first. Right.
Geoff, you're not leaving before 8 o'clock. Come on.
Well, we're in for one hell of a finish if that's the case. Crowding the batsman now.
68 to win. Murphy on strike. Darted through, and he'll get a run to the leg side. They've got a short leg in place. Murphy turns it in front of square. Beats that fielder. 67 to win. 8 for 317. So this pair haven't looked unduly troubled in their stay so far. They'll just be starting to think, well, knock off another 10 or 20.
Do it in threes, Jeremy.
Do it in threes, the Jeremy Coney fashion.
No.
Moeen bowls to Carey, who comes forward and defends. No run there. 2 slips for Carey with a deep set mid-off, mid-on.
Carey's a good sweeper, isn't he?
Yep.
Anything on sort of middle stump, if he can reach well forward, there's a run there for him.
Loves the sweep. He doesn't play it this time. Defends on the front foot with a straight bat.
Haven't got the man at 45 for catching, so it doesn't have to be a power. Some guys will therefore look for a much more powerful sweep to go squarer, which brings the top edge into play.
Moeen to Carey, advances, hits him down the ground, lofts it straight and strong, and it carries for 6. Not a huge 6, just carries the rope by a couple of metres long on, straight long on, and that's all you need. And now it'll be Zach Crawley. He'll have to live up to his name, get on his belly and get underneath the pitch covers to go and find the ball. Well, if it's landed in one of those gutters and got wet, then they might have to swap it out for another replacement ball. He's got it back. Seems to be in good enough shape to continue.
Lovely piece of timing, Geoff, from Carey, giving himself, getting leg side of the ball so he could bat could come through nice and straight. Just a check drive, really, for 6.
61 to win. 8 for 323. Carey up to 26. Moeen bowls to him, and he comes forward and defends straight to cover. There will be no run. Last ball of the over, so Murphy will be back on strike. Australia still dreaming, just a glimmer. 8 for 323. After the break, it'll be Adam Collins in for me.
Learning new skills, bonding with loved ones, exercising the mind and body. All rewarding, but not as rewarding as a Kogan Money credit card. Earn a whopping $300 Kogan.com credit to spend on the most in-demand products when you meet the minimum spend criteria. Did we also mention there's no annual fee? Use it anytime, anywhere. The Kogan Money credit card. It's just more rewarding. Search Kogan Money to find out more. Spend criteria applies. Offer ends August 31, 2023. T's and C's, other fees and charges apply. Credit provider, National Australia Bank Limited.
Adam Collins back in. It's getting a bit dark. Lights are on. If they want to use this new ball, they better do it soon, England.
Exactly that.
61 to win. Don't miss your moment. Stuart Broad bowling with the old one. In here, delivers, and Murphy digs it out. Quickish single to backward point. Does it pretty comfortably. 8 for 324. Jeremy Coney with me as well. For Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. Phil Long too. Hello, Longy.
Oh, hello. They needed 90. They've got 30 of them. That's 1/3. Do it in threes.
I don't know who needs to hear this. I don't know who needs to hear this. Melbourne 1982, one of the greatest test finishes of all time. When the 8th wicket fell, Australia netted 90. Today, when the 8th wicket fell, Australia netted 90. Aussie fans won't want to remember they lost that by 3 runs with Border and Thompson at the end. Anyway, history rhymes and all the rest. Here's Broad bowling to Murphy. Squares him up, pushed out to the offside, gets a single. Carey, my apologies. Carey, they're giving a single too. 59 to win. They are very much doing it in singles. Wilfred Rhodes-esque. We'll come to that later on, I'm sure. That was 15. A lot more to go than that at this stage. I have to do it with some boundaries as well. 8 for 325.
What betting Alex Carey wins this one and taps Broad on the shoulder and said, that's what I'll be remembered for.
We should be so lucky for it to go that deep. And I'm telling you, it's getting darker. It is getting darker at the Oval by the minute. Broad in, delivers here to Murphy. Short ball, takes it on. Down a deep backwards square for 4. Absolutely nails it. The young Victorian is made of plenty. 55 to win. He skips along to 18. And if you want to believe, this is the time. 8 for 329. Murphy's down the rope on 3 occasions, Jeremy Coney.
Very tidy pull shot, wasn't it? Right into position across, so he was inside the line. Not too much sort of flourish with the bat, just a nice checked kind of pull. Good contact. Good.
He's got some pluck, hasn't he, this lad?
He's a good cricketer.
Yep.
Around the wicket. Broad in his final test. Can he get it right to Murphy? Outside the line of the off stump, a problem, the miss, and Murphy waves his bat around, frustrated at playing down that line. Close. Every ball's an event, Phil.
Yeah, it is. It's totally compelling stuff. And we just knew it, didn't we? We knew that we'd have to come down the last, that they were going to be locked together on day 25 as the clouds roll in just a tick past 6 o'clock. It was destined to be exactly like this. It's been a series unlike any other, and we still don't know how it's going to fall.
The field drops back with 2 left in the over. Broad gets the crowd involved again. Still 3 slips. He arrives and bowls, and Murphy's beaten by a beauty. Down the line of the off stump. The previous ball Murphy didn't need to play. That one he absolutely did.
Nearly bowled him actually, didn't it? And that's why Broad stood in the middle of the wicket just for a moment or two and put his hand to his chin. He's now come back and he's changed the bails at the bowling end. Don't think that'll affect Murphy at all.
Well, who's to know the way these cricketers' minds work. Phil Long is seeing some...
He's seeing some grey clouds.
It's getting dark.
That has hooped after the event as well, that last delivery. That's what he needs to do. He needs to get nearer to the off stump. He's been too wide.
Broad up. Last ball of the over. Murphy beaten again. It's the gone! Stuart Broad does it! Away to his left went Bairstow. Murphy's caught behind for 18. Australia 9 for 329, and this was meant to be.
Johnny Bairstow tumbling to his left. He's given everything this summer. He's come in for all the brickbats and the catcalls and the grief. Well, he's had a day out today. He's taken 2 really, really good high-class catches. And Stuart Broad, who writes your scripts, pal.
Lovely moment with his kid on the balcony as well, Jeremy.
Yes.
And he touches the bails again.
Yes, he does.
Murphy, a fine performance. He walks off for 18. England 1 away, 55 to win for what it's worth. Josh Hazlewood making his way to the middle. A beaming smile on the face of his old man, Chris Broad. To make a contribution on the ground where this whole thing started for him back in 2009. This love affair with bowling to Australia. And of course, Johnny Bairstow was going to have another say. He wasn't going to drop that in front of his old mucker, Joe Root, at first slip. Dragged it in, and he stood there, Bairstow. He did not move a muscle. He didn't celebrate until he knew it was done, till the job was done. 1 to go.
So Australia have lost 9 for 189 today.
As you say, a tap of the bails on the way through too. Stuart Broad receiving quite the ovation from the Peter May stand. Rising to him one last time perhaps. 22 overs left. All the time in the world. Moeen Ali will continue operating with the old ball. I just wonder, maybe get the newie in now while it's not... Because the weather is a factor. Do not discount the fact that it's dark at the Kia Oval. Darker by the second. Phil Long's all over this. Phil, we've seen the clouds come over from Crystal Palace.
Yeah, you keep looking to our right as we look. It is getting darker and darker. No imminent sign of rain, but definitely getting darker by the minute.
Moeen Ali to Alex Carey. 1 wicket to get. Reverse sweep, misses it. Reverse sweep, misses it, Alex Carey. We said that a few times this year, both in India and in England.
And of course, another left-hander's arrived in Hazlewood as well. So Moeen Ali's still in the game.
Moeen's got the field spread for Carey. Delivers here, Carey using his feet and defending. Much as it was when Murphy arrived, Phil, time for Carey to chill out because the rain might hit, the light might deteriorate.
Yeah, clouds are relatively high, but definitely rolling in, ambling in, I'd say, at the moment.
Stuart Broad's laughing. Moeen bowls and Carey goes back to defend. Job's not done yet, Stuart. Might feel like it's done. He's interacting with the crowd, having a can of water and all the rest.
Don't think Hazelwood would be quite as good as Murphy, do you? I think that this is where Carey has to just farm the strike a little more.
No, when Ali delivers here, Alex Carey goes back and defends. There'll be a single. He'll take it. Walking it through to deep cover. So 2 left in the over for Hazelwood. And this will be when they can crowd around till their heart's content at 9 for 330. 54 to win.
So when they come at him,
every single person in the ground knows what's going on here. Helmets will come. Pat Cummins in the dressing room on our screen, biting his nails. Hazelwood has shown in the past a competent defence. That's what they desperately need here as the sun comes back out again for England too.
Mummy's never taken a 4-bag in an Ashes innings. What a time to do it.
Moeen's got to get him to just play.
5 men round the bat. 2 deliveries here at Hazelwood, the first of which is defended. Just straight to the man at silly point. That's Ben Duckett. So Duckett at silly point, Stokes at second slip, Root at first slip, Crawley at leg slip, and Harry Brook at short leg. The field spreads to an extent if he wants a single square of the wicket to keep the strike. Last delivery here to Hazelwood on the line of the leg stump and defended as well. Into the over, 9 for 330. That's on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard, and our coverage for Henley Homes, brand new Henley completed homes in Bonnybrook from under $600,000.
The supercars are on track, and SEN are right behind them. This is a Supercars Championship season like no other, and SEN is keeping you right on pace with our exclusive coverage. Join me, Aaron Noonan, for up-to-the-minute news, interviews and analysis from the best in the business. It's a huge season ahead with racing right through the year, so make sure you're up to speed by downloading the SEN app today. SEN Supercars, right here on SEN, your home of sport.
Stuart Broad, 1 wicket to cap a career. All the emotion here at the Kia Oval, bowling to Carey. Field spread apart from 2 slips. Broad in, Carey, leg stump line, out to deep mid-wicket, wants one, sends Hazelwood back belatedly. Instinct took over there. They're not going to get him in singles yet, Jeremy Coney. 54 to get 9 for 330.
That's asking for a bit much, I think, 5 balls. So he's got to just wait perhaps 2 balls. Don't think he's going to be able to get boundaries. If there's a 2 somewhere, if he can get that, it's very difficult.
Broad round the wicket pavilion end. Into Carey, bowls here. Carey digs it out towards long on it goes. So it's improbable we're going to see James Anderson bowl through this passage of play. It's going to be down to Broad, Moeen, and maybe, just maybe, if the light stays where it is right now, Mark Wood with the second new ball.
Yeah, there wouldn't be a problem as it stands.
Yeah.
With the light, that would be fine. Obviously the artificial lights as well, beaming down.
Yes, to borrow an Athertonism, the artificial light is taking over. So Broad, the 3rd ball of his over. 7 men back, 2 slips. Into Carey. Carey off the leg stump line. Doesn't quite get it away. Hits him on the pad, in fact, but not even Broad appeals. 9 for 330. What a moment that caught behind Todd Murphy. Phil, you've been here for a lot.
Me?
It's how I was thinking about how loud it was when that catch was pouched by Bairstow.
Yeah, look, this place has been on fire all day. It's been like that all series, really. Yeah, the noise up north as well.
Broad braces himself, goes here, bowls to Carey, who plays and misses away from his body. That was a get-out shot as well. Jeremy.
I don't understand that, because that was outside the off stump. There's a 3rd man in, there are 2 slips in, there's a backward point in. What was he thinking he was going to do?
I guess he's trying to look for a single, but trying to engineer and manufacture. You don't need to, really. There's still 2 balls left in the over. Yeah. And he has to farm it. Has to still believe here, does Alex Carey. He's got to still think there are 2 results still on the table here for Australia.
Watching the replay for tyre power, one side of the ball looks mighty shiny. It's still hooping around, and the carry as well for Broad. That's what he wants. Combination of shape and bounce. Fields in with 2 to go. No sweepers back, 2 slips the backward point. Point catching cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And the man around the corner, a backward square leg on the single. Brought up to Carey, bowls here. Carey edging and dropped a second slip. Oh, Zach Crawley went away to his right. Run out opportunity at the non-striker's end. Overthrows possibly as well. The umpire in the way. It's all happening at the Oval. And that was the chance. It was a toughie. It was Zach Crawley, who's been brilliant in the Corden all series, away to his right. A genuine edge from Alex Carey. He went low, he got to the contest, Phil. That was in and out.
Yeah, I thought it carried, it certainly did. It would have been a good one, going one-handed, but it wasn't like it was fully on the grass. He'd have fancied himself.
I think he's misjudged that, Phil.
Yeah.
I think that's high enough that that's a two-handed catch.
Yeah, it's hit the...
He thought it was going to bounce lower than that and bounce before him.
Didn't take the single. Last ball here. Broad bowls to Carey. Shuffles forward and beaten again. That is some over from Stuart Broad, who's digging deep all the way to the end. 9 for 330. A maiden complete. 54 left for Australia. 1 wicket for England. The Australian team for Red Energy awarded Australia's most trusted electricity provider by CanStar. Our Macca's I'm Loving It moment of the session. Order the new barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's with Broad dismissing Murphy. And the Macca's delivery of the day. Order via McDelivery on the My Macca's app. Take your pick. All of Chris Wokes' deliveries. Jeremy Coney's going to jump out for Bharat Sundaresan. Jeremy, thank you ever so much for your contributions through the series. It's been an absolute privilege sharing the box with you again. We'll hear from you after play.
Well said, by the way, Adam. What a privilege, what a joy, truly.
We're freewheeling now on the coverage. No ads left, all the way to the end.
No one knows who's on. The schedule's gone out the window.
Well, Bharat's coming back at the right time. Here to see it through. Moeen Ali back in the side in most unusual circumstances.
Oh, how sweet would it be if it happens to be him who sees this off.
5 men round the bat for Josh Hazlewood. It's short, it's flat, it's punched into the man. That silly point I fancy. We just obscured for a moment there. Did it hit Ben Duckett?
To the keeper, I think.
To the keeper.
Yeah, inside edge onto the keeper. That would have embarrassed the Sunday third 11. That was a rank drag down, and Big Josh hasn't been able to get much of it.
So it's Moeen Ali with the leg slip, short leg, silly point, and 2 conventional slips. Bowling here away from us, Hazlewood forward in defence. Patting it on the head. Hello, Baz.
Evening, gentlemen. Knew it had to end this way, this series.
We didn't have any choice, did we?
Yeah, they were going to drag us till the very end.
Still 19.4 overs left for what it's worth. 21 past 6 local time. Moeen bowls, Hazlewood defends. Quicker delivery. Trying to dart it through. Trying to blow his pad off, Phil.
54, England will still feel there's a significant buffer there for them.
Hazlewood all the room in the outfield to work with if he wishes. Goes back here and cuts away for 4. Too short from Moeen for the second time in the over. First time around, Hazlewood missed out. Not this time. He's off the mark with a boundary. And even 50 to win. 9 for 334.
If there's one shot Josh Hazlewood is good at playing, it's that one. Where he backs away and just punches through the offside.
The clouds, we're seeing them over the top of the bed to stand over your office there, Phil.
Yeah.
It's very dark out that way, towards where you live as well.
They are skirting past us as we go, but there may well be some more stuff that we can't see above us.
The camera angle we saw there for tyre power. Moeen Ali bowls to Hazlewood, bit fuller, well defended. He's been good so far, Hazlewood, doing his job.
He's been
7
fine.
balls.
He's been fine against the spinner. If they can just keep him down that end, then Carey can do some stuff nearer to us. You never know. You never know.
Moeen in. Last ball of the over. Delivers to Hazlewood. Forward again, defending. Good over, with the exception of the drag down. 9 for 334. 50 to win. 19 overs to go. Remembering that in 4 overs' time, the final hour will begin, which means the overs have to be bowled. It's a 5th day of a test match. We'll go the full journey here, provided the conditions allow for it, and provided Australia can keep going.
At the moment, the conditions seem fine despite those ominous clouds, which you're right, Phil Walker. Even they have realized, no, wait, England have a chance to level the series. We'll stay away from the Oval. Skirt around it. But yeah, the irony is, before we came here, there's a lot of talk in the Australian media that, we'll have so many off days when we're there, Baz bowling England. Whether they win or lose, they'll win in 3 or 4 days. We've not had a day off.
No, indeed.
Only one test ended in 4 days, and that was Leeds. when they hauled down 250 and 50 overs. Here's Broad, another chance to finish the job. Into Carey, new over begins, Carey playing. Out to deep point. Again, instinct takes over for the one, but they realise we're not taking ones early in the over. The crowd boo, but that's immaterial. 9 for 3, 3-4, that number.
Well, what is he doing, Alex Carey? It took Josh Hazelwood to send him back.
I wonder if he was thinking he might have been able to scamper 2. I mean, it was unrealistic, but I think perhaps he was thinking that. Australia have been battered and bruised for the last few weeks against this England side. There's been times where you feel like they've just been sitting on their chair in the corner with nothing left to give. Can they hold them at bay just for another 45 minutes or so?
Sun's out again. Broad in, delivers to Carey off leg stump, out to the onside, but single declined again. Bairstow hairs after it. You don't need to, Johnny. They're not taking it regardless. And they're certainly not chancing a 2. Not now. They're going to have to do this in 1s and 4s.
Stuart Broad just had a bit of a chat with Josh Hazelwood. I'm not sure if Josh Hazelwood is leaving his crease. Just Stuart Broad has said he won't do it. But imagine if that's how his Test career ended.
Now, that would be something.
Oh, please.
Be still my beating heart. Let's not get into that right now. Root and Crawley waiting in the cordon. He's already found Carey's edge once. Crawley put it down at second. Broad in, wide of the crease, delivers to Carey, bumper. Underneath it, had both feet off the ground when the ball whizzed past, but helmet out the way. There are 2 back for the short ball. Field spread. Third man, deep point, long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square, fine leg, 2 slips. 50 to win.
Just talking about it earlier, Adam, with Geoff, this just feels so different to 2019, right?
Oh, yeah.
Australia finished 2-all. You can see the disappointment on their faces right now.
So Broad's got half an over left here at Carey. Can he keep it going? Bowls here. Carey, caught behind! Broad's finished it in magnificent style. Australia with a 2-0 advantage in this series. Well, they'll wait. Their wait to win in England will last another 4 years at least. England square the series, 2-all, and it feels fitting. And they're victors today on the final session of the final test by 49 runs. An emblematic moment. The series has been nip and tuck all the way, but when it mattered most today, England's bowlers showed up. Chris Wokes, Moeen Ali, the veteran, in all probability playing his final test match, and Stuart Broad, his final spell for England, finding the edge a couple of times. Job done. Australia all out for 334. The series squared.
The greatest series I've ever seen, I would say. Nothing can compare to this. Across 7 weeks, every single game, with one exception, could have gone either way. And Stuart Broad, well, it was meant to be. Only the really great sports people bend the story and the narrative to their will. He wrote it with the help of the local broadcaster, no less, and now he's managed to pull it off in front of his family, his friends, and 27,000 South Londoners who have just beaten the pulse of Stuart Broad for the last 48 hours or so. You wondered if destiny was going to play out for him. Well, that's what the greats do.
See Stuart Broad and Moeen Ali together here, walking off the ground ahead of their teammates, just reinforcing that it'll be at the end for Moeen Ali too. And what a way to do it for Moeen. 3 wickets on the final day to rip open Australia's middle order. Along with Chris Wokes, Stuart Broad raises his sun hat and a stump to the sky and puts his arm around Moeen Ali. His family in tears in the box fill as well.
Yeah, look, there will be a lot of tears, and I know that it's schmaltzy and mawkish, but this is sport, right? This is the point of it. It's meant to be light. It's meant to be some grand escapism, really. We're meant to see dreams play out in front of us, and Stuart Broad has created a few himself this week. You have to admire it. The bloke was born into Ashes folklore. He grew up as part of it, and he was here, 14 years ago, carving his own name into the story. 6 for spit on day 2 at the Oval in 2009. And now he's just finished off one of the greatest series I've ever seen, if not the greatest.
Australia completed their second win of the series at Lord's on the 2nd of July, nearly an entire month ago, and they're about to hold up the Ashes trophy. It will be one of the more underwhelming trophy presentations, I suspect, Bharat Sundaresan. We saw the look on Pat Cummins' face then. They went from 2-1 up to 2-all 4 years ago, but it still felt like it was a step in the right direction. Whilst this is not for nothing that they've retained the Ashes against the Bazballers of England, to come so close, to have their opportunity on what became the final afternoon at Leeds and not being able to grasp it, to go to Old Trafford and be thoroughly outplayed, to give themselves more than a puncher's chance here today, only for it to all fall away in this extended final session. They will be gutted.
7 for 142 England were at lunch on day 2 at Leeds. At that point, the only scoreline everybody around the ground, around England, around Australia was talking about is 5-0. Everybody had turned into Glenn McGrath. But what has happened in the series ever since? It's been all England. Yes, Australia gave themselves a decent enough chance to get over the line today. But this game has been run by England, even though it was Australia who won the toss on day 1 and elected to put England into bat. Look, this was built as a culture war, a war of the worlds. And after 25 exhilarating days of Test cricket, I don't think you can tell them apart. I mean, England will think, yes, I mean, if the rain had gone their way or if the rain had stayed away in Manchester, they could well be here celebrating a 3-2 series win, but that wasn't to be. The fact remains, Bazball is alive, but Australia have the Ashes. We still don't know who's the better team.
I think that's well summed up. I think if you're being hard-headed about this, Phil Walker, that it's difficult to arrive at any other view than this is the right result. I accept that Manchester is Manchester, and so it goes. Brett, you're going to jump off and grab an interview for us, or 2, or 3, or 4, or however many you can get, Baz. Good luck with that. I don't think the Aussie management will be that keen on you speaking to everybody, but you do you. They will, and we might invite Jeremy Coney back in when he's ready to rejoin as well for our conversation before we head to the presentation. We'll take a break before that as well. But had Australia wrapped this up 3-1 today, chasing 384, fair enough. But had they won 2-1 with the rain tumbling down, that would have felt a bit not quite right. The fact that England have been able to hold their own nerve as well, remembering that Australia restarted today at none for 135. They've taken all 10 wickets.
I wanted to come to that. So David Warner nicked off at 140. So Australia have lost 10 for 194 across the day. Now, there will be some talk about the ball, legitimately so. But that's an outstanding, inspired afternoon's work by England. When you consider how low they looked, how flat they looked yesterday, when you consider how condensed this series has been, when you consider how knackered they are in body and in deed, to pull that off this afternoon and for 1 or 2 veterans to step up as well. Moeen Ali, I thought, was excellent. Moeen Ali, there were loads of question marks about whether he should have been involved in this side. He laughed literally at Stokes when he suggested the Ashes. There were people that were saying this is madness. It's an insult to county cricket. It's an insult to red ball cricket. How arrogant and cocky does this bunch think they are to bring back somebody who's already retired from Test cricket? Well, look what he's done today. Look what he did at first drop in the previous Test match when no one else would do it.
Yep.
Chris Woakes didn't play the first 2 games. Questionable, but you could understand why. Comes back England's man of the series. Should be England's man of the series.
And hasn't even involved Mark Wood in this final flurry either. They didn't need the second new ball. Phil Long, please jump in.
Yeah, they didn't need Mark Wood. Moeen Ali bowled 18 overs unchanged either side of the rain break. Stuart Broad came back, took those 2 wickets. Moeen Ali, we think he's finished his Test career, finishes with 204 wickets. Stuart Broad finishes with 604, and they helped helped England take the last 7 wickets for 70 runs today.
There's meant to be no sentimentality in all this, as you say all the time, Phil, but it's hard not to feel that way about Stuart Broad right now, having been such an Ashes champion. He finishes with 153 wickets against Australia, instrumental in wins, as we talk about all the time, 09, 13, 15, to be the man at the end who stood up and broke that partnership that was gathering pace between Carey and Murphy, and to finish the job not nicking off the number 11, but nicking off Alex Carey twice, actually. He was put down at second slip a couple of overs earlier. He wanted to be there at the end. He needed to be there at the end.
Yeah, and, you know, look at the crowd in the bleachers. They've all got their white headbands on. This has been something that's emerged in the last couple of days. It's been Stuart Broad's test match, Stuart Broad's week, and Stuart Broad's finale. He has seen it off. It's been truly unforgettable, all of this. Right from the start, right from literally 11:01 at Edgbaston.
You said in your initial sum up after the final wicket, the greatest series of your lifetime. I mean, that fourth result under 50 runs or 3 wickets, there won't be another test series where there have been 4 air quotes close results. That's almost certain.
Yeah,
I mean, I haven't got that in front of me, but I'd be very surprised if there's 4 of them. There've been 2 or 3, but 4. We always use 2005 as our understandable benchmark, but I mean, people are going to speak of this in similar tones in 20 or 30 years.
Yeah, and there's nice pub style discussions about whether one series is superior to the other. This series has lacked an all-time great spinner, for example, if we're playing that game. But if you consider fewer than 50 runs or 3 wickets to be a tight one, then 4 of the 5, and for all we know, the 4th one could have gone their similar way. You know, it was absolutely not.
Yep.
It was still an open game. You don't necessarily know that England were definitely going to do that. 4 of the 5 could have gone either way. That is extraordinary. When you think that Test cricket generally falls to the superior side over the course of the 4 of the 5 days.
I'm just going to take a quick break here before we return for the presentation. In a couple of minutes, England have won the final test by 49 runs. The series is 2-all. Our coverage for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. The presentation in no more than a couple of minutes.
Be bowled over by the world's pinnacle bowls event and get behind the right-at-home Australian Jackaroos. The World Bowls Championships hit the Gold Coast from August 29 to September 10. Proudly supported by Tourism and Events Queensland and Major Events Gold Coast. Tune into daily live streaming on world2023.bowls.com.au. Watch the action unfold live on Fox Sport and KO on September 2, 3, 9 and 10. In the meantime, give bowls a go. Visit bowls.com.au and click on Find a Club.
Join me, Paddy Dangerfield, each week for Real Adventures. Alongside me is one of Australia's most reputable anglers, Aaron Habgood. Not only do we discuss all the fishing and boating news, but we tell stories from our own experiences throughout the week. And we love hearing yours too. Get involved on our social media pages at Real Adventures and make sure you subscribe to the podcast for weekly episodes. Not only do we love our fishing, but we love talking about it too. So tune in to Real Adventures.
Wrap for Australia made. Look for the green and gold kangaroo logo and buy authentic Australian products. Adam Collins with you. Phil Walker stays with me, as does Phil Long. We bring Jeremy Coney back in as well. Feel slightly bereft. It's all over, Jeremy.
Exactly. We're all quite fatigued, aren't we, from all this?
A little bit.
2-all. Well, for me, it feels right because it's very difficult to separate these two sides. They're very close together. And it's a great series because it was close, I think. The big turnaround, you know, 2-0 to Australia with 3 to play, and then the big turnaround by England, you know, and you just look at the results, and you've mentioned them, haven't you? But 2 wickets, 43 runs, 3 wickets, draw, 49 runs.
It's the dream.
It's an extraordinary series.
Because we talk up these Ashes series every 2.5 or 1.5 years, depending on the cycle, Phil. And we just hope it's going to be either 2-all coming into the last test or the last test being truly alive. We've had them alive more in England in recent years than Australia, that's for sure. But having a series that felt so lacking in one side willing to seize the initiative for more than a day or two, or a session or two at times. The fact that Australia have ceded the advantage is one thing, but even within those 2 test matches, it was so volatile.
Yeah, and look, the contest needed this, really. It was so miserable down under last time, with COVID as some kind of spectre as well over the thing. 2019 was an afterthought after the World Cup. England stunk the place out and somehow managed to get away with the 2-2. The previous tour, again,
in Australia was miserable for England, and we build this thing up. It has its own industry, its own energy, the Ashes, and it needed this. The contest needed it, and dare I say it, the 5-day game needed it as well. The 5-day game is doing just fine, by the way. We are seeing more and more results as we go through. Fewer draws, more attacking, more expansive cricket generally. This is nonetheless the landmark of this particular era of 5-day cricket. We needed this to really establish itself as the preeminent contest again after a fallow few years, in truth. And we always knew that we would have this clash of cultures with Australia's gnarly grown-ups against England's cocksure kids. And it's been the immovable force and the unstoppable. They've come together. Australia were outstanding to go 2-0 up. And then the whole weight of the country, you felt, was in on this.
Yeah.
And for England to come back and to pull this off, and for Australia to still be standing at the end, having been slapped across the face for the last 2 or 3 weeks, and for them still to be holding that urn, fair play to them. In the fullness of time, I know that they would have been desperate for a win here, but in the fullness of time, Patrick Cummins can go home with the test mace in one hand and the urn in the other. That's an extraordinary achievement.
Yeah, it's an entire group of Australian cricketers that now stretch 22 years. It'll reach out to 26 between drinks in England, if you like, winning a series here. As we said before, Phil, my calculations are no teams haven't ever had to wait that long in Ashes cricket to win in the other country. This will overtake the wait that England had between 86, 87 and 10, 11, and between Bodyline and Peter Mayside doing the business in the mid-50s. And I think that's quite significant, given it immediately follows an era of such dominance for Australia.
For sure. And just to put it into context, what Australia were up against here, the last time England lost a series of more than 2 test matches at home was in 2012. So they're unbeaten at home in a decade in any series of any significance. So that's what Australia were coming up against. They were also coming up against a team that has created or refined a particularly extravagant way of playing cricket that works for this particular bunch of players, and the country were in on this. You know, and you can't discount that as well. You can't discount the power of the crowds, especially at Leeds. Old Trafford as well, you sensed it, and you sensed it here as well. So for Australia to have repelled it, to still be standing, fair play to them, really. It's just been staggering. And look, the game needed it. The 5-day game needed this. We don't know how much longer we're going to have this kind of spectacle. We hope it goes on forever and a day.
7 wickets fell in that final session, Jeremy. They resumed after, lunch then became tea when we missed a session at 3 for 238. Travis Head caught by Joe Root at slip from Moeen for 43. Smith caught in the cordon, Wokes for 54. Marsh, excellent take from Best off the inside edge from the bowling of Moeen for 6. Stark caught in the cordon, booming drive, Wokes for 0 as the theme emerging here. Pat Cummins inside edge, caught behind the wicket by Stokes from Moeen for 9. Murphy caught behind by Broad for 18, and Carey caught behind as well for 28, the last man to fall. Hazelwood not out on 4. When push came to shove, the pressure the England bowlers were able to apply on the Australian middle and lower order was just too much for them.
Key wickets were Head for me, from Moeen Ali, picking up with a good delivery that drew a drive out of Travis Head and was caught comfortably at first slip, and then Smith particularly taken by, for me, the best bowler on show actually, and that was Chris Wokes. I mean, for him, I don't know how many he ended up with, 18, 19 wickets, something like that,
19,
and thoroughly deserved. Difficult to score from, very demanding from the, if you're playing forward and defensively, just a top effort from him.
And England were willing to shuffle the pack, Phil, with Wokes and Wood for the 3rd test. They're 2-0 down. They bring 2 new faces into the dressing room. They backed themselves with Moeen Ali, who had the callus on his finger. He missed Lords for that. That wasn't without risk either, whereas Australia had kind of plan A, albeit with maybe a plan A .1 with Scott Boland, but really they were set and forget, and losing Nathan Lyon when they did, it did cause them to recalibrate in their own way, but England's reset worked an awful lot better.
Yeah, and in the fullness, we can't talk about ifs and buts. It's pointless. It's pointless. The spectacle is all here, I think. Ultimately, one team may have edged ahead of the other, but this is the right result. This suits what we've seen here. It would be unjust, I think, for either team
to have inched ahead because of a bit of luck here or a bit of luck there.
And the drama as well. I mean, let's go back to Lords for a moment, and the Mitchell Stark catch that wasn't, the Alex Carey stumping at Bairstow, the national outcry, the front pages, the shock jocks. I mean, for about 5 minutes there, the whole world was watching our game, and that felt pretty good too, albeit for slightly left of centre reasons. But cricket was the centre of the sporting universe because of these teams jigging it out.
Yeah, exactly that. Look, and Ben Stokes was quite open about that in the build-up to this series, and it can sound a little bit irritating for people in this country because if you're already in it, you know it's the greatest creation on God's earth. You know it is. But they were quite clear, they were quite open about this, that they wanted new eyeballs on this sport. They wanted new people to be curious about something that was happening here that they may have otherwise been unsure of, unaware of. It's been an irrelevance to far too many people. As we were saying a few days ago, we have these two distinct groups in England, in the sporting public. You have those who don't even really know what it is, and you have fanatics. They're just trying to bring a few from that side over to our side.
Yep.
That is what they are ostensibly trying to do here. It's good for that message that they haven't gone down here. It would have been spectacular if England had nicked it short, but there is nobody out there with a soul and a beating heart who can't be wowed by what they've seen here.
And Jeremy,
I think they're doing more than that, if I could say
Please,
so,
yes,
Adam,
yes, yes.
because I mean, I come from the other end of the world, and there are a lot of people who are absolute fans of the way that England have approached the Test match game now, and I'm not saying that just the cricketers. I mean, everybody you go past, and they're listening to the cricket.
Right.
And they've noticed that when England played in Pakistan, the way that they played and the method that they used. So it's not just happening here.
Okay.
Don't worry about that, Phil.
Well, that's interesting to hear, and I've stood back from saying that because it sounds incredibly arrogant, right? And when it comes out of the players' mouths that they're trying to save Test cricket, as Brendan McCullum, your boy, has said himself in so many words, and that sounds very, very highfalutin to me. But if it is having a knock-on effect in certain pockets of the cricket-loving world where eyes might be moving slightly more to different formats and so on and so on, this is irresistible and irrepressible.
We're about to get the presentation down the line from Melbourne. We just need to wait for it to line up. So I'll turn our effects mic down so that we don't have anything spoiled. We're going to have some presentations that'll include the Compton Miller medals, one for either side, the overall player of the series. Both captains will talk. The player of the match here, who, just thinking it through, top of my head, there's a few contenders, Phil. Yes, we've got presentation now. We'll go straight back to Channel 9. Thanks, guys.
We start with the LV Insurance Men's Test Player of the Summer following the conclusion of an entertaining summer of Test match cricket. Throughout the 6 Tests England have hosted in 2023, there have been world-class performances throughout. This award has been decided via the PCA's Most Valuable Player rankings, which is powered by Argentext. Going into the final Ashes Test, a number of players were in contention following consistently strong showings. However, there is only one MVP, and after scoring 468 runs and taking 7 wickets, the winner of the LV Insurance Men's Test Player of the Summer 2023 is Joe Root. Our ICC match officials for this final test who have already received their LV Insurance medals. Our ICC match referee, Ranjan Madagali. Our on-field umpires, Kumar Damasina and Joel Wilson. Our 4th umpire, David Milnes, and TV umpire, Nitin Menon. We come to our series presentations, and we start off with the Australia LV Insurance Player of the Series, nominated by Brendan McCullum, who will receive a magnum of Shabbledown sparkling wine and an LV Insurance medal. This will be presented by John Mansley. Brendan McCullum stated there were 2 clear-cut choices to choose from when it came to this award. Usman Khawaja for 496 runs, but in the end it came down to the consistency of a bowler who managed 23 wickets from just 7 innings. The Australia LV Insurance Player of the Series is Mitchell Stark.
Yeah!
Mitchell, congratulations. An incredible series for all of us to watch. What's it been like to play in?
Yeah, much the same. It's been incredible 5 test matches. I'm sure it's been incredible to watch. It's been exciting. There's been ebbs and flows throughout. What more we can say, the way it finished today was probably spoke to the quality of cricket and the emotions of the whole Ashes.
You'd have come into the game this morning with high hopes, no doubt, of chasing an almost record total. And for a while it looks as though you might get there, but then this drama at the end. What was it like when you were in the dressing room just watching it from above there?
Happened quickly. It was much like the ebbs and flows of the whole series. So, but that's been, I guess, the nature of this Ashes series. It's come right down to the last session of day 25. Congratulations to Stuart on his retirement, and I think he probably couldn't have written that any better to finish the way he did. So, congratulations to him.
You've had a terrific series, of course, which is why you're standing here with the medal. What's been the personal highlight for you?
It's been a fantastic tour to come and sort of express myself the way I've liked to, and had the backing from the group and certainly from Pat and Andrew. So it's been a fantastic group to be a part of for a long time. And look, we've had a pretty successful tour when you think back to the 6 test matches we've played and the test final as well.
Yes, you mentioned the 6, including the World Test Championship final, of which I think you played 5. So how proud are you of the resilience you've shown to get through those in a pretty short space of time?
Yeah, I think it's quite a resilient group. Pat's played 6, Josh himself's played 4 as well, I think. So, we've got a fantastic support staff, physio and doc who get us through, but I think it's a pretty resilient group. It's been, no doubt, a busy 6 or 8 weeks for both teams to fit in 6 test matches. So the quality of cricket on display throughout the entire 8 weeks has been fantastic.
Ahead of the series, there's a lot of talk about the pace at which England would play and the aggressive nature of their batting. Of course, as a new ball bowler, you're facing the brunt of that. How much thought had you given to the tactics and the way you were going to approach it ahead of the series?
Not overly dissimilar to how I'd normally approach it personally, but obviously we saw 2 different brands of cricket. Both teams stuck true to what they wanted to play throughout the series, and ultimately we sit here 2-2. So it's been exciting to be a part of to experience 2 different sides of an approach to Test cricket, and it's just great that Test cricket's thriving the way it is, and we get the support and crowds that we have had throughout the series, which has been fantastic.
And did you enjoy that challenge? I'm talking about the top of the order bowling at Duckett and Crawley. Do you think, this will create opportunities for us as well?
Yeah, certainly. We felt, at different stages we're going to look different to the traditional way of playing Test cricket, I guess, with certain fields and the way that the attacking brand of cricket, but likewise was going to create some opportunities which at times kept us in the game for longer periods. So, yeah, look, it's been enthralling and something that I'm sure both teams have enjoyed the whole experience of this tour.
Well, many congratulations and fantastic series for you.
Our next presentation will cover 3 awards. The LV Insurance Player of the Match, nominated by the Sky Sports commentary team. Also, England's LV Insurance Player of the Series, nominated by Andrew McDonald, for which they'll receive a magnum of Chapel Down sparkling wine and an LV Insurance medal, and will also receive the Compton Miller Player of the Series award, nominated by the written press, and that will be awarded by Richard Thompson, who will present that medal on behalf of the families. This was nominated by Andrew McDonald, whose words sum it up perfectly. For his impact on the series with the ball, key wickets at critical times, and totally changed the dynamic of the series. 19 wickets in just 6 innings here at the Kia Oval, 7 wickets. The LV Insurance Player of the Match and England's LV Insurance Player of the Series, Chris Woakes.
Taking critical wickets and completely changing the dynamic of the series. That's quite a nice epitaph to take from this great series.
Yeah, it's been an amazing few games. Nice to obviously come into the side and contribute. I think the belief was there at 2-0 down that we could still go on and win the series. It's the incredible spirit that's in the dressing room. But I think 2-2 is quite fitting, really.
You missed the start of the series, therefore standing here with all these awards, Player of the Match, Player of the Series, was probably slightly beyond the wildest imaginings.
Yeah, absolutely. Not been a part of this squad and this team for over 12 months, so it was just desperate to obviously get back in and have a go. And yeah, it was just, I suppose, when you come into an Ashes series, you want to perform, you want to contribute to obviously team wins, and couldn't have asked for it to go much better, really.
And was there always a part of you that thought, because 5 tests are coming in about 6 weeks, I'm going to get my chance, therefore you were always slightly readying yourself?
Yeah, definitely. I think that was always in the back of your mind. 5 tests with the grueling schedule that it is, you always felt like I might get an opportunity at some point. And yeah, I didn't know when it was going to come, but I just tried to make sure I was ready as much as possible. And I actually didn't feel in great rhythm coming into the series when I got my nod. So actually, to perform like I did at Headingley was probably the most pleasing part.
Yeah, I was going to ask that because you came in, you made an immediate impact. Why then, if you didn't feel in particularly good rhythm, why did it happen for you straight away?
I don't know. I mean, Stokesy bowled me up the hill at Headingley, which I hate as well. So I don't know. I think I got an early wicket in that spell, and it kind of settled the nerves. And I think whenever you come into a big series like that, it's important to get an early wicket to calm you down. From that moment on, I did find a bit of rhythm. And look, you've got to have a little bit of luck go your way as well, of course. And thankfully, it went all right.
And hitting the winning runs there with Western Terrace in the background, was that your favourite moment of the series for you?
I think that today is probably up there. I think probably up there with my best probably moments in Test cricket, really. Obviously for Broady to go out the way he did, incredible. I think it's fitting, really, the way he went about it. That's typical of Stu, isn't it? I'm sure he'll let us know about his last ball that he hit for 6 in Test cricket and his last ball that he took a wicket. So incredible for him. Obviously delighted for him to go out like that. And that today with this crowd was amazing.
And you moved on to Manchester after Headingley. Took your first 5-wicket haul against Australia, actually. You've not always found them the easiest of opponents.
No, well, they're pretty good, aren't they? So it's not always easy to obviously take big scalps. I think that's the most pleasing thing about the series. I've managed to get big players out, which is nice. But yeah, first 5-wicket haul in an Ashes series, that's where you feel you want to do it on the biggest stage. And obviously this is, the pinnacle of Test cricket and the pinnacle of cricket, in our opinion. So amazing.
And this morning, after a very difficult day yesterday, when not much was happening, it seemed to suddenly start moving around a bit. A useful ball change.
Yeah, I mean, we was happy with that. I'm not sure the Aussies were, but we made most of the conditions. I think obviously when you get a ball change like that, you hope it works in your favour, and thankfully it did. But obviously we still had to put the ball in the right areas and ask the right questions, and we caught well as well, which is obviously really important.
34 now, still multi-format player. How is the immediate future looking for you? Are you still eager to compete in Test cricket abroad as well?
We'll see. We'll leave that to Stokesy, captain, and Baz, obviously. But look, I enjoy what I've done this series. I know what I can do at home. The record is half decent, so I'd like to obviously continue that. But I want to play as much cricket for England as possible. That's the main aim. We see international cricket as the pinnacle, and there's obviously more and more cricket coming about with franchise stuff. But you don't get the feeling like this anywhere else in the world.
You don't. Well done.
Cheers. Thanks, man.
And after such an outstanding series, it's now time for a word from the captains. First of all, we invite England captain Ben Stokes forward.
An epic series, Ben, full of ups and downs, highs and lows. Standing here now at the end of it all, 6 weeks of effort. How do you feel?
Yeah, actually really good. I think, 2-2 at the end of a series like this, I think is a fair reflection of the, two teams literally going toe-to-toe. Australia, World Test champions, absolute, quality team. But being 2-0 down after the first 2 games, I don't think many teams would have been able to respond in the manner in which we did. So yeah, look, I'm incredibly proud of everyone's efforts that they put in. We've rotated through our teams, particularly with the bowlers, and obviously Wokesey's played 3 games and he's just walked off with the player of the series. So, it's just standing here, I'm pretty content about everything that we've achieved over the last 7 weeks.
Let's talk about today then. Yesterday, quite a difficult day actually. How hard was it for you to kind of lift the spirits and raise everybody after what happened yesterday?
Look, having played a lot of cricket, you know what it's like in the 4th innings chasing. It's one of those. Australia got off to a great start with Dave and Uzi. I thought they played incredibly well to, walk off with the amount of runs, none down as they did. But, turning up again and knowing there was 250 runs on the board on the last day, it's always tough. 4th innings pressure, should never be underestimated. And the wickets came in clusters, and that's what's going to happen. Yeah, look, it was do or die again. We've been do or die since the 2nd game, and if anything, I've said it a few times, it really suits our mentality and the way that we go about cricket.
Two players who helped turn it around for you this morning. They bowled in tandem, Chris Wokes and Mark Wood. They're the 2 players that you brought in midway through the series at Headingley, and they've had a dramatic impact, both of them.
Yeah, real good. The way in which Wokesey's come in and not only operated with the manner in which he's done with the ball, but very crucial runs down the tail, batting an 8. They've been really good for us. And Woody's put some unbelievable performances in over those first 2 games. But yesterday and today, he could hardly walk. And he did an unbelievable job to show that he wasn't sore, and to still run in and bowl in the way which he did with those spells. I think you've got to give a huge amount of testament to the warrior that's inside him. Just kept on saying, throw me the ball and I'll run as hard as I possibly can. So to have people like that in your team who will just run in, regardless of how their body is, it's great to have.
And then at the end there, in tandem, 2 cricketers who walked off together, arm in arm, Stuart Broad and Moeen Ali. Let's deal with each of them one at a time. First of all, Stuart Broad, this is a place of farewells. He's announced his farewell. Your reflections on him as a cricketer, and did you ever doubt that he was going to finish things off tonight?
Look, I've played with Broadie for a long time. I played 97 games, I think, and there's only a handful of those in which I've not. One of them, I didn't pick him because, but look, and he's been an unbelievable performer for England over a long time, and to watch him come in, bowl the way he did today, and it was just written in the stars he was going to take that last wicket, wasn't it? 2 left-handers at the crease, the way in which he bowls to them, it was just quality. And look, Mo came into the squad and into the team through an unfortunate injury to Jack Leach, and there was a few things that I said about him with us picking it, but I chose him because I know what he could do in his best days, and when it really mattered, Mo produced one of his best days out on the field for an England player. And look, he changed the game for us, so I know Broadie's walked off there, but Mo to retire, come back and put in the performance he's done at crucial moments is just incredible. He's great servant to England as well as
and India next. Are you going to be sending him a WhatsApp saying India ?
No, I'm bowling off spin now, so we'll be all right. No, look, I think we'll let Mo just reflect on everything over the last 6 weeks, and we'll let him make that decision.
Chris talks about the catching there, which is extremely sharp at the back end of the series here. Is there any part of you that thinks if we'd have been a bit sharper at the start, we might have turned 2-2 to 3-2?
Hindsight never loses, does it?
And you talked about making memories that I think everybody here in this ground today and everybody watching and listening on television and radio would thank you for. Just a final reflection, maybe on Australia as well, who played an absolutely full part in this series.
Yeah, look, coming into this series, if you look back, 14 months ago, to bounce back from 2-0 down, it would have been tough for any team to come back and put in the performance we've done over the last sort of 4 to 5 weeks. I mentioned to Pat there that, what a series to be a part of, and I generally feel like it's almost what Test cricket needed. Every player there who wears an Australian shirt and every player over there wears an England shirt is a massive advocate for Test cricket and wants Test cricket to stay alive. And I know we've been very vocal about making sure that that's a huge objective of ours in terms of the way that we play, and I think this series has really done that. I think it's captivated so many new fans, it's attracted a new audience towards the game, and Test cricket is the purest form of the game. I absolutely love it, so I hope this series has made it got even bigger before we started.
Next Ash is 2.5 years away. You're going to have the appetite for it?
Yeah, it's very hard to lose an appetite when you love Test cricket as much as I do.
Many congratulations. Great performance today from your team.
Thanks, Adams. Cheers.
And now for a few words, Australia captain Pat Cummins.
Pat, thanks for your time. As ever, Ben said 2-2, a fair reflection on the series. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, two really high-quality teams that seemed like every session was, shared the honours. So I think 2-2 is fair. Wonderful series to be part of.
You came in here only needing a draw at the Oval, but even though you were chasing a massive total in the fourth innings, it never looked, certainly today, as if you were settling for a draw. It looked like you wanted to win today.
Yeah, of course. No, I didn't even enter the conversation at all. Yeah, we said from the start, we're over here to try and win the Ashes, and yeah, that's why we will start playing cricket. You want to win test matches, be out there for the last ball, and yeah, unfortunately not to be, but great day.
So are there mixed emotions for you? Because in a minute you'll be, given the Ashes, they're in your safekeeping. But for many of your players who won't be coming back to England, there's a few who won't be here again, there won't be the win in England on the CV.
Yeah, in some ways. I think, we can be hugely proud of retaining the Ashes. It's no easy feat against a really high-quality English side in their own conditions, but of course, we wanted to come over here and won. It's a similar group to 2019, and it just felt like we're just that little bit short from the goal. So it's a really proud group. I think, as Starkey said, it's been a great tour for us. Unfortunate not to be, but what a great series.
And how proud are you of your players? Because you were put under significant pressure at times in the series. I suspect maybe, in that middle session at Old Trafford, perhaps more pressure than you'd felt before in Test cricket.
Yeah, there's so many moments throughout this series. I think that's what makes playing in Ashes, especially in away Ashes, so difficult. It's not only on the field, it's the crowd, the media. You get thrown everything at you, which is great. You wouldn't want it any other way. And we felt that this series. So really proud of how we've stuck strong and pretty consistent throughout. A couple of moments, if you change, might have made a difference, but great series.
Could you pinpoint those moments that you kind of look back on and think, what if?
Oh, I think you could probably find 100, and the other team the same, but yeah, there's no point looking at it. 2-2 is the score.
I wondered whether you wanted to say anything about Stuart Broad, who, is a similar cricketer to yourself, a seam bowler, leading things off there with the new ball, and has announced his retirement. He must be a player that you've enjoyed playing against and enjoyed competing against. Yeah, great competitor. Stewie's always seems to save his best for Australia. There's been plenty of flat days in Australia. That as a fast bowler, he's got to grit your teeth and bowl, and he just runs in all day. I think I've played a third of the amount of test matches he's played. I can't fathom playing that many. So huge congrats, great competitor, love playing against him, and wish him all the best. And I think I speak for everybody in this ground and everybody watching that it's been an absolutely fantastic series. You've done yourself proud, and your team have done themselves proud. So many congratulations. You're about to go and receive the urn, which is in safekeeping. Well done. Thanks very much. Cheers. Thanks.
Thank you to Channel 9 for the presentations there. We'll reflect on the commentary in a moment. We're just seeing that the trophy lifts. They share the series, so they hold one trophy together. And now Pat Cummins is about to be given not the replica urn. I remember one year, Phil, they had the replica urn out and the price tag was still on from the gift shop out the back at Lord's. But this is the crystal trophy that they give out at the end of each Ashes series in lieu of the real urn, of course, which lives at Lord's forever. Quite interested by this, Phil. Pat Cummins has it now. I'm not anticipating them going over the top or anything like that. Certainly the spirit of Cummins' comments were that they know they've missed an opportunity here.
Yeah, and I guess England could probably say the same as well.
Yeah.
I think it will be a relatively measured celebration, as befits the game.
A few smiles, but no champagne, no carry-on. There is the champagne there, but I'd be surprised if they take to it with too much gusto, Jeremy Coney.
Yeah, well, no one really, when you look at some of the numbers of runs scored and the wickets taking, no one really stands out as the difference between the sides. That's why they're so close. And I don't think any conscious decisions or the skills that were made a difference or translated into something significant between the sides either. It was so compelling because it was so close.
Yeah. Bang on the stats, just looking through it. 3 top 6 bowlers, right? So Stark 23, Broad 22, Wokes 19, Cummins 18, Hazelwood 16, Wood 14. So 3-3.
And listen to the batsmen. Khawaja 496, Crawley 480, Root 412, Stokes 405, and then you get Smiths 373, Brooks 363.
Really does tell the story, doesn't it? The story we've been telling for 6.5 weeks about the closeness of this team's the scoreline, the fact that it is a little bit weird having a trophy presentation that's quite like that, but excellent performances across the board from so many individuals, which is why this will go down as such a memorable series, Phil. And just to go back to the post-match comments there from Ben Stokes, so he's definitely coming to Australia next time. I think viewers might have feared that he was very close to the end of his Test career, but you're shaking your head. He wants to do this in Australia.
Well, why wouldn't he? And I think his destiny is to probably bat at 3. I think in the end, but even if it's not, he can obviously bat 6, doesn't have to bowl anymore. They'll find a way around that problem. He is so much the identity now of this cricket team, and the way that his career has gone, he can pick and choose exactly what he wants to do from here on in. They can protect him. He doesn't play 50 over cricket. He'll be there in 2.5 years. You can absolutely guarantee it, unless something dramatic happens with him. There's always that caveat against Stokes on and off the pitch. But look, if he's fit and he's behaving himself, then of course he leads them down there.
I think he just likes Test cricket too. I think he likes the way and just the ins and outs of the game, and he loves captaining us. I really enjoy watching the way he places the field. I think he's superb at doing that and backing up, stopping a batsman getting runs here, encouraging them there, and so on for his bowlers. So I think he'll be there too.
Phil Long, as we start to make our way towards the end of our broadcast, some parting words from you. We've absolutely loved your company.
Oh, it's been fantastic, Adam, and what a series it's been. Great to have spent it with you. Let me leave you with this one from me. This Ashes, the run rate overall 3.95 across both sides. That's the most ever for Ashes. Ben Stokes said how he wanted to change cricket, how he loved Test cricket. England's run rate across the series 4.74. No Ashes side has ever achieved that before.
They said they were going to play this way, Phil. It blew them a Test match at Edgbaston. It might have cost them at Lords as well, losing 9 for 100 in that first innings, but it's been the catalyst for them chasing down 250 at Leeds with gusto, for getting themselves in a winning position at Manchester. And really, you look back at it, it was the third innings here, wasn't it? That day they had the chance to set the game up, and they were fearless from the get-go.
Yeah, and fearless with some of their selections as well, to stick by Zach Crawley, who's become the kind of an epitome, really, of Bazball, and the 70-odd he made in that third innings, as you mentioned, was a masterful knock, really. You know, when all the dust has settled, it's silly and churlish to talk about certain moments, but declaring on day one, on a flat one, without 400 on the board, when your best player is seeing it like a beach ball, will remain simultaneously the greatest celebration of Bazball and the most ridiculous at the same time.
I feel that rather does sum up it neatly from your end. Thank you, Jeremy Coney. Your final thoughts on the way through?
No, I think that we just celebrate the good parts of it. There were other parts as well. Let's acknowledge that. There were some not so good parts. But overall, that we're all going to walk away, and we're all up here, and we're so lucky to sit up here and observe and just talk about a series like that. And I hope that's transferred through to people back listening through the night, you know, in Australia and New Zealand, because it has been a fantastic series to be part of.
I'm pretty sure it will, Jeremy. As we start to wind down, we'll begin to say goodbye. I see Phil Long taking a photo there over the back. Cheers, Longy. I'll start with the World Test Championship final. Those who are with us that week: Nikesh Raghani, Ravi Shastri, Harshal Bhogale, who were with us for that week up here in the corporate box. What a great commentary box that was, Longy. Daniel Norcross, Adam White, Andrew Sampson, Louis Cameron, Geoff Lemon, Jared Kimber, David Bumble, Lloyd, been crooked the last couple of days, get well soon Bumble, Peter Lalor, Damien Fleming, who was brilliant the first couple of test matches, Bharat Sundaresan, who's downstairs at the moment gathering interviews. You'll follow all of them on the usual SEN social media places. Jeremy Coney, you've been just superb on our broadcast from the minute we brought you in a few years ago. You've always answered the call. You're a great team player. You've mucked in with everything. You've done it the rustic way sometimes with us, and we couldn't be more grateful. Phil Long, I know it's taken a while to get you with us this year, but since we have 4 test matches in India and a handful of test matches in England as well, our broadcast is so much richer for your contributions.
Thank you, Adam.
Phil Walker, one of the great lyrical writers on the game, and that transfers so elegantly to your talking on it as well. Having you as an expert summariser here and having your great publication as part of our conversation throughout as well has also been something that's added to what we've done day in, day out.
Good stint by you as well. If we're doing this,
yes.
if we're throwing the garlands around, Adam, then my word, how do you pull it all together? Can we do it all again, please?
We will. I've got some more thank yous on the way through. Link Gallen, Andrew Donison, Alex Hart, who played a role in the production at the ground at various stages. Alex Patterson, who's produced just about every single night of this series through the night. Horrible hours with Paulie Sebastiani in the studio, who's been our dedicated panel op and talking to us through the years. Crazy to think how many hours they've been there after play as well, pulling together podcasts and videos and clips and telling the SEN cricket story along with us from here at the ground. And the head of cricket at SEN, Mitch Scott, the chief executive, Craig Hutchison, who's backed in Test cricket as a product. I don't know what we're up to now, but it is a ridiculous number of Test matches we've done in the last couple of years. You've got to be committed to it. And Hutchie is, the whole team are there at SEN in Melbourne. That's it. That's us done. I wish we could do it all again right now, Phil, but we can't. We will be back on the airwaves at some stage soon. In fact, I know when we are. Jeremy, you and I are doing the England-New Zealand one-dayers and T20s on SEN and SENZ.
Coming up at Durham.
Won't have quite the same energy as this, perhaps, but we'll bring our energy to those games and treat them with the respect they deserve. Australia didn't make it to 384. They were all out for 334. That's the headline news. England victorious by 49 runs, and whilst they don't regain the Ashes, they do take a 2-2 draw. They were down 2-0. They bowled magnificently today. Chris Wokes with 4 of the best you'll ever see. He was immaculate. Moeen Ali, in his final test match, he walked off with Stuart Broad, taking 3 and getting England going after that long rain delay that washed out the middle session. And it was always going to be Stuart Broad. As Phil Walker said on our commentary, who writes this bloke's scripts? The last 2 wickets caught behind from the bowling of Broad. England victorious here. Australia retained the Ashes, but there was no celebration either on the stage or indeed in the press conference after.
We were exactly here 4 years ago at the Oval when Australia retained the Ashes and drew the series 2-2. England won here in 4 days. But there was a very different vibe to the Australian team back then. I remember standing exactly where I was today, behind the Australian team. And yes, I mean, they were disappointed that they lost here. But there was this, they're up and about. They couldn't wait to get to the podium to pose with the urn. The energy wasn't there today. I saw Mitchell Starc, who deservedly won the Player of the Series award from an Australian perspective. He walked back towards his teammates with a big bottle of champagne that he had won as part of the prize, and he just showed it to them, placed it there. There was no big high five, there was no big celebration, but it's been that kind of month. You could almost break this series up, or this tour up, into June and July for Australia. June was all about them winning. They won the World Test Championship final right here. They won at Edgbaston. They found a way to win there. They won at Lord's just in the first couple of days of July. But from that point on, I almost circle it back to 7 for 142 at lunch in the third test. The knives were being sharpened in the English press. We'll tell you what happened in Scotland, they said. But then Mark Wood in 8 balls just turned things around. Ben Stokes played that innings once again. And it's been England more or less all the way from there.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it does feel a fitting result. If Australia won today and hold down 385, 384 rather, different story. Then you can say, well, they've done something very special. That would have been the 8th highest successful run chase in Test cricket history, and so on. But they don't. And thus, history might be written by the winners, to go back to what you were saying a moment ago. But, England were the winners today, and they were the winners at Leeds, and in all probability they would have been the winners at Manchester as well if not for rain. So Australia retained the urn. That's good and right and proper in keeping with the conventions of the Ashes series. But England 2-2 feels right as well, given the way they were able to stick the landing today.
Yeah, I mean, there were phases even during today's play which kind of are emblematic of how the series is gone, where you thought Australia are actually giving it a fair shout. We saw that yesterday with the opening stand, and I'm sure we'll come to the ball, the changed ball late last evening that started hooping around. We saw only, 8 or 9 balls with it last evening, but today batting looked a lot more difficult. The lights were on yet again. How many sessions of batting in this session for Australia have been under lights? It's amazing. Yeah. Someone will break it down at some point. And the ball, batting was very, very different and more challenging. And they lose the 3 wickets. You're like, okay, this is how run chases go, don't they? But then Steve Smith and Travis had put on that partnership. And then the rain comes. And then they start off very, very confidently after the rain break. For a brief period, we thought there would be no play. But then we were told it would be 52 overs. And we were told it's 47 overs. And Travis Head and Steve Smith were in control. Till Travis Head played a slightly loose drive of a Moeen Ali delivery that drift and then pitched and gripped and turned a mile. And once that wicket fell, the collapse set in. And then there was a brief glimmer from Alex Carey and Todd Murphy. You were like, whoa, could this be the final twist? The nicest villain in the world, Alex Carey, after all the booing, could he see them home? But it wasn't to be. And who else but Stuart Broad? Who writes his script? He writes his own scripts. He just swapped the bail and got the wicket of Todd Murphy. He beat the bat so many times. He gets Todd Murphy out, and it just had to be Stuart Broad who had to get the last wicket.
Yeah, the bail switching goes straight into Ashes folklore as well. Twice in the Test match, Broad doing that and reaping the reward from the next ball. You wouldn't hear of it, but such has been the life and times of Stuart Broad. And I don't want to brush over Moeen Ali either. To bowl as well as he did with a clear groin complaint. He couldn't run. In the first session, he couldn't make his way out to the field. They did it with Mark Wood only bowling one spell today, picking up the crucial wicket of Marnus Labuschagne after Wokes collected Warner and Khawaja not long after the resumption, both set men from the previous night with balls that really did move. We'll come back to the ball. We'll do it now. Let's go to the ball first.
Yeah.
The ball and the way that it's picked out of the box, we know that it's an imperfect process. They should look at the process more than worrying too much and getting too fixated on the actual ball itself, because it does feel a bit too much pot luck, because the ball that England had, and a colleague of ours from the press box made this point, they were preparing that to reverse swing. So they were letting it deteriorate naturally and adding to that process when they switched it over. The ball they changed it to had no such work done on it, and it was so good that they never took the second new ball or third new ball. They never took another one after 80 overs. They let Stuart Broad operate with that till the very end in the 105th over of the innings. So that speaks volumes about how good the ball was that they changed up to, and how influential it was through the morning session and the evening session as well.
Hey, just split screen, I'm sure all of you have seen, or most of you have seen it on social media. It was so defined. You could see the imprint on the ball, the brand name on both sides, the ball that was the changed ball. And they didn't have to wait for the second new ball, because they kind of got it earlier on in the innings, didn't they, at the 35th over mark. And you're right, it did have a big say, but I think the Australians have played it down, said, the rub of the green has gone, the rub of the red has gone their way a couple of times in the past as well. So these things happen, but it completely changed the game. And Usman Khawaja spoke to us and he said, just the way the ball was hitting the bat, he said he hadn't felt that throughout the series. So that tells you how significant that ball change was. But then England can turn around and say 3 of the wickets, the crucial wickets, came to Moeen Ali. Once Steve Smith and Travis Head got set, it was Moeen Ali who turned the game in a way. And look, I mean, that's the beauty of these run chases, right, Adam? We always think the batting team batting in the 4th innings is going to get over the line, but it doesn't happen very often. It often takes just 2 or 3 wickets, and that's what happened today.
Yeah, the catch from Bairstow off Moeen Ali to get rid of Mitch Marsh, the stonking delivery to David Warner. Everything broke England's way today. That's it. That's our coverage complete for SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power. Raise the bat as you save on Falcon tyres, 4 for 3. It's been an absolute privilege bringing it to you over the last 6 weeks. The World Test Championship as well. Adam Collins and Bharat Sundaresan, good night from the Oval.
From him.
Wakes up to Warner. Delivers here. Warner. Beaten. Edged. Gone. Slow death there. Took a long time for the finger to go up. Joel Wilson's given Warner, and he's going to turn and go back to the pavilion. For a moment, it looked like he was considering the review, but it's not to be. And David Warner, who batted in such a promising fashion last night, has been caught behind for 60. A pearler of a delivery from Chris Wokes. Had to play down that line, David Warner. And for the last time in England, he leaves the Test arena. There's Wokes Bowling beautifully. Hits Kawaja on the pad, shout for lead before, and up goes the finger. I've got to say that looked good from here. Kawaja is going to go upstairs. It was full, it was straight.
So
it is pitching inside with leg, impact in line, hitting middle stump.
Stunning by Chris Wokes.
Chris Wokes has done the job this morning. He's bowled impeccably.
Labuschagne waits for Wood, edges him, and it's taken, it's slipped. And that chance might just be going up in smoke. Zach Crawley gets down low and takes a very good catch low to the ground in front of him. That big edge. Mark Wood gets Labuschagne once again. He's had his number.
Anderson, none for 48, his figures. Bowls hit ahead, full and driven square for 4 more. Travis Head with boundaries from 3 of his last 4 balls, putting pressure straight back on England. As he does so often, he's caught up. He's 22 from 21.
Wood rolls up to Stephen Smith, who's driving him down the ground for 4. Well, that is emphatic. Wood over pitches. He's probably tiring. He's definitely sore. And he gives Steve Smith 1 to hit. Smith goes to 32, goes past 100 runs in the match. Floated up. Little inside edge. Is he caught at leg slip, Stephen Smith? They're going up. Umpire says no. Stokes takes the snare. It comes off the pad as Smith pushes forward at Moeen. No bat involved. Stokes doesn't want to refer. Bairstow's trying to talk him into it. Steve Smith is gesticulating, surrounded by players.
Joe Root's very keen.
Root likes it.
Oh,
Stokes will go upstairs. So with a couple of minutes to lunch, we will have a DRS referral. On the slow motion, you don't need Snicko for that up in the third umpire's box. There it is. And that is an incredible moment. A turning point in this test match just before the lunch break. It will be ruled in favour of England. Ben Stokes is walking up to talk to one of the on-field umpires. He took the catch at leg slip. He brought himself in there only the previous over.
Hold on a minute.
This is absolutely extraordinary. Stokes has done a Herschel Gibbs. He's come back down, and while still on one leg with his arms swinging, he's thrown the ball away thinking that Smith had got nothing on it and that it didn't matter. He tries to spit and it dribbles down his chin. And that's about how he'll be feeling about throwing that catch away. Have you thrown away a test match? This is absolutely extraordinary. We haven't seen anything like this.
In at least 3 weeks. Oh, so Mitchell Starc vibes all over again.
Goodness me. Well, the ruling about the fielder needing to be in control of their movement means that if they're falling back to ground, they're not yet in control of their movement. And he's let the ball out of his hand. And that is technically... Moeen floats the ball up and it's edged to slip and caught. Travis Head is gone. Moeen strikes. The recalled veteran. He's hobbling. He's uncomfortable. But he's drawn a mistake. And he's getting England back into the match. Just 2 slips now for Smith. Waiting for Wokes. And he edges to the second of them and he's caught. Chris Wokes has done it again. The super sub for England. He came in partway through the series and turned their fortunes around. And Chris Wokes might have just turned this match around for good. Smith goes for 54. The invitation isn't there. Edges it. Marsh caught behind. Incredible take by Johnny Bairstow. The England wicketkeeper has had at times a disastrous series, but he has pulled off an absolute blinder when it matters. Goodness me. Mitchell Marsh, the latest to leave. 6 down Australia. Moeen Ali's done it again. 3 for 41 for Chris Wokes. And he bowls to Mitchell Starc, who's driving it, caught it, slip. Crawley takes the snare. And another Australian wicket goes down. Booming off drive from Mitchell Starc. Chris Wokes has 4. He is driving England towards a series levelling win. This is extraordinary.
2 men who wouldn't have expected to play in the series much, if at all, in Moeen's case. Bowls here, Cummins back, pulls towards short leg. What's on it? Is it back? They're celebrating, and Cummins is walking. Moeen does it again, and this time Ben Stokes doesn't celebrate prematurely, but when he does, oh, he gives it big. They're 2 wickets away. He was the man around the corner. Cummins tried to heave it over the onside. A thick edge onto the pad, it ballooned up, and the England captain drags it in. Brought in, delivers here to Murphy, short ball, takes it on, down a deep backward square for 4. Absolutely nails it. The young Victorian, he's made of plenty. 55 to win. He skips along to 18. And if you want to believe, this is the time. 8 for 329. Brought up, last ball of the over, Murphy beaten again. It's the gone! Stuart Broad does it! Away to his left went Bairstow. Murphy's caught behind for 18. Australia 9 for 329. And this was meant to be. So Broad's got half an over left here at Carey. Can he keep it going? Bowls here. Carey caught behind! Broad's finished it in magnificent style. Australia with a 2-0 advantage in this series. Their wait to win in England will last another 4 years at least. England square the series 2-2, and it feels fitting. And they're victors today on the final session of the final test by 49 runs. An emblematic moment. The series has been nip and tuck all the way, but when it mattered most today, England's bowlers showed up. Chris Wokes, Moeen Ali, the veteran, in all probability playing his final test match, and Stuart Broad, his final spell for England, finding the edge a couple of times. Job done. Australia all out for 334. The series squared.
Pat Cummins, not the way you wanted it to end, but just your emotions going into just the moment you went and picked up the
I think just finishing right after a test match, it's a little bit disappointed. Felt like we were in a position to win that one, but not to be. But proud retaining the urn. I mean, it's tough to do over here, so it's been a great series. Unfortunately didn't get over the line, but overall proud of how we played.
Just about today and the way it played out, there were times when it looked like, that run chase was very possible. The opening stand yesterday, and then even the Steve Smith-Travis Head partnership. So was that the feeling for most parts of the day?
Yeah, absolutely. I felt, 380 odd, what we needed to get was well and truly in our grasp and achievable. So, a couple of good partnerships and, we're getting close there. Unfortunately, lost a few wickets in clusters and, makes it very tough. But, 380 was always going to be a great chase, gave it a good shot.
A lot of people will look at this series scoreline and say, it's 2-2, but Australia were 2-0 up like a month ago. It hasn't gone their way. Just how do you sum up the whole series, and where you finished up?
I think 2-2 is probably a pretty fair result, really. I felt like a lot of the games were really evenly, just a really even match right to the end, and one team got ahead of the others in the last moment. So a great series. Had a big billing to live up to at the start, and I think it did that.
And just personally for you, Pat, you've spoken a lot about how much you've grown as a captain in the last 18 months, but especially in the last 2 months. Just with the responsibility of being an Ashes captain away from home and retaining the Ashes at the end of it.
Yeah, I think I look back and be proud of how I've gone, but the team as well. So it's not easy coming over here. It's not just the competitors. It's the crowd. It's the pitches. It's the everything about touring away is what makes winning over here really tough. So, I think we all dealt with it pretty well. And, unfortunate not to get a couple more wins, but good series.
Just to be part of this series, just if you leave the result aside, but it will go down as one of the greatest test series of all time, regardless of the result. What was it like to be part of this?
Yeah, it was great. I've never been part of a series that had so much excitement from everyone, really. Like walking the streets, messages from back home, sell-out days of the cricket every single day, like just amazing. So, it's great. Hopefully there's plenty more kids at home watching and are going to sign up for cricket. And, I love playing Test cricket, so glad that it's so well received.
Beautiful. Thank you so much for all the entertainment, Pat.
Thank you. Cheers.